their training, and it just makes the courses different from what they may see somewhere else.
And it feels like Bromont's an incredible place to come. As you said, it's testing and will give them a different sense. How do you feel it sets them up for things that maybe they have planned later in the year?
This is, I think, one of the events. There are a few others in the calendar in North America that do the same, that really let you know whether or not you have a horse that potentially would be able to go on and be a 5-star horse or a championship horse.
Well, we're so lucky to be here, and we're so grateful to our sponsors and everyone else. I know that a lot of people hopefully are going to be watching on the live stream this weekend. We're so grateful that the team has brought the live stream here. And Derek, I can't wait to see how the weekend goes. I do have one question for you. There's some rumors or some chatter that you generally put a very difficult combination around fence 4 on the 4-star. You've done it at Kentucky, and I think you've done it here as well. What do you say about that?
Well, probably not fence 4 here. Actually, I've been quite generous to them at fence 4 here, more so than in previous years. And so actually the first what I call the first combination is probably at fence 6 here. So the course really, I think, lets them get going early in the course here, which I think is good because there is a lot of terrain and it takes a little bit for the horses to get into a good rhythm here. And so I'm hoping that they will find it that way, and usually by the time they get to fence 6, they should be going and jumping, and hopefully we'll give them a good ride around the rest of the way.
Any advice for the riders as they're walking and thinking about things? Any last minute advice for them?
No, I always think that, you know, Bromont, again, just because of the nature of the terrain, that they really need to walk their track to know exactly where they're going to be going, because there are lots of humps and bumps out there, and they want to make sure that they are sort of in the optimal position to be able to jump the jumps.
That's great. Well, thank you for being here, and we look forward to an exciting weekend ahead. So we've heard from course designer Derek DeGrazia, and now we're going to catch up with some of the riders and have them walk us through some of the trickier combinations on the course, and we can't wait to hear what they say.
So we come down the hill after jumping number 3 to the first water jump. The horses are pretty forward at this point and usually kind of honestly running down the hill a bit. Whoa. And then they get down here and kind of are shocked by all of this stuff at the bottom. So
surprise.
Yeah, surprise, jumps, water. Woo. So I try to kind of somehow regain control if possible without, you know, getting too messy. And then the roping here is interesting this year. He's kind of made it tricky without really, you know, being obvious about it, which is very Derek. This rope is kind of in your way, so you kind of have to dodge it to get around this mound if you're planning on doing that, which I am going to plan on doing that. So it's kind of swerving, and then they see the water and usually kind of a little bit, yeah. So you got to keep those legs forward.
Yeah, boy.
Kick them.
Or girl.
I'm riding boys. What about you?
They, them, theirs.
And then
whatever they are.
Jenny will talk about this part because I don't have bare legs. I'm jumping on your back.
Okay.
No.
No, okay. Refusal.
So I'm planning on being like here-ish.
Yep. Yep. And you just keep your eyes up here. Whatever step you think they're going to leave on, you want to like just stay tall and squeeze and compress because they're not going to want to leave long at this jump. And also, it is a little bit downhill on the backside, so a little more reason to just be here, squeezing and holding, and really hold the line. And then try not to be thinking that you're going to go for a big one. They're going to be a little bit on their feet anyways from the undulation, and it's important to keep your posture tall here because it is a bit of a drop on the backside. And for me also, like you're going to be going off to the left after, so I plan to be right through this line here and just hold them straight. Easy game.
Yeah, I think
this
kind of jump looks really simple, but it actually, for me, it makes me pretty uncomfortable because the horses are kind of trying to figure out where they're going, and it doesn't always feel the best, but it does kind of give them confidence if you just stay with them and be a part of it and get on to the other side.
Up, boy.
Go, boy.
Go, girl.
Here we are coming to fence 8, the ditch rail combination. It's still early in the course. We've got a 10-minute course, and this comes at about the it comes at about the 2-minute mark. 2 minutes was just before fence 7. So The horses are still quite fresh, maybe a little bit pulling through the bridle, a little bit eager. But here we have a very tall rail, tall imposing rail, down to a big ditch. And then it's going to be an angle of houses after this. Now, the question is, are the horses brave to jump this rail nice and soft? You want to jump it slow and soft so that they're not going to drop a leg and knock this rail down. That'll cost us 11 penalties. But not so soft that she's going to stop. So we're in here now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's about 18 feet. So it's a short one. We want to leg them across this ditch. We're going to land about here. And now I'm all focused on fence C, this first angled cabin. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2 strides. 1, 2, 3. It's a tight 3. It's a really tight 3. So this is why it's important to be slow and collected at the ditch and rail. They got to just pop over that ditch, hold them for a stride, and then try to create a building 3 that's going to get us into this angled houses. And then now we got a big 2 strides to get out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 2 strides out, and then we gallop on to a big ditch wall next. But I'm looking forward to this combination. I think it suits my horse well. It'll be a little redemption after Kentucky, where I had some trouble in the coffin. So I'm looking forward to it on Saturday.
This would be about midway for the 4-star long. I'm doing the 4-star short, but they're the same question. For me, you're coming down this hill. You've had a pretty big question back there and then a small fence to let up. They've already been through the water, but still, even though this jump doesn't look like a huge drop in, they still jump in quite big. I plan to be coming through right about here. And we'll be jumping this B with, it's a bend to the right and then bend back to the left of the corner. So I'm going to plan to try to kind of keep it as straight as possible. Because I want to be hitting the B, just thinking a touch back right to left, which makes this a bit of a tricky approach. So for me, I'll walk a stride, but I use my eyes in the air and have a plan, but know that that plan will change. So for me, yesterday when I walked this, I thought it would be a bit of a quiet 6, but I don't think that it will end up being a quiet 6 because of the undulation, the water, and then they usually land a little bit dead on these, meaning they hit the ground kind of heavy and stop a bit. So I'll plan to be doing, this is going to go well for my dressage. Not walking a stride here clearly, but we're planning to be meeting this, getting there not too deep that they jump up and land dead and heavy, because it is a bit of a wide box and it could be a bit of a deep distance if you have a horse that's a big stepper. Refusal, 20 points for her. So I'm planning to be right through here, and then also like this too, I think you really have to get at it, especially with the corner being open to the right. I want to be getting up to that corner and not be having to kick so much. So my plan would be to jump in, see where I'm at, but my A plan is to get 6 strides, be moving up here so I get a good positive jump, a little bit right of center here, my eyes on the left, and then just keeping my body tall and saying up, up, boy. And then you really want to get at this. I think there'll be problems here. I think with the angle of the corner and the distance coming in and out of the water, it also, you could definitely see people like maybe ending up adding in 3 here, but my plan is definitely to attack that A and keep my body tall and hold a straight line as possible here to this. So for me, jumping in there, you get that done, but really you want to be hitting this exactly kind of where Hannah's standing so that you really straighten up this line as best you can. Keep your body back and keep kicking.
Yeah, I think the hard parts about this water is, I don't know if you can tell so much on video, but these, seemingly small little mounds, Derek's so clever with where he puts the jumps, and this is a really wide skinny. So it's a big effort, and coming out of the water, like they have to have power. to be able to, you know, jump this well and be able to kind of keep their eye on the next part. So
Neela.
you have to be, you know, you're going to see all different numbers, I think, here tomorrow, but positive riding will be very beneficial here.
So we're here at 16 ABC. The C element is something that we've seen quite a bit of this year. I feel like the course designers seem to talk and they all have the same bogey fence. It's a shoulder brush on a pretty hard angle out. It all walks a very forward line. Obviously there's the option of staying a little bit wide and adding strides in and being a bit in the conservative side. But the direct line is very forward thinking. So we're at 2/3 of the way around the course here. Horses should be a bit more on an open step. We're heading directly back towards the barn. They're going to be thinking forward and being open. So I think that, you know, the open striding is going to be fine. Also, you have, you're kind of jumping the line back towards the warm-up. So hopefully that doesn't distract them too much. If anything, it only helps them focus on getting towards where they want to go. So I'll come around the other side here and we'll walk the distance. So thinking kind of, again, on that forward step on the middle of the jump here, the ground is going to drops away a little bit. It's going to take you, and we'll walk it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4. So it's nice. It's a 5 strides. Again, a bit on the forward side, puts you a little on the left-hand side of the jump to give you a little bend that we can jump back at the shoulder brush. Again, it's a pretty hard angle out. The shoulder brush pushes you away towards the run out, but hopefully, again, on this slightly bend back at it, it should be a little bit easier to show them exactly where they're going. So again, this is a little bit even more forward than the 5 coming in. Still think it's totally doable. Again, the more bend you put in, the more you have to be thinking, let the hill take them, be closing your leg riding up to it to make sure that you don't stand off it too far, that you show them the run out. So hopefully, fingers crossed, it all goes as planned.
Okay, so here we are in the main arena at Bromont. This is fence 18AB. This will be a definitely influential fence on the 4-star long at Bromont. You have a nice skinny brush oxer coming in to a direct 4 or a bending in 5 stride, depending on your horse's stride and depending on how they're feeling this late in the course. You'll see the riders do both options. So again, they've galloped into the arena. They've done fence 17, which is a nice oxer to just get the horses going. You can come in off of your parallel line, make your decision whether you're going in the 4 or 5 prior to getting here. Have a nice balanced canter, pop in over the first oxer. And again, the direct line would take you in 4 strides straight out to the skinny. There's your first stride, second, third, fourth, and there you are right at the base of this beautiful corner, jumping straight out of the main arena at Bromont. And the other option we have for this fence is to come in on a slight angle, so you could perhaps keep your canter a little bit more. And it would just create a little bit more of a bending line that you could ride a beautiful 5 stride out to this corner, which perhaps would help you with the time as you're landing and turning left to gallop out of the ring anyways. So you'll see riders doing both 4 and 5 strides here, and it'll be a very fun and influential fence to watch.
All right, I'm here on the approach to the Lemire Water, which is 20 with elements A, B, and C. Now we're getting it well into the second half of the course here and coming off of a long gallop. So as you come through the tree line, I would recommend just testing the brakes and seeing how well your horse is going to stay with you. And then getting them back on their hind legs a little bit and on a little bit of a shorter step so you can then ride forward into the water. Approaching the A element, I would say perpendicular, very straight. Try and get a nice deep one into the log here. And then you have to know your horse, knowing if they're going to land a little bit more shallow or a little bit further from the log. My horse will tend to land a little bit shallow. 1 stride, 2, 3, 4, and 5 right up to the base of the triple brush, which is where you want to be. This is quite a large effort, scopy effort for the horse, and also technical being so narrow. Of course, you have to keep in mind an option of staying a little bit wide in 6 possibly if you don't get the best jump in over the log. And in the air over the B element here, you want to have your eyes on C right away so the horse knows where they're going. And really just don't take your eyes off that C element and hold them between your leg and hand for 1, 2, and then hopefully 3 strides out, and just hold them there on that train track and then gallop on.
All right guys, so we're at fence 23AB. We're getting towards the nitty-gritty of the course, the end of the course. I feel like this is the last really tough combination, and the riders will be very relieved to get over this. Something to remember is the horse is getting pretty tired and knackered by here. We're probably at, if I was guessing, like sort of 8 minutes, 8.5 minutes. By saying that, the horses might freshen up a bit because they're coming down the hill for the last 2 jumps. 23A is this ditch hedge. It's a sort of relatively easy jump, except that the horse, you don't have much adjustability at this time of the course, and it's sort of tempting you to run out left. There's only about a window of this much to jump. So this jump alone's pretty freaking tough, but what makes it even tougher is that it's got 4 strides to this left-handed corner. So obviously step 1 is to get over this, and then Derek DeGrazio has given it a sort of going 4 strides to this corner, and he's been a bit tough on us because there's not much of a window to jump through this corner. And with this line here, everything's just encouraging you to run out left. So just to revisit it, it'd be galloping down the hill, balancing them up. You don't have much adjustability. Trying to catch the ditch brush a little bit open so that you could just hold your line in 4 strides and get over this wicked corner. This is on frangible pins, so if you have a bad jump here and you crash into it, the jump will fall down, which can really save a bad accident. You'll notice here that there's some black tape on the red flag and the white flag. There is an alternative for this. It's a black flag option, which isn't long. So you'd still have to jump the first ditch hedge, then you'd sort of race around this corner, and down the back there's another left corner that's a little bit more inviting. It's a longer way, but it's, I don't know, I'm sort of half tempted to do it on my mare if she's feeling a bit knackered. I think that probably take 5 seconds extra, and it's, I don't know, you'd just be kicking yourself if you have a run out here, but I always say that and then end up going the direct route. But I think this could be a heartbreaking jump just because where it is at the end of the course, and the horses will be tired and the riders will be looking at their watch, and it could be a very influential fence.
We believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
Good morning and welcome to Cross Country Day at Mars Bromont. We are incredibly excited. We're in for an amazing day cross country. We're starting off with a 3-star this morning. I'm Annie Bishop and I'm joined by Sarah Kozublik. Sarah, good morning.
Good morning, Annie. I've just got in from having a final walk around the 4-star long with my kid Janelle Fleming, riding my old 5-star horse, Fly Me Courageous, and I want to say that the ground feels amazing. And, you know, we've been a little bit worried all week because we've had quite hot temperatures, and then we were watching the radar like lunatics, and it's been looking like we knew the temperature was going to change, which thank goodness, because this is perfect cross-country weather this morning. But we were a little bit, you know, tracking the rain, and we've had a bit of rain, and that has made the ground so nice. It walks beautifully this morning.
That's wonderful to hear. We were watching the radar like lunatics. You said it's just been the perfect amount of rain, and we're a bit overcast, spots of sun, and we could get some rain throughout the day, which could prove influential. But again, the terrain here can really take the rain if we need to. But Derek and his whole team, they're ready to step in as needed. It does get a bit rainy, but it looks stunning. So first out of the box this morning in the 3-star long will be Lucia Strini and DHI Kevin G. The 3-star is quite competitive here, and really we've got all to play for because the top 10 are only separated by 6 marks.
Yes, it is never, ever, ever a dressage show here at Bromont. And I will say that historically we have run here on some quite wet conditions. But last year was odd. It was a bit firm and very unusual for Bromont. And this year I think we're going to have perfect going. So while it is very hard to make the time at Bromont in any division, I will say today we might see a bit more closer to the time than normal.
Yeah, it's actually great. Last year there were actually 7 at the time in the 3-star, so hopefully we'll see that number today.
2 of them are my kids. Just throw that out there.
You see the cars coming in the day.
And look at that beautiful sunshine we're getting for a second here. It is nice though, because you know, as a rider, obviously the spectators want it to be lovely and sunny, but as a rider, it's nicer to have that little bit of overcast. It just leaves less shadow. So, you know, for us, we don't mind it being a little gloomy.
We see Lucia in the bottom down to the Mars Sustainability Bay.
First big question on the course. Derek has it a little friendlier this year than in previous years. But you can't take it for granted, especially in the 4-star, because that is a big hedge. You have to come down and up a little bit on this little knoll, and then the drop on the other side. And the 3-star isn't as big, but it's still there. But he's setting you up for some of the bigger stuff you have to come, and you don't want to start. The worst thing is to start over a bunch of small stuff and then have a big thing to do.
Well, Derek's a genius, as we know, and these horses will really come on from a course today. You know, if they jump around, and riders certainly know, who they've got who they're sat on. You can really see the terrain in this shot there. This is quite a steep downhill, and it's that little tunnel, which Sarah, you were saying you always tell your kids to make sure they're careful in there.
Yes. We have a few more competitions nowadays that do go across bridges and through those sort of things than we have at previous years. Tryon coming to mind and Bucart Farms. But there's always one heart that breaks every so often when somebody goes flying through that turn and the horses back up and they get chucked off. So I love this question. It's very interesting how that rode for that horse. It's a careful jumper, but I love Derek's addition. He put that in a few years ago, and that's a triple bar rail there to put shape back into the horses before this hanging rail up here at the top of the coffin. It's a very generous thing for the course designer to do. See how the horse jumps that beautifully, and that's one stride here, and this should be 4 across there, and he read it great. Great ride, Lucia. She's going to be delighted with that. Horse just skipped across the ground here. This is the section of the course. If it's going to get a tiny bit wet, can get a little bit wet here, but I was out there walking. It was very good. It just, the runoff from the mountain goes through here.
You can see a bit of cut in the ground, which will be perfect for these horses today.
100%. You'd much rather go into the ground than be on the road. It's so hard on the horses when the ground is too firm. Yeah, this horse is back up. It's a very careful horse, and she's riding it great, but it's, like I said, Derek is a genius, and he has put a couple things here to help the horses understand what they're going to be seeing, and that triple bar rail does help for that.
And leaving the start
complex.
box, we have Allison Stringer and Castle Howard Romeo. She's in 7th place on a 31.0, I believe.
Allie's very busy here this weekend.
Back with Lucia.
Gosh, we're so excited to be able to bring you this beautiful cross-country course here at Bromont. I can't tell you, I know it looks stunning on the camera here, but it is one of the most beautiful venues in the world.
It's breathtaking when you drive in, and a lot of the riders have said that it's one of their favorite venues, not only because of the terrain here and the wonderful courses and the footing and everything else, but just really
go back to the water. Go back to the water.
because of the
There we go. Okay, she comes out of that. That was a very big water complex there. You have a massive drop in. And then we have Allie coming across the first part, which again, it's nice of Derek to have us go through that. Get your feet wet a bit in the beginning, because that second run through is a big drop into water. It's very friendly, but it's you got something to ride.
There's Allie.
Lovely. Well done.
Again, running down that hill. Catch up with Lucia here in a second. Headed towards home.
And honestly, I know this. Well, it's a middle part of the course, but this is actually one of the harder questions on the course. I think it's a bit tougher than last year. So you're going to jump. She's setting up very nicely there, but you do this narrow, big hedge straight downhill. She's going to be turning right to that now. And I think, it's tough enough there last year.
We catch
Now
up
it's-
with Allison at the dip and rail.
Super through there. She hits the left flag a little bit, but this will be reviewed. We do have cameras out there on course to review that for FEI competitions. However, the horse was right at the bottom. I mean, just from my eye looking here, was excellent down the middle of there, and made the effort to jump the jump. Both the shoulders and the hind end went through there. So you now see Lucia coming around to the complex in the arena. This horse is looking a tiny bit tired, but still good, still jumping great. This is a moment for us to give them kind of a little bit of a breath before we run right back up that mountain again. And she is riding so well. I mean, I really have been impressed with this round from the start. It's a careful horse. It's a good jumping horse, and she's giving him a super ride.
Next out on the start box is Jenny Brannigan on Kismet.
Well, this will be one to watch around here. Jenny is a very fast cross-country rider, but also, smooth is fast, right? So she's also smooth. You'll see her. Has done quite a bit of race riding. She really has a beautiful galloping position and gallops in a beautiful balance. And so she'll be a fun one to watch around here.
And we catch up with Allison at the March Sustainability Bay.
She jumps in there. Nice shot in. Super. Excellent. Well, that was pretty well done, wasn't it? That's the way we want to do it. Good job, Allie. And Lucia approaches in here to mirror water. Good shot in there. Kick. Good girl. Good girl.
Good
You-
ride through there.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that is we've been talking about all week here is that Bromont is a real fitness test, and when you've done this competition, your horses get so much stronger from having gone around here. So, I mean, I think Lucia's giving that horse an educated ride, and I think she's going to be so excited about how much fitter and stronger that horse is going to be after doing this horse show.
Allison just ran into a bit of a spot of bother there, and she looks like she's going to walk home. But both are fine, and she'll learn something from today.
Absolutely. I mean, is any we keep talking about any given Sunday. I mean, things don't always go perfectly, but the horse looks fine, and Allison looks fine, and that is all that matters at the end of the day. Now we see Jenny coming up to the ditch complex at the top here. Good, beautiful balance there. Good girl, because that is a big rail there, so you have to come in balance, but then you do have to make sure that you don't come so balanced that you keep her to a stop. And so she said, "Come on now, you need to jump that rail." And then she was then that set her up lovely to do the 1 and the 4 and right through the middle. Well done, Jenny. And you can see that horse has a lovely galloping step here. Definitely full of run. Super shot to that.
Next on course is going to be Diana Burnett. And what is your problem?
I like this name.
Me too.
Very cute. So Diana Burnett has been coming to, she was telling me yesterday, she thinks she's been coming to Bromont since 96. Oh, a little bit backed off there, but she'll get on her bike here. And the only year that she missed was when she was giving birth to one of her children. So
That's a good reason to not be here at
the only
Bromont.
reason, yeah. So I think, I've been coming here since 97. So
Jenny at Mars Sustainability Bay.
she brings lots of experience to the table. Yeah, I was thinking that she was going to do that in 3. I thought she rode in nicely, and I think that's a very friendly. You get a nice forward shot into that water. It's a lovely jump in, and then you just ride in balance, and then jump that first one and move forward in the 3. It's right there. It's really friendly. It encourages positive riding, and gets a good result from the horse. And I think it's nice to have that as your first. Get your feet right earlier, obviously, but as your first major combination off in the water. Jenny had a good shot at that, and she comes to the table here before we do that combination down by the bank, which kind of goes by the warm up of the cross country and the start of the cross country. We see Allie walking off there. That horse looks totally fine.
Lucia's home in time of 8:55, so she'll take 18.4 cross country time penalties forage tomorrow. The optimum time today on this course is 8 minutes and 9 seconds.
I think that was a smart move for Lucia to be slower on that horse, and I think that horse was super. She rode it great. It's going to be a much stronger horse after today. But you honestly never know until they've done these mountains and this sort of courses. You honestly never know, and it did need to go at that pace, and she was being educated to do that. And so we have Di coming up to that triple bars, telling you we'll throw a bit of shape into the horse there before she comes around to the ditch complex. And I always think, this is a really hard question, but I always think, I'm going to wait till she gets through, but it does ride better than you think. You walk it and you're just absolutely terrified. But she came on a much more conservative line there. She knows her horse. This is obviously a horse that she feels needs to have a bit more time to see that fence. So she jumped it straight over the ditch and then swung out there, giving him loads of time to see that table.
You see Jenny leaving the arena.
I think what fell off of her?
Looks like a boot.
Boot or something. Maybe Jenny's just hot and she's stripping on her way around the course. We'll see. Something came off there, but she's cruising along.
And our next starter is Errol Gald on Daria.
What a cool horse this is.
I love this mare's ears.
And Ariel's another one, we're talking about being smooth cross country that are quicker than they look. You keep one good rhythm up from the beginning and you're smooth. Smooth is quick. And Ariel is quite a smooth and quick cross country rider. I like watching her go. It looks like we have Jenny approaching the Lemire water. Girl, tell you that horse has a really big step. She
does have a big
really
step.
big step.
Look
Yeah,
tight in there.
yeah, because she's been setting up. I've noticed that with every combination that she's done, she's been all careful there. And it looks like I might have had a little problem here at the C element out of the Mars water. No,
just not their day.
No. Looked a tiny bit backed off from the beginning, so but that you just that's the game, unfortunately. And she's walking off from there. Now we have Jenny coming on the last loop here of the course. And then we have, I see Ariel is about to approach that triple bar there. Beautiful ride. That's one of the best rides I've seen there. Like you said, Annie, I love the expression on this mare's face, how she studies the jump.
Yes.
Fantastic, huh? Look, imagine being able to trust that.
Yeah.
That was just, I'm just going to canter up here.
I'm not sure we're going to see a better ride through there today.
Wow, that was pretty special. Well done, Ariel. But she just went bink, 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 bink.
It's actually great. Ariel's actually had this mare at the 4-star level before, and sort of, everyone has a different program for their horse and plan for the year. So she stepped her down to the 3-star for this competition. Again, she'll come on better for it.
Absolutely. I think it's kind of funny. I think sometimes people don't realize that it's quite important in a horse's career to not always ask everything up, and that everything doesn't always get harder. And the same thing I think with riders. I think it's important to have go ahead and push, and then get some confidence and confirm, and then go back down again. Perfect. Textbook through there. And look at that inside turn. That's what I mean. Like, you just when you're trying to be a little bit quicker on course, you want to get down the number. So she was doing the four strides there. If you notice, she got down the 4 a little early, so she could just pop it and slip inside there. That makes you a heck of a lot faster. Super.
We have Arden Wilson and Billy Beaufort out on course now. And Jenny Brannigan is home in 8 minutes and 22 seconds, so just 5.2 time penalties. And Ariel was super through.
This is just, anybody who's wondering how this horse is going to ride today should be watching this horse and getting a boost of confidence, because she's just looking fantastic out there. I like the name Billy Beaufort. That's pretty cute. So I'm imagining there are a lot of William Beauforts as Duke of Beaufort.
We see Ariel coming down here. Lovely shot at the Oxer there.
Wow, just right there along that beautiful lake as the backdrop here.
As far as backdrops go, it does not get much better
really
than Bromont.
doesn't. It really doesn't. I mean, we think the same thing. I mean, I'm a bit silly. I know we all are. We love being outside, and but driving here, you just take a deep breath, and it is truly special every year. All right, we've got looks like we got Arden coming down there. Yeah.
See in the bottom left, we've got Ariel on her way through after the arena.
She's heading,
heading into the arena.
She's heading into the arena right now. She just did that tricky complex by the horseshoe that I think we can't quite see there beforehand. But so we're coming around here. She's going to jump a galloping fence at the end of the arena, and then turn back on some angled tables that are quite friendly. But it's nice to practice that Nice to practice that accuracy question before you go to that top water. Beautifully ridden.
In the bottom right-hand corner, so we see Arden, who just did the ditch rails with a lovely ride through there.
Wow, that was a beautiful ride there for Arden. She just absolutely nailed that. Great body position coming through that water. And had the 3 strides out over there. Easy peasy. Well
And we
done.
just saw Gabby Dickerson go on Salto going the other way through the water there.
And Arden's coming down the middle section of the course around the lake. Beautiful. Oh, it looks like we have a hold on course. I'm not sure she saw that, but oh no, she did. Okay, perfect.
Just pulling
okay.
up.
Okay. So I'm not sure who is at why we are having a hold on course, but there could have been something with a yeah, something like that that we just don't know about that needs to get fixed. So we're waiting here to see.
We're going to catch up with Gabby Dickerson though in
Yeah.
Salto.
And I'm assuming they're going to let her run through this ditch complex before they. I think the next holding point is after this. Well, so if we have a problem with on a cross country course, we do have these spots where the riders can be pulled up, and then they can wait a moment until the course is clear. But we try not to pull people up right right before major combinations, because obviously it's very hard to get your rhythm going there. Again, we try to do it at a galloping fence. So I imagine we'll jump this one and then be pulled up.
Sarah, how hard is that as you're coming down that line and the horse clearly just was not sort of listening to her outside leg to push to the fence there, and she was trying and he just couldn't quite get there?
Yeah, absolutely. And you'll notice quite a lot of riders, I thought she rode in quite well actually, but quite a lot of riders will come up to the top of that hill and really balance. And then, yes, you need to have your leg on to get over the rails, but you want to, as Waylon was mentioning on the course walk for the 4-star, you want to jump it as softly as you can, because then you can get to the ditch and have a little more time to then ride forward and get the eye on. If you get a little bit big and a little quick over the ditch, it makes it that much harder. There's 2 things that are incredibly important as you're coming into these combinations. And one is the balance, that you have the type of canter you need for the height of the fence, the face of the fence, and what lies behind it. And the second, maybe equally important thing in my mind, and the thing that people mess up the most, is the line of direction. Does my horse understand where he's going?
Sarah just got word that unfortunately Ariel parted ways with Yara, and that is what the road is for. But I just saw Ariel walk by.
Goodness.
So
I mean, what an amazing round that was. How
I know.
unfortunate. Well, it looks like we're still rolling along here, so they must have everything sorted. I mean, these guys are so good here. Like, they're such professionals, and have it. But working the control is an art form and is is a big job, and they're doing a super job to keep it flowing along here because it is disruptive to be pulled up on course. And I'm sure Arden will be fine, but it is disruptive. So it's nice if we can get things done and back on track quickly. Nice. Well done. Very, very good there.
And that is Katie Lichten in Romans Code Red.
Super. Well, I think that, and see how she just gave an extra second turning before she went through that woods there so that her horse could see. I think that was an educated thing to do.
We're catching back up with Gabby Dickerson.
Well, I'm very sorry to hear that for Ariel. That mare was looking wonderful. It's the commentator's curse. All right, we're coming up here. So you're swinging up a little bit high. You put your leg on and box the canter a bit here. Tall body. Nice. Little tiny bit forward with her upper body there, but that's everybody has different styles. Ooh, wow.
Really
that
sliced
was awesome. Wow, you did 3 there. Wow, I'm impressed with that, Katie. It's very slick, so good for her.
We don't care about that as much as.
But, you know, sometimes, back to your point of sometimes it's harder to turn a bit, right?
Yes.
So she might think that it was just, obviously she was correct, that her horse was better being more direct and seeing all 3 elements and just going in a straight line. And that's a bit the sport. You know, not everything is going to be, cut and dry for every horse. You have to have a plan that works for every horse.
Good shot there in the beautiful arena here at Mars Bromont.
Well, straight as a die. Excellent ride in. And that's a nice combination for Derek and Jay to give us there, because that is it's a way to kind of practice our accuracy. Those 2 angles helps us with corners and narrows and things like that. So it kind of just sets that back into the horses before you go on to do the final combinations.
Here we are back at Mars Sustainability Bay.
Ooh,
Again,
that's
straight as a die, really forward.
Really nice. How exciting.
We're so grateful to all of our sponsors here this weekend. We could not do this without them, and especially Mars Equestrian, what a major supporters of our sport, and we're so glad that they're here at Bromont.
Oh, absolutely. We're so glad they're so many places.
Yes, and Lemire as well. You see them you see their signage on the start box there. An incredible company, and really stepping up and supporting our sport and riders, and we couldn't do this without them. So we're so glad you're here with us.
Eventing would be impossible without our sponsors. Absolutely impossible. Beautiful. I mean, wow, these girls are riding super. This horse is riding super. So far, so good here at Bromont.
It's amazing. There's so many people who have heard about Bromont for years who've never been able to see it, except maybe in pictures or just random, videos that were taken. But we're so lucky, and we're so excited to bring you this incredible footage this weekend.
For sure. It's been frustrating for a number of years to try to explain how good this event is. And as soon as anybody comes here, they are like, whoa, officials from around the world, riders, coaches, they're just blown away by it. So we're pretty darn excited to be showing this to you. And I also want to mention that when we're talking about builders and designers, that Jay Hamley is, what he does here, nobody knows this ground better than he does. And huge thank you to Jay, because these courses look fantastic. You are a beautiful designer and builder, and it's nice. I'm sure it's nice for you to be able to watch this, for people to see your work.
He and Derek are a pretty unstoppable team.
Yes.
Another great ride through there.
Yeah, this horse has a huge step as well. But again, the ground is fantastic today. So it could be that the horses are just traveling across the ground a bit different, a bit well today, which is, again, part of cross-country riding. Sometimes we have what we call more holding ground, and sometimes the ground is quicker, like today.
So we see Arden Willison getting underway. She what they did there in the hold is to not disrupt the flow of more riders than just Arden. They let a few others go past her. So Arden is now getting back under where she was held.
That's interesting. I've never seen that done before, but that's actually quite smart. So, I think it probably does it. Yeah, like you're saying, it's not disrupting three people.
And holds can be tricky, Sarah, as you were saying. They disrupt the flow, but on a course like this, maybe it gives a horse maybe getting a bit tired at this point in the course. Maybe you can take a deep breath. You have to make sure they stay switched on.
Yeah, there's two sides to that. Exactly. Everything you just said is 100% correct. It is a little bit tough, though, to get back into that feeling and that, that rhythm and that going of cross country. But Arden is good at that. So, again, I don't want to jinx her, but she does get to gallop down here and jump this nice big jump here in the arena and then cruise on away. And so imagine that she'll be just fine.
And Arden is one of our busiest riders this weekend. I believe she has 4 rides here.
That was a neat turn as well. Good on you. So not only was she, quick into that arena and galloping across that arena, she also was neat in her turn. She knew that she didn't need to give herself half a mile to jump that first table in. And every second is the more you swing out on things that you don't need to swing out on, then you've got an extra few seconds and it adds up.
So we have a time in for Gabby. She's home in 9 minutes and 12 seconds. So she'll pick up 25.2 cross-country time faults. She should be very pleased with that. I'm a bit surprised, but we will actually also check that time because there was a hold. We may be a little bit off.
I'm not sure because that seems a bit,
It didn't feel like she was poking around.
Yeah. It didn't. But again, we're not seeing everything in the galloping lanes. We're fortunate that we have 6 cameras on course today here at Bromont. So we're able to get a lot of the combinations, which is wonderful. But we aren't seeing every bit of galloping. So we don't know. But that does sound a bit off.
And starting out on course is Colin Gaffney on Baymax. And Colin is part of our Bromont Rising program here.
Very cool. So Bromont Rising was the brainchild of Sue Ockenden, as so many developing programs have been here in Canada and honestly in North America. Was the brainchild of Sue Ockenden, our organizer, and Steve Blauner, who owned horses for a number of top riders in the United States, loved coming to Bromont. And when he and Sue met, they discovered they were kindred spirits and wanting to promote the youth programs in the Americas. And so that's how Bromont Rising started. That collaboration, and it's now part of Mars Equestrian Grants as well, and it's funded through the USEA Foundation.
Oh, no.
Unfortunate. Oh, unfortunate. But that's what I was saying there. And you'll see some of the younger riders have a silly little thing there. This first thing does have to be. It does have to be respected. In the 4-star, it's really broken numerous hearts, even experienced riders. You need to swing out a tiny bit and jump that because it does look straightforward, but it is early on. The ground is a bit funny. You have to respect it.
Now, I asked Eric how sneaky he was early on in the course, and he really felt like in the 4-star that he was sneaky around fence 6, or that the first real hard conversation was there. And unfortunately, I think 3, he thought he was being a bit softer.
Yeah, he actually has been softer. That water historically has been a lot trickier there. Not accuracy wise, but just with dealing with the ground and how you're coming in and out of that. But he has been nicer there, but you still have to make sure that you get out there. But that's all right. It'll kick on and get going. Got lots to do around this course. It'll be a great education.
If you're not winning, you're learning.
I learn a lot, Annie. I learn a lot. Good, so he's coming along here to the triple bar rail there before you come up to the ditch complex. He's taking a second to swing out and make sure he gets on his line. Oh no!
Took the pin.
Wow. So that's a good opportunity though for us to see that. So you'll notice that Colin hit that frangible pin there on the rail coming down the hill. Didn't look like he hit it that hard, but we can't really see from here. It depends on the angle and all sorts of things. But what those frangible pins are designed to do is really a wonderful thing for our sport. It does not, completely collapse. It just lowers the height of the fence, which will stop horses most of the time from having a fall. And as he saw, that horse kept on going and stayed straight on his line, and Colin rode brilliantly on the way out. And so, he continues on and is totally fine. And that's the idea behind that technology.
We catch up here with Maddie Hale on Cinzano 87. And she's in the under 25
Cool.
class as well.
It's nice because I feel like we're seeing, more and more of these programs developing around obviously Europe has them, but developing in the Americas. And Sue's been a big driving force behind that. And she fully believes, and I think so do a lot of us, that we should have these under 25 classes at every major event. Beautiful. That was well done. There. Yeah.
He comes forward on a 38.2 and in third place.
Oh, great ride, Colin. Now that was fantastic. He jumped in great. He has lovely, good body control, this guy. And he's nice and soft, and he just rode right down there just beautifully. Like he's not rigid at all. His whole body is moving, and it's tall and elastic. Oh, okay. Yep. I shouldn't do that. No. I shouldn't do that. The horse jumped super, and she rode very well sitting still like that. I think she was expecting a 5 there and ended up popping in a 6, but that's okay.
That's where you could see the horse was very catty.
Yeah, and she was very good just to sit still. It's as William Fox Pitt always says, it's the important thing is the line, not the stride on cross-country riding, which is the massive difference between show jumping and cross-country. Yeah, it's just having a little bit of a peek here. I might want to just give a little bit of a kick, hopefully up that hill, just have a little bit of a peek at that triple bar rail. But again, I love that those rails are there. And notice how quickly that pin has been replaced by this excellent crew. I mean, it's back up there. I mean, this is very good. And jumped up beautifully. Oh, look at her.
Lovely
right on there. Oh, that's one of the best we've seen through there. Well done, Maddie.
Just gave her horse a big pat.
Yeah. And now that I'm thinking about it, we might have kind of caught up where she was galloping to that triple bar rail and just had another little step in there, but that's fine. But that ditch complex couldn't have been ridden better.
Comes Colin into the arena.
And you'll notice Colin, having had that little blip in the beginning, is definitely galloping around, but he's not flying, and that's smart. He's getting his mileage out here without putting his foot down when he knows he's had that problem already. Beautiful turn to that. Well done. Wow.
This is an 8-year-old Oldenburg gelding, and so
wow.
This will be a horse for the future for him.
Wow.
Just really bringing him up to the levels.
That was, this guy rides well. And we see Miss Maddie galloping up the hill there to go into the Mars water.
Kirsten Miller on Rosconnell Alto. Again, another one of our under 25 riders.
Good jumping horse. Very light across the ground for a big horse. Oh, we see Maddie coming through the Mars water there. And that's another good example of some horses are going to do that in a little bit of a quieter 4, and some horses are going to walk down that line in 3. Does not matter. It's about knowing your horse and what's going to be best, and then honestly riding what's underneath you on the day. It was a little direct there, but she was beautiful. Coming through that first water, she obviously knows her horse quite well. I think it's quite interesting. Some of these younger horses or horses that haven't been to Bromont before necessarily are they come through that first big loop and then they're like, whew, and then it's nice because they can come down this hill and catch their breath and go through the arena, and then they come up with a bit of a second wind coming up the hill to the final water.
Just catching up here.
Oh,
like
shoot! I think we've had a little problem at the brush coming down there. I think maybe that walk's a tiny bit open coming down that hill, and I think you kind of have to either, well, I mean, we didn't see it, so we don't know. But she's cruising on, heading to the triple bay before she goes to the ditch complex. Now we're seeing Maddie coming down into the arena.
We have a time in for Arden Wilderson, and she was cruising. She's home in 8 minutes and 13 seconds, which is 1.6 time.
That does not surprise me. Arden is a very fast cross-country rider, and good on her. It's a great start to her busy weekend. So we're now watching Maddie swing around to the angled tables in the arena. It's kind of fun to see this arena used in this way and look at the backdrop there with the Bromont sign and everything. Iconic images as 76 Olympic Games. Oh, well done.
Lovely
Well
shot.
done, Kirsten. Very nice. I'm telling you that the Stitch Complex scares the bejesus out of all of us, but it does ride well. It does ride well.
Next out on course is Courtney Cooper in Briar Hill Excel Star Take 2.
And Courtney is no stranger to Bromont. She's been coming here for years and years and years and absolutely loves it. And she's bred a lot of very nice event horses, so I'm excited. I haven't had a chance to watch this one go, so I'm very excited to see it here today. Okay, I think we see coming up going down that four stride early on there and making a turn on the inside there. That was very well done. Or Kirsten. And then she is galloping up the hill now to prepare for the Mars water. Super. I mean, those are big hedges there. You go up the back part of that hill there. It's the last big climb you have to do on this cross-country course, and the 3-star and the 4-star, you go up another little bit. But it's a lovely, friendly drop in, but those are big hedges out. Fabulous.
Lovely
Well,
ride through
these kids
there.
are riding super. Isn't this fun? What an experience for them.
It's so wonderful to have the under 25s here and getting this experience at a course like Bromont.
Absolutely. We're extremely lucky to have Bettina Hoy over here running the Bromont Rising. She's the coach for the week, and what an opportunity for these guys. And they not in addition to the coaching, they also get to see a lot of listen to a lot of lectures and talk about dressage tests and talk about management and talk about owners and just talk about social license. And it's an educational week on so many levels. We're thankful to Peter Gray for all that he does for Bromont Rising, and he's also our obviously our dressage judge in the 4-star. So he's wearing a number of hats as he always does here at Bromont.
Catch up with Courtney.
Looks like Courtney just had a super ride there through the ditch complex. She is cruising on to the ditch hole before she heads to the stumps on the downhill turn in 4.
See the horses being taken care of and cooled out there.
Yeah. And it looks like we see Kirsten coming down into the arena. And as I mentioned, as you're coming down that bit before you go past the vet box and past the start is where they kind of get a chance to catch their breath again. And that's why Derek has you swing out here and catch their breath in this arena, jump at the end, and then come back around. It really makes a big, big difference. There's always, when we're walking these cross-country courses, we always think about where we're going to take our foot off the gas for a moment, so that we can allow our horses to just catch, they take a couple big breaths and then they go, oh, I'm ready to keep going. And then they cruise off away. Or they might just be, hey, I'm still a little tired. And then you have to ride slightly differently on the way home and have a bit more time than you maybe had planned to have. And that's totally fine. And that's part of being a horseman.
And that's part of understanding and getting the experience to feel what you need to do and how you need to react on the day.
Wow, that horse was just jumped super through there. Sorry. Good job, Courtney. That was really cool. It's nice to see another good horse that she's brought up. Gosh, it's fun to have all these different views. I mean, look
It's
at that.
incredible.
It's really fun. Okay, so we're seeing Courtney, I think, come down there over the rails. And then we're going to be turning down here to the table before we do that complex that is clearly riding very well before the main arena. But when I looked at it, I thought, woof, it's a pretty wide, hedgy sort of table thing. You jump this one here, this rail, and then you turn right to that, and then make a left down to a narrow at the bottom there, an angled narrow at the bottom there. But it's riding very well.
Here we have Waylon Roberts and Fernhill Salt Lake.
Now, Waylon has been a member of our Canadian team here several times. So for a long time, one of the top riders in Canada. I think he went to the Pan Ams the first time when he was 5. So he's ridden. Oh, I jinxed him. He's ridden Bromont many times. But yeah, that horse obviously and it looks like he's going to retire. He's just going to pop the ditch there and retire. I think, or maybe he's coming around. We shall see.
I think they
might be fixing the jump.
They have to wait for the jump to be fixed before he can continue.
Okay, I'm kind of interested where he went on the side there then, because I think it looked like he popped over the ditch. So we'll see. But anyway, Waylon's a super cross-country rider, and he's always fun to watch here. He's no stranger to Bromont.
Lovely shot through there.
Courtney's having a cracking round.
We have a new starter as well.
It looks like
Kirsten Shatuma on One Sly Fox.
I like that name.
Me too. I think when she actually got this horse that his name was Double No, and that she changed his name to One Sly Fox because Double No felt like a bad omen for the horse.
Wow, yes, I don't blame her. I know it's usually a bit of they always say it's bad luck to change a horse's name, but I don't think I would be riding anything called Double No either. Waylon there waiting around until they put the rails back together there. This team is very quick, as we have mentioned. They're quite used to getting everything back on course speedily. Ooh, very
Catch up
nice
with
ride
Courtney
through
at
there.
the Lemure Water.
Wow.
Lovely shot.
Yeah, I think this has been one of the better rounds. Good job, Courtney. All right, I think they're back in place. You see Jay running off camera because he doesn't like to be on camera. So he's running off to the side there.
See, Kirsten just went through that downhill and will be headed up to the back end. Will actually be
Here
interesting
comes
to
Waylon
see.
again,
Yep.
coming down through that. Oh, got over it. Well done. Good. Well done,
Nice
Waylon.
job.
So I see now what he did.
He went to the middle.
Yes,
part.
very clever, Waylon. so obviously the horse was having a peek at that ditch, and so he had a little bit of a go through there, so it'd make his life a little bit easier on the second attempt, and he was correct, and off he goes. It looks like we have Chris, yeah.
One Fly Fox.
Super. Gosh. Waylon better get a move on. This one's
Right,
going to go.
she's gonna catch up.
She's going to catch
And
up.
he's an 11-year-old thoroughbred, so he's got some wheels.
Unfortunately, Waylon's fairly speedy, but he better not slow down again, or he's going to get run over by Kristen. And she comes to that big ditch and hedge, and here we have Waylon at the water, Mars Water. Great shot in. And you see how he comes in, and I love the rein length. You see how he comes in, and the second he gives a lovely positive ride in, the horse jumped it great. And then he stays very tall and puts his leg on and connects, but doesn't shorten the reins. He rides what Lucinda would call on the hook and just stays in a beautiful balance, but allows the horse to have his neck coming across there. And that's why he hit it so beautifully on the way out. And the three just looked stunning. That people get the necks too short in those situations. Or just land and kick to nothing, that's when the horses get into a bit of trouble on the way out and have to be clever.
And just starting the course will be Lainey Ashker and Love Dance. We're excited to have Lainey here at Bromont.
Yeah, I am too. God, here she comes. Keep moving, Will.
Come on, here. I know.
We've got Kirsten here, and then, just a different, that horse popped that middle B element, and again she was a little bit up the horse and then landed a bit steep, and so the 4 worked out better there for that particular horse.
So Courtney Cooper's home in 8 minutes and 35 seconds, so she'll add 10.4 time to her dressage score. And there goes Lainey out of the Mars Sustainability Bay.
Lainey thinks a lot of this horse. It's a beautiful horse, Annie. Very good jumping horse. And she's taken a lot of time bringing up the levels and getting strong.
Back with Kirsten in one sly fox.
I was thinking when we were watching the dressage yesterday that all of these horses look in really good condition this year. It's we've seen some beautifully fit, strong horses, and it was nice to watch. So Waylon, he knows he's had that pin and had to, and this, well, I guess it would actually just be a 20, sorry, earlier on. So again, just like Colin, he's just going to go ahead and give this horse an educational ride. He's not putting his foot down too much, but he's also not wasting time. Waylon is often quicker than he looks. He's quite a speedy cross-country rider, and he was very neat in his turn to both that table and the angled tables.
So we're going to have Lainey coming up here, ditch and rails. Just took a peek there.
So this was planned on her part. Hopefully she gets back to that. And that's absolutely fine. So you're allowed to, as long as you don't cross your tracks, you're absolutely allowed to take whatever wiggle works for you the best. I always thought it was interesting to watch Lucinda Fredericks with Headley Britannia, because very often she would do lots of wiggles through these different combinations because it worked out better for that mare. And so Lainey was clearly concerned about the angle of that table after jumping the ditch, and so she thought it was smarter for her to go off to the left, go around that 4-star element to present the table straight, and it worked out totally fine.
Better to have a few seconds than 20.
Yeah.
It's not needed.
Everybody has their plans. Beautiful. Yep. Excellent body control. Again, I would like to just talk about the fact that the rein length it's just nice to let that horse be able to have its head and neck jumping through there, and that's what makes it look so smooth. Ooh, that horse got a hind end.
Buck Davidson on Serafino D.
Sit up, Buck. You're going to get knocked off with the bum. You see some of these images here.
It's really incredible.
Yeah. And we have coming around there, it looks like, to the open, here we are coming into the Mars water.
Catch back up with Lainey and Love Dance.
Yep. Great jump in. And see again too, look at her upper body and rein length. Perfect. Absolutely
gorgeous ride through
perfect.
there. This is an 8-year-old mare that Lainey's been producing slowly, as you said, and really taking her time.
Well, and 8 is still very young to be here at a three-star long. And
that's
gosh, it's a bit
unfortunate.
heartbreaking this far along, isn't it? Oh, all right. I like that she's giving it another crack there, honestly. Come on. Yay. Okay. Good on her.
It's good.
on her.
It's good to keep going. You didn't come this far to...
Well, it's only a few more jumps to jump, and I like that she did that and didn't just retire. She's had a very good trip around the country so far, and so she's almost home. Let's see, and Yes, an 8-year-old is still young for the level, and this horse is not. This horse is a slightly bigger horse, and so everybody develops at their own pace. I mean, horses and people, and thoroughbreds tend to be ones that you can have slightly younger at this level, and it does take the warm bloods or the crosses a little bit longer to get strong enough and galloping fit for this level.
Catch back up with Buck on this 10-year-old Holsteiner.
That was a really good ride in. Really good ride. Really good. And it's a bummer there that happened to him there, because just lost a bit of power in the turn, but his instinct of what he was trying to do was correct. I don't think horse came down a bit early on that table, but it's such a big springing, jumping horse, and he's well aware of that. He rode in over those rails really well, and he just was so concerned that he was going to leap over that ditch and go and end up back in New York. So I understand exactly why he did that. Good ride here, Miss Laney. Perfect. What a step on this one, too.
Yeah, I was going to say that rode tight.
Well, I tell you, the water also did, and that 3 is not short. So here she comes in her USA hat and boots.
Their overnight leaders have started. Sarah Schulman and Cooley Chromatic are out on course, and they lead the division on a 26.4.
And Buck has gone around that corner there. It's I think this horse has it's quite a springy jumper and landing out a bit far, and I imagine that 4 probably carried him down a tiny bit. And now we're seeing coming through that first water. Nice.
Buck coming back through the water the other direction. Big jump in. This horse has got a heck of a jump on it.
yeah, and I think now it's getting into its rhythm a little bit. Sometimes when you have these horses, they're so expressive, it does take them a second to not be quite so extravagant, which is harder on cross country. It's a lot harder to ride, honestly. Good job there. Well done. She knew that she was going to get down that 4 really easily, and she just did exactly what Jenny did there. Jenny was well aware that her horse has a big step,
yes,
and rode that perfectly. And here comes Buck on the big oxer there, open air oxer on the top of the hill as you're going past the VIP.
This horse seems to have a lot of opinions.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. But the other thing I think it's interesting to note, though, and you'll notice it as Buck goes along here, when you have a horse that has that extravagant of a hind end and has that loose of a jump over the fence, you'll notice the last couple strides that he is actually lengthening his rein, coming into even his galloping fences, and that is to encourage the horse not to go up as high. I'm well aware of what that's like with Rubens to sew. And so here we have coming
Really Chromatic and Sarah Schulman.
Beautiful. Beautiful ride.
Lovely shot through there.
What is it about a horse with a big white face?
Hard to miss, and they're easy to love.
They are. Whenever I see that, I think of Biko.
Mm-hmm. Catch up with Buck.
Yeah. So he's less likely to do it on too many of the accuracy questions, but I noticed he was doing it on the water and did on one of the galloping fences. So, and this horse is now traveling across a little bit better, and that was his whole goal there. I imagine as he gallops to this table, he'll do exactly the same thing. Is when you want there we go. Perfect. Now, yeah, perfect. When you want the horse to jump up a little bit, that's when you're going to take a little bit more of a feel there and be a bit. You would like to get across. Beautiful. Look at beautiful. Yeah, he's giving this horse a really good ride. This is a very talented horse, but it's not the easiest right now with how it is. Like I said, it's so extravagant in this jump. The horse is getting better and better.
Anton, 51 coming to you.
As much as we love that in the show jumping, it's a little harder in the cross country. Okay,
He just
Yeah.
took a big,
Yeah.
big pop out of the water.
Yeah, but had enough head and neck to make that work perfectly. So well done, Sarah.
So we are close to halfway through this division, and we don't have anyone inside the time yet.
Right. Yeah. So I was wrong. I thought that it would be a little bit, but we have a couple more to go here.
We have some speedy riders coming up.
We have some speedy riders. I'm not surprised that Arden was quick, and Arden actually has another one in this.
And here comes the man going down the hill there. Is Boyd Martin on Barney Rubble. Boyd actually has won this three-star in the last 2 years.
He's won it 350,000 times. I think he won most of the divisions last year.
He
Didn't
did. He did indeed.
Yeah. So look how much better that horse is here. Huh? Look at that. Fantastic. Yeah. Fantastic. So he's going to be quite happy with this horse when he finishes. How much? It's lovely to see.
What?
Love to see a horse finishing better than it started. So
pulled
it
out.
looks like we have a hold for some reason, or what's going on. We'll see. We're not sure. Again, we don't know if a frangible's been hit or anything like that, and we just we're sitting here and we don't know if they may check something. Safety is the most important thing here on the cross country, so they might have to just make an adjustment of the fence. And then we see Sarah coming here into the main arena.
Again, our overnight leaders.
Beautiful. I think it's fun because you see a lot of these horses and riders in this class will be such a huge development part of their career, and you'll often see them go and be successful. For example, today we had Cassie Sanger just go beautifully around Graham, and we're so proud of her, our young American rider. And Redfield Fire, she was riding around here last year. So,
and Cassie,
I'm sure it's there at Brahma.
There's no doubt. And Cassie won the under 25 class on Burnhill Zorro in 2022, and that's the horse she has. That's the other horse she has at Bramham as well.
Yeah. So Bromont is certainly a stepping stone for these horses and riders going to major competitions around the world. So we see they're just putting some brush back into that stump there. So I think, somebody maybe got a little bit close and just scrape that out, but that's what the brush is there for. I always think I learned a lot about, well, not a lot, but I've learned a bit more about course decoration and design. And one of my favorites, Eric Bull, said to me that, Sarah, you know what the original safety fence is? And what? Brush. so and that's what that is there. It helps to get the horses jumping up a bit higher over these solid obstacles.
Catch up with Sarah through the Lemure water.
Great. She's having a really nice round. It'll be interesting to see her time.
And she sat very tightly there after that first one because they got a bit close, but she sat very still and just pointed him at the next one and said, "Here we go, boy."
Yep. Walked down that number.
Yes.
Though. Yeah, walked down there. It looks like we're just hanging out here for a second before we get Boyd restarted. And as I had spoken about before, they pulled Boyd up before that triple bar rail at the for the ditch complex because it would have been very mean even to Boyd Martin. It would have been very mean to have pulled him up before the ditch complex. We need to give these horses and riders the ability to jump something to get them back into the rhythm before they come into these harder, influential complexes on the course. Looks like they've got that pretty much under control. That looks like Derek out there earning his money.
If you're just joining us here this morning for Cross Country Day at Mars Bromont, I'm Annie Bishop and I'm alongside Sarah Kozenblick, and we are delighted to be bringing you live streaming from Bromont. We're underway in the 3-star long division here, and it has been an exciting morning so far, and we've seen some beautiful rides through this amazing course.
We really have, and we've seen a lot of horses get a lot of education going around this course. We've seen a lot of horses start maybe a little, just getting better and better as they're going, and we'll finish finish this course with much stronger horses for the future. So Boyd just gave that a lovely ride there. Once again, that triple bar rail puts shape back into the horse before you come up this steep hill here to do this hanging rail down into the ditch complex. So it's kind of them to have put that in there to put the shape in. Great ride there. Yeah.
Lovely ride. I
Yeah.
think Boyd will be happy to have that ditch behind him at Morven Park. Barney Rubble took quite offense to the ditch
That's
rail
right, I
combination there.
remember that,
So I think Boyd will be happy to have that past him.
Yes. Well, he's obviously been building that at home. Boyd has a fantastic cross-country schooling facility at his home base at Woodora in Pennsylvania, and we're so lucky to be able to use it all the time. And I'm always impressed with how much he moves things around and builds all these things. I'm sure as soon as Barney got home,
He had that kind of combination.
yes, he might have been sleeping with it. So, and Boyd is obviously a beautiful cross-country rider to watch, one of the best in the world. And in fact, we're extremely proud to say that he is now world number 2. Boyd moved up to world number 2.
And of course has been named to the U.S. team for Paris as well.
Yeah, and that was a lovely, neat turn inside that B element of the 4-star long and short there. Again, it's every second helps. Going around that kind of does cost you a few seconds.
So Sarah Schulman was home in 8 minutes and 32 seconds, so she'll be on 9.2 time, and she will end the day today on a 35.6, which will slot into second provisionally behind Arden Wilderson and Billy Beaufort.
She'll be delighted with that, I'm sure. That was a really nice cross-country round, and honestly, I think that was faster than it looked. But like we were talking about, if you start in one rhythm from the beginning, you're quicker than when you look. I think that was a solid, beautiful round from her, so congratulations to her. Looks like Boyd was just super through that first big water there. I mean, obviously we get our feet wet quite early on, but that's the first big water complex there at Mars Equestrian Water.
Here we have Kelty O'Donoghue and Kilcannon Candy Kid. By saying that 3 times fast.
Yeah, Kelty is another really good rider. I mean, she can ride just about anything. So we'll keep our fingers crossed here for her around here. But I thoroughly enjoy watching Kelty, and it's nice to see her here at Bromont. Her sister Megan is also a fantastic upper-level rider.
See the horses in the vet box there being taken care of. We got some behind the scenes chat with Eves yesterday about what goes on in the vet box there.
Yes, we did. Yes, and he very kindly. We're coming down into that main arena there. I think we're seeing Boyd come into that main arena. Yeah, he very kindly took the time to talk about what the vet's jobs here and what the 10-minute. Or sorry, I shouldn't call it 10-minute box. I'm aging myself. What the cooling out vet box is after the cross country, where we're just making sure that our horses' temperatures and respirations and everything, the horses are okay, and to go back to the barn. And we're so thankful to have these vets looking out for the welfare of our horses and helping us every step of the way here.
Boyd does not look like he's hanging about.
Yeah, Boyd is on a mission, which is not shocking. So he's one of the quicker riders, and actually that's probably my favorite ride through the arena so far. That 4 is coming up a little bit quick, and was just smooth, and 4 very even steps there.
Kelty.
Excellent riding. Beautiful Kelty. Kelty, like I said, can ride anything. She really can.
And she made that happen there.
Yeah, she's so good. And I think I'm excited to watch this horse go around, because sometimes it's we have some really great riders out there that just don't necessarily had the horse, but
and leaving the start box now
she's
is
a good rider.
Kate Sand and Top Shelf. His ears are pricked. He looks very happy.
I love the little Bromont for my cross country.
It's time to go.
You with my friend. What a sweet horse.
Okay.
So the first few fences out here, obviously, just getting you into the rhythm of the cross country, and I do like here at Bromont, as we watch Boyd through the mirror. I really love how he's not running out of room anywhere, and that's not an accident, right? Like he's jumping in and then balancing and not running the horse I would say running to the chip if we're in show jumping, but just running a little bit too deep, that was really well done. Anyway, these first few fences are proper as well, which is good. It's kind of annoying sometimes when you have a big course and you're jumping small jumps and then have something major come up. Oh, look at that little skip step.
Very smart.
Yes, that was very smart on that horse's part, and also on Kelty's part, because she just sat still and let the horse put the little trot step in there.
Sat still, but still supported him through it. Didn't sort of take the leg off and didn't rush him. Just sat and said, "I'm here with you. Let's go."
Yeah. Sometimes the best thing you can do is let the horses kind of figure their legs out. And yes, you're not being weak about it, but you also don't want to give them a kick in the guts at the wrong moment there. You just want to be, as you said, supportive.
Super shot.
This horse is still full of run, actually. And we've seen some horses come around this turn and been a little bit, she's obviously has a plan there as to why she just felt, oh, you can wait for me a little bit, mister. And now she's sending him on.
And it could be setting her up for something that's coming a bit later in the course where she knows she's going to need that control.
Yes, exactly. But that horse looks quite fit. We've seen a few that at that moment is where they're taking their breath, catching their breath after running up and down these hills. But this one looks pretty good. I'll be very curious to see Boyd's time, because that would look like a fantastic round.
Back with Top Shelf. This horse is a 9-year-old thoroughbred.
Yeah, you definitely looked like a thoroughbred. And she looks like she trusts him. Yeah, and you can see why she does.
Yeah,
they know each other quite well. So,
and you've seen a few riders take a look back there. Sometimes even if they just tap that top rail, they will hear it. They will hear the clips make a noise, so they're just looking back to see if they're carrying 11 with them.
It's kind of loud. Like I've had that happen to me as well, and when it rattles in the clip, it's kind of loud. As I come around here, this Kelty's coming around. She's not going super speedy here. I think she might be just trying to play this safe and have a nice, smooth, confidence building round for this horse. Beautiful. That was lovely.
We're just waiting on Boyd's time as well, and as soon as we have it, because he could go into the lead here.
Yeah.
And starting out on
Wouldn't
course,
be surprised.
Lauren Nicholson on Landmark's Jungle Gold, also known as Richie at home.
Yes, and this is a very good cross-country horse. I imagine she'll be fairly quick.
I would think so. Yeah. This horse was bred by Mrs. Mars, and he is out of sire is Diorado and dam is Jungle Tail.
I always think it's really wonderful that we have some owners in our sport that also breed event horses, because that is not that's a lot of work breeding horses, and we definitely need to have more of that in the United States.
So Boyd is home in 8 minutes and 32 seconds, but we are showing a 20.
Oh, okay. So well, that may be something happened that we didn't see.
Is it 21B? So we will look into that.
Oh, okay. Oh no. Okay.
So I'm a bit surprised by that.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking, isn't it?
Yes.
Horse looks super, though. I mean, horse looks super.
It was a good ride through there.
Mm-hmm.
Back with Top Shelf.
Oh
I also love his name.
I just want to go give this horse a parent.
I do too.
They're both just so happy with each other. They're both going on our cross country. They know each other so well, and you can tell that. Like it's really
Kate, if
fun.
you see two random ladies in the barn later with your horse, we're just becoming obsessed and big fans.
Yes, he just has this energy of total calm, which I really like.
Back with Lauren in Landmark's Jungle's Gold. This horse is a 9-year-old. And Lauren last ran him at Tryon in the 3-star short there.
Coming around in her.
It's a good little trot step.
Yeah, Miss Mars's colors of blue and orange. Very nice. Not shocking. Lauren is one of our most experienced riders in the field here today. And it's quite smooth, and she's been here to Bromont many, many times, and we'll give this horse excellent ride around the country, I am sure.
I mean,
Excellent, excellent. I'm just cruising around here and to line up for the 4 strides here on the angle. And I think this horse looks really fit and is still jumping very well, so good on her. So Kate's going to be happy with that. She's got to go up and do one more very big combination at the Lemire Water.
Starting out on course is Emily Ballard and Sexy Swingin' Walk.
There you go. Now I'm sad I missed the walk. How was that walk yesterday in the dressage?
I missed that one as well.
I'm surprised you guys weren't commenting on that. Okay. I think we had our split screen for the dressage, didn't we? So we had our 2-star and 3-star, so we could get as much coverage here as possible for all of our riders and owners watching at home. Beautiful shot into that water. Again, Lauren has excellent upper body control. Yeah, moving up to the 3. You know, that's where, in my opinion, when you're coming through there, she wrote that really well, but when you're coming through there and you jump that middle B element, once you know, it's only normal if you jump in normal. So when you know sort of how you jump that B element, then you can make, knowing your horse, you can then decide, okay, I'm going to sit up and box it in 4, or I need to move it in 3, or some of our horses have had massive steps like Laney's and Jenny's through there, and they actually just sat chilly in 3. And that's knowing your horse. And Lauren made that rode that beautifully because she knows her horse, and she knew after she popped the B element, she needed to move across there to get the 3 done nicely rather than running it and doing nothing at all. I know I was talking a lot about it's important to sit still and let the horses find their feet, but in that moment, it's important to make a decision based on knowing your horse. That's the fun thing about cross-country riding. And the best riders obviously don't look like they're doing much at all. So that is the goal, to get in our balance and our line of direction early and then stay out of our horse's way.
Back with Emily Ballard.
They're jumping that lovely triple bar rail there. They come around and do the ditch complex. If you get a chance, if you're here, lucky enough to be here at Bromont, to get a chance to walk back there to see how steep that is coming off of those ditches to the tables afterwards. She rode that really well, really well. That is very steep, and we're all hugely nervous about that. Respectful, I should say. We're always respectful of that combination. Nice smooth turn there from Lauren. Yep, good. And she's going to go galloping up that hill. That horse still looks plenty of run. Because again, if you're not here on site at Bromont, you can see it in the background, but this is quite a hilly cross country course here on the side of the mountain, and it is a true fitness test.
Joining us on course is Haley Freelick and Sportsfield Lumiere.
That's a cute name.
It is. They're coming forward on a 30.1 from dressage yesterday. But I think as we are seeing today, it is not going to be a dressage competition.
No, it never is at Bromont. I've never been to Bromont where it was a dressage competition. And honestly, it'll be, every phase will be influential. The cross country is historically the most influential by a mile, but the show jumping is also influential here. And one of the most important things when you're thinking about jumping around these courses, I'm just going to watch Lauren come through here. Beautiful shot in there. Yeah. That was stunning. That was stunning. Yeah. Good girl. Is that, yes, we want to be clear and as close to the optimum time as is possible for the conditions and our horse's experience. But the other thing is you don't want to be clear and inside the time where the horse is absolutely being knackered because you rode hard to do that, and then trying to do the final inspection on the Sunday, and then you have to jump a clear show jumping round. So there's no point in cruising around here and then having 5 down on Sunday. So that is all part of the art form as well. Smooth is quick, and smooth is also takes less out of the horses. It's interesting, I think, because you can't really tell from this camera angle of how downhill that is after the rails as you turn to that table. You're watching a lot of people really balance there and get a little bit quiet into that table, but I think it's how that terrain is turning, which we can't quite see. It looks like it's a little flatter than it is, but it is not.
We catch back up with Haley in Sportsfield Lumiere, back up the ditch and rail.
Oh, this horse has a really good canter. Looks a bit Araby too, doesn't it? Woo! That was pretty cute. That was pretty cute. It reminds me a little bit of Vermiculus.
Yeah.
It's kind of got that little, little spring in its step and sort of skipping along there. It just reminds me a little bit of that.
Sportsfield Lumiere is an 8-year-old Irish sport horse.
How cool is that? Well, Irish sport horse means just about anything. So
Apologies, a 9-year-old. Apologies.
So that's quite young for the
yes
for this, and that's good. So here we have coming galloping into the main arena.
It's Emily and Sexy Swinging Walk.
I still want to see the walk. I mean, I don't want to see it yet, Emily. You've got to finish the course.
No walking.
No walking yet. Finish the course well, and then I want to see the walk. I'm going to be down watching the final inspection tomorrow just for that. Lovely. And you see how tall she was with her upper body in there. And again, that's what I was talking about with Lauren. So she came around there, she jumped that first table, and then she thought, well, I know my horse's step. I need to balance on the first stride and not run out of room and do 3 in a vomit step. So that was really well done.
Coming to the water, we have Haley, Sportsfield Lumiere.
I'm excited to watch this. Yeah. Dink, dink. Yep. Excellent.
There. And then crossing, coming into frame is Cindy Elliott on Chin Tonic 3.
Sid is another fantastic cross-country rider here to watch today. And you're noticing, I'm sure, Annie, too, the more experienced riders are taking an extra second on that turn. It's not the place to mess around. It's early on in the track. It's a relatively straightforward fence, but it's not. Derek's trying to lure you into getting a bit fancy there, and it's much safer and much smarter to swing out and jump that straight.
Back with Haley.
Yeah.
She rides for New Zealand. It's always fun to have different flags flying here.
Absolutely. Well, that was well done. And noticing kind of a little bit what we're talking about with that horse and fox, this horse is also a loose hind end. And you notice she has a slightly longer rein come into some of these fences to get across the jump a little bit better. And that's an educated ride on her part. Now it looks like we have coming, where are we here? Okay.
Sid and Chin Tonic 3.
That's going to get confusing.
It's going to be very confusing.
It's going to get confusing. So that was a good ride there to that triple bar rail.
This horse was produced in Germany by Julia Krajewski.
Oh, wow,
and,
okay.
Has done very well at the Young Horse Championships over in Europe and other things. So it's exciting that he's here with Sid.
Well, what a person to produce a horse.
Yes.
Wow, this thing is cool. Super ride, Sid. Wow. Well, that's exciting. So if we end up having 2 really good gin tonics, what are we going to do? I mean, we're going to have somebody's going to have to. I mean, I guess Will's a slightly different size than Sid. Lovely turn. Wow, she's a beautiful rider, isn't she?
Yes.
Lovely upper body. The tail is cracking me up.
That's very good.
61, John. 61. Coming back.
Looks like next out of the box it should be Lucia again, I believe.
There's Sid and Chin Tonic 3. Lovely shot on that turning.
Lucia's already had a lovely round on her first horse, and here she is on FE Caspian.
So the clubhouse leader still is Arden Wilderson on Billy Beaufort.
Well, it shows you what a good cross-country round is going to do today here at Bromont, and that will be true across the board.
Sid could take
Wow.
over depending on her time. She comes forward on a 28, and she was sitting in fourth place overnight.
Yeah, and I wouldn't. Since moving along, she's not hanging about, and that was a super ride through there. And here we have Haley again. This horse is really cool. And that's not easy to, she's making it look very, very simple, but that's not easy to sit that motion where the hind end flips up like that. It's not an easy thing to do, especially going down a drop or through terrain like that. Oh, wait, we've got, what's happening here?
That is Lucia.
Yeah.
He looks like he's taking a bit of...
I don't know. I don't want to go in there.
I feel like getting my feet wet today.
Okay. Okay. We'll see what she's deciding to do here. She must have had a problem there at that first hedge thing coming out of the water. Good ride.
So we have a time in for Lauren Nicholson as well. She's home in 8 minutes and 33 seconds, so that's 9.6 time faults. She'll go forward to show jumping tomorrow in a 38.2. She should be very pleased with that. The horse looked super.
Absolutely, and that seems to be the time that everyone's coming in at. It's about 8:30. So we're not out there feeling it, and that's obviously what makes sense at the moment. So I do think that Sid is moving along here now. We're seeing her coming into the main arena. I wouldn't be surprised if she was a little faster. And so Jenny's time of coming in with the 5.2 is really looking good as well, isn't it? I mean,
yes.
Arden was the slickest there, but Jenny is right up there as well.
Our current leaders in the clubhouse, we have Arden Wildison on a 35.2, Sarah Schulman right behind on a 35.6, and Jenny Brannigan on a 38.0. Again, all to play for still today. Lovely ride through there for Sid and Chin Tonic 3. So unfortunately, it looks like Lucia had the horse took a peek at that brush down the hill, and it looks like she's called it a day and will be headed home.
Well, that's smart. I mean, you just don't know when you're not feeling it on the day. I mean, she did go through that water and jump out over that hedge, and so she did get that done. And now there's always another day, as we know.
Exactly. Back with Allison Springer on her second ride. This is Monbag Zebedee, and Allison ran into a bit of spot of bother on her first horse, but she'll be happy to have this horse back out.
Yes, for sure. And I at the open air Oxer, and that stuff happens, and everybody's fine. But it will have given her some information how the first part of the course rides, and that ditch complex and the Mars water. She had great goes on, so I think that she has had a feel for the first part, and that's always an advantage when you can get out and jump some of the course beforehand.
Catch up with, we see Sid through the Lemure water.
Super, Sid. Excellent. So I'm curious to see her time. She's had a very, very nice trip around the cross country so far. But like we said, that last pull from the main arena up to that water is a serious pull. So as they get to the top there, you do have to let them catch their breath for a second, then jump through there. But she is almost home.
Allison's had a big jump over that.
Yes, she looks super. And it's looking a little gloomier, Annie.
I know. I didn't want to say anything.
It's looking a little gloomier, but we're still okay. Honestly, this ground can take a lot of rain, and the ground is, like we said, hasn't been pouring in the weeks leading up to this, so we will be fine. We will be fine.
And they've been aerating and doing everything they can so that if it does really get a good soaking, the rain will go into the ground and not be on top of the ground.
On it. They are absolutely on it. There's very few people I would trust as much as this team here. Allie just giving them a little bit of a reminder saying, hey, we've got a big ditch complex here to go. No thinking too much. You need to come around here and get in my balance, and then you've got to get over that rail. And that served her well. Beautiful.
Lovely shot through there.
Again, that's knowing your horse, I mean, she couldn't have set that up better.
You can see they're getting a bit of a cut in the ground there, and we know that that is the sort of wettest part of the course, but you can see the cut now.
Yep, it's a historically, honestly, it is always tiny bit wet there. That's where the water drains down off the mountain, and but it is not bad. I've been out there. The footing is pretty darn perfect, and we want them to go into the ground a little bit, as you and I were discussing earlier. I mean, nothing breaks horses down more honestly than the ground being too firm. So going into the ground is a good thing. And then it looks like, who do we have coming in?
I think we're going to have Jenny Brannigan, an amazing anthem.
All right. So we're lucky to have Tim and Nina Gardner here this weekend watching their horses. They're huge fans of Bromont. And they use it pretty much in every one of their horses' careers as they come up the levels there.
We have a time in for Sid Elliott. She'll 8 minutes and 37 seconds, so she'll go forward tomorrow with adding 11.2 time penalties and a 39.2, slotting into provisional 5th place.
Super. She's going to be delighted with that. That was a wonderful round from start to finish. And as I said, I feel like everyone's coming in around the 8:30 mark. It seems to be the favorite spot to be. And Allie's been planning to do 4 there. She did 4 on her other horse as well, and she set that up beautifully. Just came in over that B element and stretched tall and balanced on the first stride so that the 4 was nice and easy for that horse. And these views on the mountains here at beautiful, beautiful, beautiful Bromont. Okay, good girl. So you can see she took an extra second in that turn. It's always a bit tricky, when you've had a silly problem on one horse, and you have to come around and be like, okay, I don't want to have a silly problem on the next one. And she did a great job there. And now she's cruising around to do the downhill turning question here, which is a narrow hedge and brush there turn. We do a rail first, but a narrow hedge and brush turning down to an angled hedge, which is ridden beautifully all day. I said to you earlier, Annie, I thought it was quite tough, but it's been riding. I haven't even heard about it, which is wonderful.
So this wonderful mare that Jenny is on is a 13-year-old mare, but this is her 3rd career. She ran on the flat, she ran over hurdles, and now she's an event horse.
Here she is.
Aren't thoroughbreds amazing?
Yes, they are. Fabulous. Well, I have a slight feeling, Annie, that this might be a speedy cross-country round.
It could be.
As Jenny says, well, I'm on a racehorse, people. So she nipped through there, and now she's off. As we come into the main arena, we have Allison Springer. And this is like we were saying, this is a great moment for the horses. They come down. They've done quite a lot in the beginning part of that course, and they've gone up some hills and they've gone around all this terrain. So it's nice to come down that hill, past the start and past the stabling and things, and come and catch your breath a bit on the flat before you have to make this turn to go back up this final hill, because it is a long pull up this hill.
Back with Diana Burnett on her 2nd horse, Mint Monster.
That's a good name.
And they come forward on a 36.1.
As I said, Di is no stranger to Bromont. She is here every year. She said, other than when she's giving birth. So, woof, go Jenny. Beautiful through there. She knows this mare very, very well. It's got a great shot in, a good shot to be, and then cruised across the 3, and now she's hauling up that hill. I think she's on a mission, Annie.
She would be. There's a very dark cloud.
That's a very dark cloud, yes. So we're just going to ignore that. It looks beautiful on the camera. And Di jumping and getting nice and straight to that first question there at fence 4 through the water. And as we've mentioned before, it's not a particularly tricky question, but you do have to take it seriously. And so the experienced riders are swinging out and making sure the horses see that straight on. In the 3-star, it's a little tiny bit friendlier, of course, than the 4-star. The 4-star, there's quite a drop on the landing side of that, and you don't want to get too clever there and think you're going to slice across in case all of a sudden you maybe have a funny jump there or even a silly stop. It happens every year. So if anyone's listening, don't be one of those ones.
Don't have the silly mistake.
Yeah. And I love that he does that because he's making full use of that terrain as you come straight down that hill past the VIP tent, and then you're going, up and down those little undulations, which is so great for the horses and riders to practice and great for their education when you get to places like the Trout Hatchery at Burley.
Catch Jenny, an amazing anthem coming into the arena.
Look at that horse's gallop. I mean, this is Jimmy always used to say a good cross country horse was fun to ride twice a year. So I mean, you have this gallop across there, and he's cruising around to come on this 4-star angled tables, which is a very friendly thing to have here. But I think it's really nice because he's about to ask quite a serious accuracy. The hedges at the top of that hill after that gallop are very big hedges, and they are narrow, and so I think it's nice to do that.
We saw Jenny there just in was to give the mare a tap on the right shoulder to say, "It's right there, stay with me."
Yep.
Sometimes you just have to close that door so they don't think about going out to the right.
Absolutely. And horses, like people, can be definitely can be a little bit one-sided, and so some shift a little bit left, some a little bit right.
We have Ariel Grald here on her second horse, which is Agiajo's Nobility. Ariel unfortunately parted company with Diaria on her first horse, but
oh gosh, and Daria was looking so good. That was such a shame. Well, this is quite a serious name.
Agiajo's Nobility.
Adagio, I think.
Adagio.
I think it's a music term. I'm trying to remember I don't know quite how to describe it. I know how to play it, but I don't know quite how to describe it.
You have a hidden talent that I know nothing about.
Play the piano and the violin and clarinet.
I mean.
So here goes Miss Jenny here. Well, talk about knowing your horse. That was a beautiful ride. She knew that four was going to come up a little bit. She knew that if she pressed to that hedge on the way through the water there, it would have been the wrong decision. And so she sat tight with her legs wrapped around the horse and gave her time to shape around that and then ride forward to the four. Ooh. Okay. That was planned as well. So just like Allie, I had thought for her particular horse that the 4 strides there was going to be better. And so she went a little quieter through that water, and it worked out beautifully.
Allison's home with in 8 minutes 55 seconds, so 18.4 time. So she'll go forward tomorrow on a 49.3.
Fantastic. She'll be happy to do that, and we're going to see her later in the 4-star long. Here we have Di Burnett again coming around the lake here, past the final fence, jumping about to head down to the main arena. And I think it's, we haven't mentioned it really much today, but I think it's fun that important that we mention that we are on the site of the 76th Olympic Games, and is the only Olympic site that has been in continuous use since the Games. How impressive is that?
It's unbelievable. I grew up with pictures of the site, and when I drove in the other day, I felt like it looks exactly the same, and it's such a special, special place.
Yes, and that we owe a huge thank you to Sue Ockenden for that. Oh, poor Ariel there. Just maybe is not her day right now. So she came around the turn there, and it just looked like the horse was slightly surprised with that and is now not sure about the whole thing. So we'll just see what happens. But as I said, you can't see it. Of course, you can tell that it's a downhill drop after those rails. But when you go steeply up that little hill, why don't we go back? If we go steeply up that little hill as you come down to the rails, it's really quite a drop. So as we're coming in here to the main arena, we have Di Burnett jumping the table, coming around to those angled cabins.
So 21B seems to be causing some issues. Boyd picked up a 20 there, and I've just gotten word that Jenny unfortunately parted company with Amazing Anthem at 21B as well.
No. Oh, what a heartbreaking thing to happen to from home, isn't it? But who was it saying Dream Killer Derek the other day? I can't remember who it was. We'll add Jay to that list.
I think it was Janelle.
It might have been my kid. We'll add Jay to that list too. We're not going to blame everything on Derek. So it looks like Ariel is on her way again. So she is through that coffin. Good girl.
65, John. 65.
And I do always like to see that then. And you'll see the more experienced riders come all this way up here to do this and to put this, use this excellent course to continue your horse's education. You don't just, if you have a little problem here or there, you just cruise on and get the rest of the course done. And then you'll end up with a better horse for the future. And that is absolutely what you should do. And here she is coming up the hill to the Mars water. I think we got a wind coming as well there.
You and I are saying.
Yes, I know. Here comes Ariel, not Ariel, Di into the Lemire water. And she's balancing quite a lot on this horse. And again, it's just a little, she's totally fine. The horse is fine. But she was balancing quite a lot in there, and that's a very big hedge coming out. So I think maybe that they just weren't quite on the same page reading that, but everybody is fine. And so Ariel is galloping up the Mars water. It looks like she was super through there. And now she's coming at the top of the hill, about to come down and do those big frangible. Oh, sorry. Yeah. I'm on the wrong side. Sorry, guys. It looks like we have Arden again.
With Tokyo Drift.
Well, here she is, Miss Speedy herself. Yeah. Not a bad idea there, I think. So the horse had a little tiny bit of a peek in the bluestone that is underneath that triple bar rail. And Arden just said, hey, stay in front of me. We've got some big rails here to do. And she's coming around the top. Girl. Excellent. Good girl. And how clever was that horse there? And she knows it. She gave a very big pat after that. Yeah. She really had a big jump over those rails, and Arden knew that was coming. And so she stayed very tall and supportive. And then it was nice over the ditch. And I really liked how that horse ran the table, didn't you? I thought that was cool.
It was lovely. And the nice thing there, too, is that Arden let the mare have her head and neck, and she guided her. She kept open reins and sort of kept channeling her where she needed to go.
Absolutely. We've been talking a lot about rein length and how important it is to stay in the center of your horses and allow them to use their head and neck. That is, again, the difference between cross-country and show jumping riding, that the terrain is a major factor. Ariel is really looking good now here.
Next starter, again, we'll see in a second, is Gabby Dickerson is our next out on course.
Super. Ariel, that horse is looking excellent now, so she's going to be delighted with that. She has got cruising back on her rhythm.
You can definitely see the wind picking up a bit out there. Hopefully the radar will stay. Back with Arden.
Oh, I'm in love with this horse. I'm in love with this horse. I'm in love with this horse. She got in there and it didn't quite get the shot she wanted over the B element, but once again, just like she did at the ditch complex, she just stayed a bit tall, let the horse have its neck, and said, okay, you figure this out. And that is a bit of something you learn as you go along, like when you need to get involved and when it's better to actually stay out of the way. There we are, coming down through there.
That is Gabby Dickerson and traditionally Fernhill. Catch back up with Tokyo Drift. For those of you wondering, Tokyo Drift was not named after the Fast and the Furious movie.
That's right. You were chatting with Arden's mum,
yes,
Sarah, about that yesterday. Well, and Arden was our fastest on the cross country course here today. So I'm sure she's seeing if she can get another horse right up there on the leaderboard. Here comes Gabby, about to head up to the ditch complex. We are so delighted to be able to bring this beautiful, beautiful event here. Bromont is one of the most stunning events in the world. And we're so excited that we actually can show it to everyone that has been lucky enough to be here. And that was a stunning ride through there from Gabby. And she gives him a pat on the neck. Well done. She's a lovely cross country rider, isn't she, Annie?
It's
This is,
stunning.
yeah, really, really good. It's fun to watch some of these riders that we haven't seen, as much yet at the highest levels, but they are on their way.
We are getting down to our last view here in the 3-star long. If you're just joining us, I'm Annie Bishop, and I'm joined by Sarah Kozenblick, and we are delighted to be bringing you this 3-star long from Bromont. We have a few horses left in this division, and then we will get started with the 4-star long, which is sure to be a wonderful class at 11:10 a.m.
Oh, it is going to be really exciting, Annie. And like I said earlier, I was out there walking the cross country course this morning, the 4-star long this morning, and the ground is perfect. It is a big, challenging cross country course, and it's going to be an exciting day of sport to watch.
His Arden gave Tokyo Drift a gorgeous ride through there and really worked through the line together, and you could see the partnership. They were trusting each other.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it was quite a different ride through there than a lot of the other horses have done. But again, it's knowing your horse and knowing what's best for the situation and what's coming up. And they have to go up that long pull to that Lemire water, and that is a serious question at the top of the hill. So here we have Gabby at Mars water coming through. Lovely body control. Look at that. Rein length, perfect. And again, we've been talking a lot about, you need to ride the line, not the stride, and know your horses. And she knew as she came over that big, wide, narrow table there that she was better off to sit up and support in the 4. And she made that look very nice. There is a 3 there too. And it's, again, it's only normal if you jump in normal, and you've got to know your horse. And both of those are equally fine.
You can see in our screen in the top left, we've got Katie Lichten and HTS Jensen R getting ready to start. And they're one of our under 25 riders as well.
And Katie looked fantastic earlier.
Yes.
So this is fun. I mean, you get a bit of an advantage having been around the course before, obviously. Oh, what's going on here?
Seemed to be.
Oh, no. Do we miss that table? You've seen a lot of people coming around that turn really balancing, and I just wonder maybe, I don't know, we didn't quite see what happened there, but I have a feeling maybe just got run off with a bit around that turn. It's much steeper than it looks right here. I mean, we're right on the edge of the mountain, which I know you can tell from the beautiful, stunning videography that we're having here. But it is much steeper than you think on that one bit there as you wind past the vet box. And it can be a tiny bit distracting too, Annie, when you're coming past the start and you're coming past the vet box and you're coming past all that stuff. Horses do notice those sort of things. It's like going away from the barn. We see a lovely shot there of our title sponsor, Mars Equestrian. We cannot do these events anywhere in the world without sponsors like these, and we are so grateful to Mars Equestrian.
is the link between the iconic brands and the equestrian community. And for generations, Mars has celebrated rich equestrian heritage, and through purposeful partnerships, Mars Equestrian is committed to the sport and building an enduring legacy. From world-class competitions across all equestrian disciplines, stewarding the power of horses on society and sustainability. Mars Equestrian is dedicated to our purpose to improve the lives of horses, pets, and the people who love them.
Well,
I can't argue with that.
I can't argue with that. Thank you to them. It seems like a very small thing to say, but thank you. So we see Gabby here, beautifully there. She just has such again, I was saying that about a couple of riders we've seen here today, like just such beautiful body control, and she's elastic and centered, and she allows the horse to have his neck as he's going through all these things. And again, that's what cross-country riding is about. It's what differentiates us between the show jumpers, and it is you have to feel your way across the ground. You have to stay centered. You have to trust your horse. You have to react in the moment. It looks like we have one more circling around there.
That's Katie.
Okay.
I'm anxiously awaiting Arden's time on Tokyo Drift.
I don't think she was as fast as the other one. And I think that Tokyo Drift will be a little tiny bit slower, but I think that she'll be very happy with that round.
No doubt. As it stands now, Sarah, between the first and second leaders in the clubhouse, there is 1 second of time between Arden and Sarah tomorrow for show jumping.
Well, we love a bit of excitement, don't we? So we want every day to have a bit of a shake-up because it makes it much more interesting. just my take on it anyway.
Oh, I agree.
And the show jumping is designed by the wonderful Mark Donovan, and it will not be a joke here. And so not only will this course be beautifully designed and present its own challenges for the riders tomorrow, also you've got to take into account that they've done this huge fitness test the day before. So it is quite a different thing. In our modern sport, we often do show jump before cross country, and it is a very different sport to do show jumping on the third day. And we see Katie, I think, waiting to go. I'm not sure what's going on, but they might be adjusting something on the cross-country course like we were talking about. Sometimes they need to add some brush here, or they need to check on a fence there, and so I'm sure that's what is happening at the moment. And this team are very experienced here at Bromont.
We have to thank the builders and the designers and the volunteers. I mean, it takes a village to put on a competition like this, and we certainly have a wonderful one. So thank you to everyone who puts in their, hopefully no blood, but blood, sweat, and tears into making this happen.
There's plenty of blood with these course builders, 100%, 100%. Well, and the building, one thing I think that maybe not everyone understands is that in the sport, the building and designing of these fences it adds a huge amount to how these horses are reading them, how they jump them. Nothing out here is an accident. They are thinking about, the builders and the designers are constantly thinking about what fences how the horses read the fences, what sets them up best for what's coming on later in the course. And you'll notice at this level, because it's not in the 5-star level, they'll often not give us that much of a setup with different things. But you'll notice as you go along the course here that Derek has done different things and Jay has done different things that you can say, okay, well, this fence is then going to set them up for a question coming a little bit further on. None of that is an accident. It's all with an eye to develop the horses for future competitions.
If you're following along at home and want to have a good look at some of these fences, you can download the Cross Country Course app. We have gorgeous photos of each of the fences, and you can get a sense of it and look at the minutes and understand everything that these horses and riders are tackling here today.
Yes, we're lucky enough to have a lot of that available to us, and also a drone overview of the course. And
here's a quick look at the current standings. Again, we have a couple scores left to come in, but I'm not sure that anyone can take the lead over Karen Wilson. She has moved up from 13th after the dressage. She's currently the clubhouse leader on a 35.2, speediest round of the day on a 1.6, just adding 1.6 time. We have Sarah Schulman, who's our overnight leader, slips one place with 9.2 time penalties on a 35.6. Jenny Brannigan, the speed demon that she is, on a 38.0. She moved up from 9th to overnight to be third place leading into tomorrow. Again, another speedy rider, Lauren Nicholson, on a 38.2 on Landmarks Jungles Gold. So just again, 0.2 separating those two. It's it's going to be a very exciting competition tomorrow.
Absolutely. And we've got Katie trotting around here, so I think they've been given the green light to start, would be my guess, because she's having a little trot around.
There was just on a different screen, Arden through the Lumiere water, so I think we'd had a hold.
Yeah, we must have done, and it looks like she has just had a great ride there through the final water complex, and now we're just going to keep our fingers crossed, because we've had a couple of hearts being broken at fence 21AB. So hopefully Arden jumps through that nicely, and then she is home with 2 good rounds. So we'll keep our fingers crossed.
And Katie is our last to go in the under 25 3-star long here this weekend.
And aren't we so lucky to have
and this is
have
actually
this
our
class.
overnight leader on a 29.1.
Oh.
Katie Ligson on HTS Jensenar. She was actually first and second going into today.
Wow, good for her. Well, I thoroughly enjoyed watching her on her first horse, so we'll keep our fingers crossed. Another beautiful round from Katie.
And she only added 6.8 time on her first horse.
So she was,
knows how to get around
yes.
here.
I mean, it is an advantage to get to have a cruise around the course first, for sure, but every horse is different, and so you might have a different plan depending on what you're sitting on. Remember, these riders are out here walking this course at least 3 times. just seeing it in a different light and having a plan with their coaches and having walk around with themselves and just thinking about how they're going to ride each combination for what particular horse that they're on. And I think she's about to go. Nope.
Catch back up with Gabby and Traditional in Fernhill.
Fabulous. Fabulous. That was really well ridden. Stayed very tall with her upper body there. I think word has gotten around that 4 is a bit short coming down that hill to those big hedges. And we see Katie is out of the box.
HTS Jensen are overnight leaders in the under 25 division of the 3-star long.
Our wonderful organizer, Sue Ockenden, is a huge believer in having these under 25 classes for people. And I totally agree with her. It's very nice to have that and not feel like you're always having to have younger riders in with the seasoned professionals. It's nice for them to be able to have their own classes and be recognized. And I've been watching Katie for a few years. She really is a beautiful rider, and she's a very nice girl. And she's, she, again, being smart here, swinging out a tiny bit to get straight. Isn't a jump you want to take for granted. And as I said, especially in the 4-star.
There's quite a drop on the other side.
Quite a drop on the other side, yeah. The undulation terrain as you come in and out of there, you just need to give it 1 second. As I said, we've had a few hearts broken there over the years, but it's lovely. It's a lovely setup, though. It's nice to be able to get your feet wet before you come into your first major water complex. Beautiful. As Katie cruises down the hill here to go through the little cut in the fence line there, through the trees along the gravel bridge, and then she's going to come up and do the triple bar that they put some nice shape into the horses before they do those hanging rails down to the ditch. And this ditch complex has been here since I can remember, and I've been coming since '97. And every year we're all out there thinking like we're going to vomit, but it does ride well. So he's just done that, and now she's cruising up the hill here. She'll balance at the top of the hill and then come down through the hanging rails. Good girl. She did that on her other horse too, and what a slick line that was. She comes to that rail at the top, was in balance, popped over that, and was like, "I'm going to go direct in 3," and it worked out beautifully on her first horse. And I honestly think that's on both horses probably the best I've seen that coffin ride. She did a really good job.
Definitely, really wonderful ride through there. I love the expression on the horse's faces. He was like, "Right, Mom, got it."
Yeah, she wasn't worried about that at all on either horse. She was like, and sometimes the straighter line can be easier than trying to do a bunch of wiggling. Especially on horses that might be a little bit keen. It's relatively early on in the course, and when you're trying to make something easier, you can actually almost make it trickier by not just lining the whole thing up. But gosh, that angle must have been quite severe, but she knew she was going to be okay, and she was right. So she's come down there in 4 and she'll turn inside here, I believe. I didn't quite make it. That's all right. But she's still quick there. She's still quick around the back of that 4-star corner. We've seen a few people do the bit down that 4 a little bit early so that they can turn inside there, but she was still quick to zoom around the outside. And she heads down to the Mars border.
It's my understanding I'm staying here.
Great shot in. Oh, a good girl. So she knew she wanted to do 3 from the B to the C, and she kind of landed a little bit steep, and she saw a little bit of a going one to that narrow table there, and she was absolutely right to do that, because you don't want to get too slow into that and then vomit over that and then feel like you're not really getting a nice shot to the C. She kept going, committed to it, worked out. The 3 was beautiful, and off she goes.
Well, it's confirmed that our overnight leader in the 3-star long main division will be Arden Wilderson on Billy Beaufort, followed by Sarah Schulman on Cooley Chromatic, and Jenny Brannigan and Kismet in third place going into show jumping tomorrow.
It's going to be an exciting class.
It is, and then the question is Katie going to take over for herself in the under 25 division? She's currently leading on her other horse. We could certainly slot in there with this horse as she was leading overnight after the dressage.
Well, she's looking just as beautiful on this horse as she did on her other horse, so we will try not to jinx it. No commentator's curse. And we see the sun is back out here on our stunning, stunning views here at beautiful Bromont. And she's jumping the narrow hedge table down to the angled hedge. Good ride.
She really made that happen.
Yeah, super. That's been riding well all day, which is nice because I thought that was quite tough, especially when you're coming right there past the warm up and where horses are getting ready to do the 4-star in a little bit, and then going past the start. And she's galloping down now into the main arena where it's a good spot that the horse designers have given the horses a chance to catch their breath before they make that final pull up to the Lemire water. And it's lovely that they can come in here and jump this table and just catch their breath, cruise around. You have this 4-star angled cabins, and then up to do that very big water complex. And she's galloping through this iconic arena, the site of the 76 Olympic Games here, past the Bromont sign. I almost feel like it's like the old Hollywood sign where you should have like Bromont Land or something. That's a great old sign there. So here she goes cruising up this final pull to the Lemire water. Yeah, I don't think that she was. I mean, I don't think she was as fast as she was on her other horse, but I don't think she was a minute over. But we shall see. We shall see. I've been wrong loads of times before. So, okay, a nice shot there of the VIP tent and Mars Equestrian Water. Really nail biting the 4-star. What that water's going to ride like, that's going to be tough, Annie. So here we have our leader in the under 25 3-star long here at Bromont coming into the Lemire water. Good shot in. Great. Oh, there you go.
Right there.
There you go, people.
Showing everyone how it's done.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as usual, the cross-country day is off to its very influential here at Bromont. So.
Well, I think we were wrong. We said we would get some people home inside the time because so far the closest was Arden with 1.6 time.
Yeah, I will say, though, it is fantastic ground. I know I was out there walking, and the horses are going to feel good on this ground. It's absolutely beautiful.
So that will conclude our coverage of the 3-star division here this morning at Mars Bromont. Please join us we are on a bit of a delay, I believe, in about 25 minutes or so for the beginning of the 4-star long class, followed by the 4-star short, which are our premier classes, and we cannot wait to bring those to you. I'm Annie Bishop with Sarah Kozublik, and we'll speak to you all soon.
I know we only just met, but I can't imagine my life without you.
cherchez des événements hippiques à regarder, je suggérerais fortement Bromont. Il y a des beaux chevaux, des belles vues, beaucoup de belles expériences avec des restos à Bromont, si vous allez faire du promenade, beaucoup de choses à faire. Vous le regretterez pas.
Nutro, we believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs. We believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
Welcome back to Mars Bromont International. I am delighted to be bringing you all the coverage from here. We're going to start the 4-star long shortly. I'm Annie Bishop, and I'm delighted to be joined by Dom Schramm. Dom, thanks for joining me.
Oh, thanks for having me. It's always fun to be up here in Bromont, my favorite event in the world.
I think it's most people's favorite event.
It really is. I mean, like, where else can you go on a little mini European vacation from without having to cross the sea?
It's really, I mean, we just got a bit of rain in the break there, so hopefully the riders had some raincoats with them in the warm-up, and they're ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's been kind of a crazy week. We showed up here on Tuesday, and it was in the mid-80s and kind of dusty and dry, which I've never seen it like that up here. And then now, probably since Tuesday, we've had maybe a better part of 2 inches of rain, I guess, over all the storms and showers we've had. So it'll be a little soggy. I think the time's going to be hard to get on this course.
No one's made the time in the last few years. The man who was closest, you see right there, warming up his daughter Olivia, was Philip Dutton in Azure last year. We're just 1 second over the time. I do think it will be tough to get. We didn't see anyone catch it in the 3-star. So I think it's going to be all to play for. The scores are very tight after dressage, so I think time will really play a factor here. Starting us off in this division is one of our Bromont Rising competitors. That's Olivia Dutton on the wonderful Sea of Clouds. These two have been forming quite a partnership, and it's exciting. I know that Olivia's been benefiting from working with Bettina Hoy this week, and you see her father there just getting her ready to go into the start box. And I don't think there's a better horse to be sat on a course like this.
Absolutely. I mean, the one thing when the ground's a little a little holding like this, the one thing you want to be sat on is a thoroughbred racehorse, and that's exactly what this horse is. And Olivia, just the partnership between these two, I think anyone who knows the horse and has watched him both when Philip's ridden him and now Olivia's can appreciate. I think she's really formed a great partnership with this horse. He seems to really like her and really goes well for her. So.
Tina said to me yesterday that she was riding Flying Changes better than Philip was. And he said, well, that's not hard. But yes, I do think these two have quite a partnership, and it's exciting to see them. And this is a 13-year-old thoroughbred, and he's been around some huge courses with him. This is Olivia's first 4-star long. Mm-hmm. So it's exciting that she's here at Bromont to do that.
She looked, totally at home at the level at Kentucky. And, I think a lot of people come to Bromont. This is a really good show to have on your resume. I think it's a really good preparation for the 5 stars and the future big shows. So
we're going to catch Olivia coming down to Mars Sustainability Bay. And the way Derek roped that, you really have to sort of stay straight and then wiggle out to get that.
Yeah, I think it's kind of one of these questions he has where you've got to let the horses find their feet in the water and then react. You can't just come, Mark 10 down to that. You have to let them find their feet.
And Derek felt like he was being a bit kinder this year at the water to start, letting them get their feet wet before they have to jump into water on the way back.
100%. Yeah, 100%. Derek is such a genius course designer. You really, when you walk the courses, you got to think about what's he planting, for later in the course, how your horse is reacting.
See Olivia there. This is quite a going. It was a lovely ride down there. So she'll go through this sort of tunnel over the creek and up into the back part of the course. And this course, you could start to see this backfield was getting a bit boggier towards the end of the 3-star. And this really is the place on course that does sort of hold the most moisture.
Yeah, I'd say this, when you get down to where the coffin is, she's going to jump here. It's a real big set of rails, actually. Derek's a big fan of these. But this is kind of the lowest part of the whole course. And then up the fairway, there's some sort of natural springs or something. So when they get a bit of rain, it's probably the stickiest part of the whole track. But and it's a little bit of an uphill from here for at least a minute or two. Great jump in.
Like a walk in the park.
Absolutely perfect. And I think I saw a lot of the riders walking back and forth in there trying to figure out what to do. And I think she just showed that if you can get a nice jump to the ditch, if you just stay patient and hold the line and don't try to override it, it seemed like he picked right up on the line, and it was pretty much perfect.
It's definitely one of those where you have to ride what happens, not maybe ride to the plan.
Yeah.
You have to be ready for any shuffle steps as they come down to the ditch and anything else. So you just have to be ready and waiting
exactly
to help them through.
Yeah, I've noticed that even just across the levels, he's got a few questions that are very bold, which we expect from Derek. Where you got to really ride forward and you'll be rewarded to ride forward. And there's been a couple where I think he's just trying to show the riders you just need to sit up and just take a breath and let the horses find their way.
Catch back up here with Olivia. Super through there.
She's really making this look easy, and it looks like she's probably not. She's just kind of not overtaxing it here early. Like doesn't look like she's really got her foot down. But maybe she's going to sort of see how he goes through this part of the course and then turn it up a little bit at the end.
The optimum time here today is 10 minutes flat. So I wonder how close we'll get. And again, there's a lot of course left because this is just fence 12 here at the Mars Sustainability Bay.
A little deep to that table.
It's a very wide table.
Yeah, you kind of want to get in the water and sort of see a little bit more of a powerful jump out. But, she just reacted to the horse that she had, and he was totally locked onto that corner.
And she'll know her horse as well. She'll know how he is in the water, right? Some horses will just walk down there in those few strides, where some will just be have a little bit less go.
Yeah. Yeah, the sun's back out. It's been kind of a crazy day. Like 1 minute it looks like Armageddon and the dark clouds rolling.
Feels like very British weather here today.
Yeah. And then the sun's out. I think that and then there was I think that was all they had there. No, is there?
No,
a
they'll
table?
come back down to the table.
That's right. There we go.
And then swing back around the horseshoe. We'll jump the horseshoe and then go down.
Oh, that's
We have-
right. And then over to the, I think some of the riders will be happy that they don't have that huge drop on the course.
And here we are picking up with Jan Binney and Beautiful Storm. They come forward on a 38.8 after the dressage.
I think this horse might be a thoroughbred too.
It
If I remember
is. I think
correctly.
actually the first 3 or 4 horses out we'll see are thoroughbreds, which I think will give us a good sense of what the time's
Yeah,
like.
so if they're going around with a bit of time, I think we won't see too many get close. But
Super ride there for Olivia.
she's making this look really, really easy.
It's funny, we go from a veteran Sea of Clouds to the younger Beautiful Storm of Jan's.
Yeah, I know Jan thinks a lot about that horse, and she's had a real. I've just been watching her results at the local show. She just keeps blossoming and getting better and better on the flat. And
She does. She really adores him, and I think they have a great partnership, and it's great to see Jan at the level.
This looked like a pretty proper question. This down to this corner here in the main arena.
It is.
Good jump in. Wow. I mean, he's making this look like they're just training exercises in the ring at home. He really is.
Which is
very
really
confident.
what you want.
Yep, 100%.
So we see Jan coming to the ditch and rail.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, so another horse where she just had a little bit of a scattery step coming over the ditch, but just kind of kept her cool and put a little bit of a bow there in the 2, and he picked right up on it. I think, yeah, it's just really an exercise in getting the line as best we can and then just reacting to how they jump the ditch.
I think everyone, after watching Derek's ditch and rail at Kentucky,
right,
went home and sort of put some lines in and are ready for it this weekend.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. That ditch there at Kentucky definitely was tough. But I like this one here at Bromont because you turn around and coming back towards home, the horses tend to want to go more up the hill. You know, they're a little bit more eager.
You see Olivia here at the Lemure Water.
Big rail in.
That's on a nice bending line. Again, another gorgeous schooling there.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe that was one extra stride, but he looked like he landed a little bit short off that big log in, so she did well just to adjust her plan there and just take it easy.
You can see all the beautiful views here at Bromont. Here we pick up with Jan at Mars Sustainability Bay.
Gorgeous.
Super ride through there. She was definitely on a much more forward stride than Olivia was.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of the way, if you can get that ride up out over that table, that 2 is then available to you. The nice thing is you know, if it doesn't quite work out, if your horse stays straight, you can react in the moment.
Here we have another veteran of the sport with a young rider. This is Janelle Fleming on Sarah Cousinlick's Fly Me Courageous, also known as Ziggy. He is 19 years young and ready to be out here with Janelle for Janelle's first 4-star long.
Yeah, great to see that horse still healthy and showing another ride of the ropes. It's really cool. Seasoned campaigner. Great. Jan's having a great go here. She is thrilled with this horse and how quickly he's kind of really matured into a fairly quickly. I mean, I remember even not that long ago, I felt like I was watching him go preliminary, and here he is at a big 4 long.
I know. You know, the thing too with the Reds, right, is it takes them a bit of time to mature. So he's only a 9-year-old.
Right.
So he'll still just keep getting better and better. And again, Jan's really taking her time with him. Super ride through there.
Really good. So she just gave him a little tap on the shoulder there and telling him to just wake up and pay attention. There's a couple of big focus type questions coming in here in the ring. We really want the horses to just stay switched on.
Making that turn. How hard is it to go from being on the grass and then coming into the arena footing? What does that feel like, and how different is that?
I feel like it just depends on the horse. If they're quite careful, I feel like sometimes, oh, Jan's fighting hard for that. She showed a lot of years of wisdom and commitment there. That was awesome riding. I think some horses can come down into the arena and they almost feel like they suck back a little bit because they're kind of going, hang on a second. And if you've got a horse like that, I think it's important to like give them that little tap on the shoulder and just let them know.
Here we are
like,
with Janelle. Oh,
so
Ziggy took the one. Good boy.
Good
Super
boy.
ride.
He looked like kind of once he got over the ditch, he's like, oh, you want me to do that? And then kind of helped her out a little there. That was great.
That was wonderful. They weren't quite sure if Ziggy was going to do one of his, if he was going to have a shuffle step after that, or if he was going to be a straight one. And Sarah's wise wisdom was just sit and be ready.
Yeah, just react to whatever happens. Yeah, 100%.
You can see we've got some blue sky wanting to show up here. We hope it stays around.
Coming back your way, Jen.
There's been funnily enough, with all this rain, we still had a fair bit of breeze, which is going to take a little bit of that extra moisture
It
out.
will, and honestly, it felt, I mean, we needed the rain, so
Yeah.
I think we're happy it came through.
Big jump in over the log. Oh, and then Jan's found an awesome shot out over that first
Look
skinny
at
and got
that.
the 3. That was great. Yeah, it seems like they're going to land. They're going to kind of curl around that log, and if you want to make that 3, you've got to land and kind of kick them on there straight away. But that's how it was designed to be ridden, I think, right there. I wonder if Olivia should be getting somewhat
She should be getting
close.
close to home, I think. You pick up with Janelle and Fly Me Courageous at the Mars Sustainability Bay.
Another great ride out over that table.
Oh,
no.
no.
Oh, jeez. Little drive-by.
About to jinx her because I said she rode that just the way Sarah said to.
Yeah. Yeah, it looked like he just kind of lost a little bit of his attention right as he was taking that second stride. Come on, Ziggy.
Good boy.
All right.
So we have another new starter on course, Alexa Thompson. And just to be clear,
Yeah, super excited for Alexa. This is this horse is Cardi, they call him. He's a world-class horse. He really is. I've known Alexa and helped her a little bit with this guy early on, and just really great to see her back from Europe. Spent some time at Maxime's and ready to.
this is a really tricky combination. I'm excited to see this. Jan is taking the black flag option here, and she's going around. She didn't maybe have quite the jump she wanted at the first element.
Yeah, that was probably smart planning on Jan's part just to make sure that she gets this guy around a little bit greener.
And again, that's knowing your horse and knowing what you want to get out of the weekend, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, a lot of these horses are going to be having a little holiday here after this event, and then you kind of come back in the fall and you continue their education. But to have the experience under their belt with a clear round around a course like this, even if you sacrifice a little bit of time, it's still super helpful for them in the long run.
And the great thing that I was talking to Derek about the other day is that if you can come and have a proper run here, you'll really understand the type of horse you're sat on as you're thinking about your fall plans, whether that's a 5-star or another furlong, whatever that is, this will really give you a sense of where you are.
For sure. Yeah, it's I kind of think about these events like Bromont and Morven, Fairhill, Kentucky. They sort of have this very similar big, bold terrain, very almost like kind of like events like in England. You know, we were just talking earlier about looking at the pictures from Bromont. You could sort of see a common theme with these kind of courses, and I think that's really what separates the ones that want to go to 5-star are the ones that are going to be confident around this kind of track where they have to dig a little
Catch
deep.
up with Alexa, the ditch and rail.
He's got, she's actually, she's done well there because she knows that horse has got a very big step, and I think making sure that he got a little weighting to the rails, and obviously she knows that he's confident at a ditch, but that was really key for her to be able to fit in the 3. Come on, Janelle. Another right. Bugger. That's another right-handed corner.
Yep.
He's just not really looking like he wanted to jump that one when she first landed. Hopefully she can. Hopefully there's not too many more right-handed corners left. I'm not sure if there's any after this.
I can't remember, but
good boy.
again, maybe she was just to tick off her line after that first second.
Yeah, he kind of looked. He looked right when he landed. He didn't really look like he was kind of pricking his ears.
There's a lot to look at in the arena as well. So
Alexa looks like she's having a great run.
she does. I'm just waiting on a time for Olivia because she must be home by now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is Alexa. I think this might be Cardi's first
It is.
four long.
It is, yeah.
Which is really exciting. You know, when you're thinking about qualifications, you got to get these 4 longs
Yep.
done so you can go to a 5-star.
They had a super round at Defender Kentucky, just only picking up 6.8 time there. So that would have set them up really well to come here to Bromont for the 4-star long.
Yeah, and I think that 4 short there at Kentucky was seriously.
We've been calling it a 5 short.
It was basically a 5 short. You don't see too many that difficult. So
Next out on course for Canada, we have Carl Slezak and Chevalier. It's exciting to see for Carl to be here in Canada. He had a very long trip up, but we're excited that he's here.
yeah, it's a bit of a long haul for those guys that are based. You know, funnily enough, him being Canadian, but being based in Florida, it ends up being, I think, like 26 or 27 hours.
Basically drove the entire East Coast.
Yeah. But I mean, again, if you want these horses, it's such an important show to have on their resume.
Oh,
no. Janelle has to get. Oh.
She's got it.
Going to probably have to call it a day after that, which is unfortunate. But
That's too bad.
glad to see everyone's. Oh, no, she's going to give it a go. All right. Come on, boy. Oh, he's picked up on it, which is very good. Alexa looking like she's having a great, and she's actually looks a little bit quicker than some of the others.
She does look quicker than the others we've seen. She's really putting her foot down. And again, she only had 6.8 time at Kentucky, and that was a tough course to get close to. It was trying.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he's a very narrow horse with a really big stride. So,
I mean, and a 10-year-old. So what a wonderful age.
I mean, yeah, be very, very excited about a horse like this for sure. He looks like the kind of horse you want in a real big event. Come on, boy, switch your leads over. And just get his attention on this corner. Yeah, you can sort of see there, like their ears kind of flicking to the left and right.
I'm not sure what to look at.
It's a big corner too to get there and not have them spot it, but she did well to get his attention back.
So unfortunately, Janelle has been eliminated based on those 3 refusals.
Oh yeah, because she had the one at the first water too.
But you know, I'm happy that she went ahead and jumped and got that one done.
Sneak that one in before being escorted off.
Yes.
Yeah. So he, as far as he's concerned, he jumped it.
He was super.
All right, Carl. Little peeky at the ditch. But he just put his leg on and the horse responded. Really good jumper.
Lovely jumper. It's interesting. We saw in the 3-star too, a lot of people kept looking back. I think those clips on that rail are very loud, and I think even if you give it a little rub, you think maybe you've dropped it.
A little bit of the old rattle of doom.
Yes.
Yeah, but no, it's. I felt like he's made those across all of them. They're a little bit rampier than what. They're not quite as upright as I've seen them in the past, which is always nice.
Alexa through the Mars Sustainability Bay. Oh no, sorry, Lemire Water. Apologies.
This horse looks great. I mean, it's just eating up those distances.
Having a
too.
super round. Getting a good shot of the sky there.
What?
Still waiting on the
Yeah.
timing from some of these
Yep.
first few.
Pick back up with Carl. You know, the thing you can't really tell until you're here and walking around is how tricky the undulations in the ground are. There's certain spots where it just feels almost like it's a slalom course skiing.
Yeah, there's really maybe out of the start box when you very first start, that's probably about the only place that you're really on flat ground on the whole course, especially if the ground. Oh, a little bit of a stumble there, but he's done well to react.
He's lost his stirrup.
Wow,
super ride from Carl
really
there.
Honest, one stirrup. It's always a little bit daunting when you have a little trip and it throws you off your distance, but he did really well to react there.
Lost his stirrup, sat up, and just said, "There."
Yep, this is what we practice.
We're going this direction, please.
Yep,
that was super.
Great horse. Yeah, especially with the ground just being that tiny bit wet, you're never really just in a fast, flat space where you can really open them up. You're kind of constantly thinking about the next turn that's coming, and the horses are constantly having to work on their balance.
And again, that's one of the genius of a derrick course as well, is that, you know, it'll be where things are placed,
Sure.
right? It may seem very simple, but the way he places it with an undulation there makes it a bit harder to get to.
Right, that's exactly right. He wants the riders thinking about balance and how they're helping the horses jump in the most efficient way possible.
Exactly. Oh, unfortunately, I'm getting word that Alexa Thompson had a fall at 21.
Oh,
so
no.
interesting. And the 3-star 21 seemed to be a bogey fence as well. And that's too bad because she was very close to home. It was a spaceship table.
Oh, geez, that sucks.
That's unfortunate. They were having an incredible round up until then.
Yeah, they looked, absolutely at home on the course.
So hopefully both are up and fine. It seems that they are. And hopefully she can take some really good things away from today no matter what.
Yeah, sometimes you just get unlucky too. You can do everything right and it just doesn't work out on the day. But she certainly's got to feel good about how he was feeling up to that point. Chevalier is looking full of jumping there.
Yes.
Now hopefully he can jump this one with 2 stirrups. Oh
no.
Okay, the horse just looked like when he landed, got a little bit fussy in the bridle, and then in a split second just kind of took his eye and his step away, and then didn't quite spot the corner in time.
That's a bummer because I know that he did not have the trip to Kentucky that he was hoping for.
Oh, no.
Either.
Oh, geez, yeah. This is going to be disappointing for Carl. That's really disappointing for sure, but that's sometimes how it goes in this sport, and you go home and you work on it, and it'll hopefully be better for next time.
Yep. And this is a 12-year-old who I think has only been at the level for about this year.
Yeah.
So sometimes when they do make that step up, that it just is that much more that they just need a bit more time to understand what's going on.
Sure.
We'll catch up here with Heather Gillette and Vincent Chase.
I know Heather, Vincent Chase, there's no shortage of jump in this horse. He's obviously a great jumper. It's normally been the dressage that's been a little bit his bugaboo, and I think she was pretty thrilled with his performance in the dressage. Just, chatting with her, and anytime he gets in the 30s for her, he's actually pretty happy with that.
And again, that's really right. It's every individual out here is looking for something different, and so she will be happy to be in the 30s because if that's not their normal. Look at that jump.
Yeah, he's plenty of jump on this guy.
These two, unfortunately, didn't have the trip to Kentucky that they were hoping for either, so hopefully this is redemption for them.
Oh, looking pretty good so
shot
far.
Down there.
Yeah, looks to be jumping really well. I doubt she's going to probably go really quick. I think she's just looking for a nice clean round. Still don't have any...
I don't have any times in. Nope. And I've sent out an SOS to some friends as well, so hopefully we'll get something here shortly. We're going to say she had a super round and was very speedy.
So judging from all that we saw, it looked amazing. Oh, Heather's going to want to get a little bit more forward to the next couple tables. That was a little bit quiet, but She's got this.
I think she's coming up to the ditch and rail, and I think, unfortunately, that's where she came to grief in Kentucky. So we're going to cross our fingers.
Come on, Heather. You got this. Come on, Vincent. Oh, no. He's got little flashbacks from Kentucky.
Yes.
All right. Hopefully she can find a way through this. All right. Come on, Heather. Come on, Vincent. Yeah, he's I think he's saying this might be game over.
And she just put her hand up.
Yeah, disappointing. Disappointing for
That
sure.
is disappointing. And how hard is it, Dom, as you go home to regroup after that?
Well, I always say, kind of embrace, if you're not disappointed, then you don't care. So you've got to embrace the disappointment for a little while. And then as soon as you kind of process that, I think you shift your focus into, okay, what have I got to do now? What can homework can I do? How do I train the horses, train through this problem? But it stings in the moment for sure, especially,
no doubt.
She's had a couple of runs that haven't been the best, but she knows what her homework's going to be now.
Horses are incredibly rewarding and incredibly frustrating.
Yeah. They, when you ride a 1,200-pound animal with a mind of its own, sometimes things don't go according to plan.
Out of the start box, we have Brooke Berchiante and Cooley Space Gray.
Yeah, I'm not that familiar with this horse.
They come forward on a 44.2. He's an 11-year-old Dutch warm blood gelding. And their last outing was also at Defender, Kentucky, where they had a 20, but they were fairly good on time, so they'll be looking for a good run here.
Yeah, this guy's got his ears pricked. He looks... Oh.
You could see just a bit more cut in the ground there than they had even a few hours ago.
Yeah,
So
I think that last rain shower that came through just kind of re-soaked the top layer, but yeah, it's been a tough go here for the first few out, for sure. Which may change. We may see more of the later people going that may go out of the box, just not like a little bit nursing them around, because a clean round here now is going to be, pretty important.
What's really exciting here too in this division is we've got a good mixture of horses that have been there and then horses that are coming up to the level. And so it's a really exciting division to watch because you've got a little bit of everything and really exciting horses.
Yeah, there's a couple of kind of up and comers that it's going to be really interesting to see how they handle this, and especially in less than ideal conditions. I mean, it's pretty good. It's certainly not as wet as it could potentially have been, especially 3 days ago when they were saying we were going to get 3 inches of rain, but still a big course.
Yes.
It's a little holding.
Pick back up with Cooley Space Gray.
Oh, this horse is a really good jumper.
It's a wonderful jumper. I've seen it a few times and it is super. You can see that this course is so stunning, and this piece of property and land, we are so incredibly lucky to be here. And Sue Ockenden she is a force of nature.
Yeah.
And we are so grateful to Sue and everything that she does. And we're so grateful to all of our sponsors, Mars Equestrian, and everyone that really helps make this event possible, because it is one of the best venues in the world, and we're lucky to be here.
Absolutely. And events like this just don't happen without the kind of support Mars gives, and not just at this event, but several of the big world events. And then Sue is has been such a tireless supporter of the sport and makes so many things happen for all of us riders to enjoy. Wow, Brooke has really picked her way through there. That was probably not the ride she was planning on having, but what a good jumper, and how clever he was.
He was so clever with his hind end over that first one. He kind of picked it up and moved it to the side, we've got this, and sort of tucked right in there.
Wow, yeah. And I think after you have a fence like that, you kind of go, all right, I need to get my leg on and get this horse in front of
back in, right?
Get back in gear.
Because they need you to feel as confident as they are, and you've really got to give them that confidence as you're going through the round.
It looks like we got
we got some times. So Olivia was exactly a minute over. So she'll come home with 24 time. Her sported date will be a 58.5, and Dan Binney came home 5 seconds faster than Olivia, so she'll go forward on a 60.8 tomorrow.
So that's really impressive. The first two thoroughbreds out the box. I mean, looking at what the results we've had so far, I mean, even just getting around clear is going to be a pretty solid score tomorrow
It
going into
is.
the show jump.
Tina and I kept saying yesterday, it's not going to be a dressage competition. I think that we are seeing that here.
Yeah, absolutely. Come on, Brooke. Oh, this horse is like a little jumping bean.
Is a jumping
how
bean.
he gets himself out of those slightly snug distances is just really impressive. She's definitely going to want to get him a little bit jumping off a bit more of a forward step.
Do you have some big tables coming, and they
Yeah.
sort of continue on through the course, and so you really want to make sure that you don't take too much petrol out of the tank with those efforts.
Right.
Here comes Shannon Lilly on Eindhoven Garrett. I know Shannon thinks this is one of the nicest horses she's ever had, and she's really excited about him. He's a 10-year-old self-run-state gelding. We see Allie Springer just warming up there, walking over towards the start box.
Yeah, Shannon's going to be really happy that it's a really nice test on Thursday. And she looked like she went out of the box with a pretty
with her foot down,
intensive gallop. So,
she'll know her horse too, right? She'll know how fit he is. She'll know what he needs, and he needs to go out feeling really confident.
Yeah.
So that as the big questions keep coming, he feels like a dragon out there ready to go.
Yeah, she's definitely cruising on this first part. Which I think even if you were close-ish to the time, you're going to shoot up the leaderboard on a day like today.
And she's already pretty well up there.
All right, Brooks had the ride she was kind of looking for. She just had an awesome jump down through the horseshoe to that bending line. So hopefully she's got the horse back up in front of her leg now, especially coming into this corner question in the arena, which I think it's already caused a few problems.
It has.
He seems to be traveling a little bit. Yeah, that's the jump she's been
she
looking
wants,
for.
right?
Yeah. So hopefully he spots this corner, takes her to it. Good jump in, looking left. What a horse! Wow, this guy can jump. Holy smokes!
And his ears pricked all the way through, and there was never a question for him where he was going.
No. Wow. Yeah, really, really good jumper. What a nice horse.
That was super. And again, that's part of these horses growing up as they go around a course like this, settling in and sort of maybe not over jumping and understanding that they need to give those a little bit. Can't over jump everything because that's a long way around.
Yeah. If you jump 4 inches higher, it adds up over 20-something jumps.
Here comes Shannon up to the ditch rail combination.
So this has really looked like you want to kind of get a strong jump to the rails and then just sort of react to how they jump the ditch and maybe even show a little patience. You got a good jump, little chill. Awesome.
That may be the best we've seen through there.
That was really good. And the horse really had his eye on the C element straight away, kind of organized himself, made a lovely jump over, and she's scooting up that hill.
She is. She is not hanging about.
Looks like this might be Allison.
Yep, and we've got.
Ready.
Saw the Cooley Space Gray just had a little tip into the water, and she sat tight, and he jumped right out of there.
He's made the 3 up, even getting quite deep to the first. He's just got so much scope to jump a big jump.
And, he's not a big horse, only about 15.3.
Wow, so it must feel really big for her when he's jumping up in the sky like that. It's been a pretty influential course so far. It looks like we've only got, 2 home?
2 home.
Shannon is definitely on a bit of a mission here.
She's motoring. See Waylon, who will also be motoring. I think this mare is pretty speedy, although we don't know what his plan is for today, but I know she's got some wheels.
Yeah, he definitely thinks a lot of her. I mean, when you see her go around, she looks like a very classic.
Out of the start box is Allison Springer and No May Moon. And they're in 3rd place overnight with a score of 32.1. Again, all to play for, not a dressage competition.
Yeah. Allison has already had a couple trips around earlier in the day, so she'll already have a fairly good sense of how the ground's feeling and when she can go quick and where she might need to just kind of support a little.
Back with Cooley Space Gray. Yep, Cooley Space Gray. Coming down here.
Big jump over the brush.
And she's going for the option as well. It's interesting. We walked that the other day with Boyd, and he thought a lot of people might take that option, and he wasn't sure what he would do, but he thought maybe the option, just to make sure nothing silly happens.
It looks as though, I mean, to jump and keep moving, and you're going to have to do the U-turn anyway. I doubt it's like crazy influential as far as time goes, particularly on a course where you're probably going to be a little bit over the time anyway.
It's better to be safe than sorry.
Yeah.
Right? Might as well take the time versus the 20.
20 penalties is a lot of time, so to risk. Yeah, I think unless someone really wants to go out and really challenge the time, I think you're going to see most people do that.
Shannon, Allison, No May Moon. This is a little mare as well. She's about 15.3 also.
Allison, this is both her and Shannon have kind of really set the intention really nicely early.
Yes. See Shannon coming into the arena.
Yeah, it's looking like this corner question is emerging as one of the influential questions. Good jumper.
It's a great jumper. I got to see this person 7 a few weeks ago, and he was super.
Yeah. All right. Great jump in. Yeah, no question there. He looked like he was totally on it the whole time.
She just gave him a big pat as well and said, "Good boy, let's go."
Sometimes on these courses, you have these little points that you reach where you kind of, great ride there from Allison, big jump. But yeah, you reach these little points in the course where you kind of go, okay, now that we've got that behind us, where everything's on plan and we can continue, so I think that was probably one of those points for Shannon. She's like, all right, things are going really well. Let's bring this thing home.
Let's keep going. And again, it's interesting though, because you might get to that point, you think, all right, we're there, we've got the tough stuff behind us. But as we just saw with Alexa Thompson earlier, you have to ride at every fence and give it that respect, because any little thing can happen.
Absolutely, yeah. No, it's a humbling sport.
It is a game of inches for sure.
Yeah, sure is. But this is, I'm interested to see if Shannon can keep this up. It'll be interesting to see. He looks, just from the bits we've seen, significantly quicker than anybody else.
Allison was speedy through there as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if these guys can put a bit of pressure on the leaders.
Catch up with Shannon at the Lemure Water.
Nice. Wow, she
super
really rode that. Couldn't have really ridden that better. And he was one of the ones I think that probably jumped in more bold into the water and kind of landed and carried that momentum to the skinnies.
That's exactly right. So the Lemure Water is number 20 on the course at 27. So Shannon is 7 from home.
Right, awesome. So she's going to be...
Allison right through that water, very forward. The mare is super through there.
It looked like she's got the option. It looked like she did 3 strides in there. It looks like she has that available to her on this little horse when she feels like she needs it, which sometimes can be a nice thing to have.
Next out on course is Waylon Roberts and OKE Ruby R. Waylon, obviously Canadian here at Bromont, which is very exciting.
Yeah, no, and I think, we can all appreciate Waylon's a great cross-country jockey. He gives the horses really good, confident rides, and he thinks a lot of the mare. He's spent a lot of time producing her, and she's just such a big, classic-looking horse. Fancy mover, good jumper, so exciting one for him.
So Brooke and Cooley Space Gray are so far our fastest round of the day, 41 seconds over the time, 16.4 time penalties. We'll go for tomorrow at a 60.6, just 0.2 ahead of Jan, Binny, and Beautiful Storm.
She's going to be thrilled to have gotten that horse around, especially because he started out a little sticky. Let's see if Shannon's going to, I think this is one of these questions where it's just
I think we might see it all day long.
Pretty much, yeah, with the ground being a little slippery, and it's probably the smart play. But yeah, Brooks done a great job to have sort of put the wheels back on a little bit when he was a little backed off and get him around.
And again, 11-year-old, a really exciting horse for the future. I mean,
so
she will be thrilled with that.
Yeah.
Allison into the arena. I know Allison thinks a lot of this little mare. I think she's one that she's taken her time with, and she's just come up and said each level. She said, "Okay, it's there in front of you. Are you good? Do we like this?" And she just keeps the mare keeps answering the question.
Yeah, she just is really and like a really sporty.
She's a Connemara.
Oh, nice. So lots of heart.
Yes.
Yeah, like even there, she just was able to put that little extra step in it, where maybe a big striding horse, you wouldn't have that available. Alison's got that, which is kind of a nice to have sometimes.
Yeah, how hard is it if you're on a big striding horse? Sometimes there's not a lot of room in there.
You run out of space.
Here comes Waylon.
Awesome jump. Yeah, that 3 gets quite snug on a big strider, but I don't think he could have ridden that any better given the horse he sat on. It was really good.
He did the course walk with us, and he did that fence for us, and he rode it exactly as he planned it. So that's wonderful for him. Unfortunately, his horse in the 3-star division did not really like that. So he had a bit of a moment up there, but
no, that was perfect. And for any young riders watching, I think if you went back and slowed that down and look at his position going in over there, it's exactly what you want. Confident, but sort of a stable, safe position. That was great. So only 3 around.
Yeah. Got 3 home. Allison here at the Lemire Water.
Big jump in. That was quite clever riding from Allison because I think she, with such a big jump in, she just swung out a little bit, created a bit of space to kind of get the gears back going, and then found a good jump with an extra stride, but a brave jump to the first penny, and that was actually really clever what she did there in the moment. I'm interested to see Shannon.
I know I keep checking feverishly for Shannon's time. Waylon, the Mars Sustainability Bay.
Little 3 strides there, which I was kind of surprised to see, but he did, again, like earlier, if you get a bit deep to that table and it kind of kills your momentum, that 2 might feel pretty far away when you're down there.
You could see him close the door on that corner on the right side. He just sort of said, no, ma'am, we're going to go right here, please.
Yeah, over it, not around it.
Her next starter out on course.
I think this is our leader.
It is our clubhouse. It is our leader overnight. It is Lucien Bellissimo and Deary.
Yeah, this horse did a spectacular test yesterday. He's such a lovely horse to watch go around. And I know Lucien, for this horse, the cross country for him is trying to get him feeling brave. There's no shortage of talent, but getting him feeling brave and confident has kind of been the mission.
So we did not see it, but apparently Shannon had a 20 at 6B, which was the Quebec Shelter and Chevron Brush. So early on in the course, we didn't see it. So she comes home in 11 minutes and 10 seconds.
Oh, no, that's so disappointing because for everything we saw here on the footage, she looked
super.
Like she was really a great run.
Catch back up with Lucien. Good shot there. Take the flag, but that will be no bother. Catch back up with Waylon here as he enters the arena.
Yeah, this mare is so narrow, but she covers the ground with each stride.
The interesting thing about her, too, is, even if they can showcase she was the only one to make the time, but it never looked out of control. So I think that's also part of the genius of Waylon's cross-country riding.
Yeah, he's pretty good at making sure that everything is... He's not wasting any time or any turns or anything like that.
You can see he really opened up her stride there.
Deep. Oh, she was quite clever there. That was just the horse showing a little bit of greenness. That's nothing to be worried about. Doing better as he goes
again,
around.
This is an 11-year-old mare, so all the support for her.
Oh, man.
I know. Everywhere we saw her, she looked absolutely super. Catch back up with our overnight leader.
So this question coming up for Lucien is probably going to be the one that she's going to
She
most want
also
to have behind her.
He also had
Top
this
going.
moment at Defender Kentucky.
Come on, dearie. Come on, be brave. Oh, she's got him over. Get that 3. Come on, boy. Oh no. Oh, so disappointing.
You know,
Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't go to plan.
it does not. And I do have a feeling we are going to have a lot of ditch rail combinations built on courses, on farms all across the country.
Yeah, just keep on repeating. Hopefully everyone's okay.
We see Waylon at the Lemure Water.
A little bit of a sticky jump over that first skinny, but this is where it's nice to have that big stride, and she was able to easily make up that 3.
So Lucienne, I think, just had the wind knocked out of her. We saw the horse is fine as well.
That's good. Yeah, it's proving to be a very challenging course.
It is indeed. We have 3 home currently with no cross-country jumping. Shannon came home with just a 20, which unfortunately we didn't see, but everywhere else she looked super. And we've seen a little bit of every type of horse today, which is also really fun.
Yeah, no, we've had a couple of thoroughbreds, which have actually kind of proven us that having that blood is going to be helpful on a course like this. Honestly, we kind of looked like that corner was going to emerge as a bit of a problem, but so far it looks like the other horses that have come afterwards have jumped quite well.
It looks like it may be raining again. Can't quite tell from our dry feet. Let's catch back up with Waylon here.
Be interested to see. I'm wondering if Waylon's going to take this option or if he's just going to keep her on the direct line. It might.
He will be the only one who is on direct here if he does.
Yeah. Sometimes on a big horse like this, it might be easier. Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah.
You were right. You called it.
Well, just if you've got a really big, sometimes to steer that big ship around a tight turn, it's easier just to stay in a straight line. So that was, and it paid off for him.
So Allison comes in with our fastest run of the day so far, 10 minutes and 35 seconds. It'll add 14 time penalties to her for a overnight score of 46.1 and into first place.
Wow, that's very interesting. Currently, she's got 12 penalties between her and Olivia. So.
I think she is going to be so pleased with that mare. I talked to her a couple days ago, and she said, we went to a 4-star down at Stableview, and I thought, that is really proper. She said I was going to run the advanced, and I did, but it was the same track as the 4-star. So she felt like she really had a great. Here we have Arden Wilderson, and Arden is actually leading the 3-star. She's here on her old partner Sunday Times. And Arden is a speedy cross-country rider.
She is, absolutely. And I mean, I feel like she's a rider that's really really improved a lot, even in the last couple of years. She's got a lot of nice horses going, and you can always count on her to really put the foot down. So this could definitely throw a wrench in the works here.
There's no doubt. And, she had 2 horses in the 3-star. So like Allison, she's had a spin around. She understands what the ground's doing. Obviously, the rain will make it a bit different, but she's really got a feel for what's happening out there.
Yeah, this guy already looks full of running.
She went about as straight there as I think anyone will go.
Not an inch. She didn't waste a single inch through that question. That was great.
Saw some riders, they were going to sort of wiggle out and come through, and she went straight over the hump and right into the water. She went straight through.
She looks like a woman on a mission.
And this horse, I've been lucky enough to see him a number of times, and he just seems like he's a dude. He just cruises.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be anything that will surprise him on this course. He's just going to prick his ears and be like, "What's next, Mark?" Great jump there. Yeah, looking all
not
business.
Even a question.
Yeah, all business, first part.
And, walking that, there is an option to sort of put a little bit of a turn in there, and she just went straight down on the angle.
He looks like she probably knows him well enough. It's it's like wearing an old comfortable pair of shoes. You just feel good about riding them to anything and supporting them and knowing they're going to jump.
He's 17 years old at this point, and so I think they've had a wonderful partnership. I think the first phase is not his most favorite, but he really looks forward to today.
He's what we like to call a leaderboard climber.
And this is the weekend for it.
This is 100%. Yep. Great jump at the rail. And then just sit a little snug for your 3, and then it's right there. That was awesome.
Like nothing.
Yeah. it just seems like if they jump in and the one rides the way you plan, you just got to almost sit still. And if you can get that 3, then it all works out. Interesting. The fairway is not looking like it's too boggy
Not
just
yet.
yet. Yeah.
If you're just joining us, I'm Annie Bishop, and I'm delighted that I have Don Tran here with me, and we are in the 4-star long here at Mars Bromont, and it has been quite an exciting division so far.
It is. If you jump around this course, you're in the money. So that's kind of what we like from these big cross-country events. And even with the couple that haven't made it around, everyone's been walked away fine so far. So.
We just see Lauren Nicholson up there warming up. And I just got a sneaky look at Arden cruising through another line there, and she is just, we don't want to jinx her, but hopefully she cruises like she is for the rest of the course.
If she keeps up the pace that she's on, I would not be surprised to see her go close to the top. And it looks like we've got a time in for Waylon.
Waylon, 10:27, 10.8 time penalties, and he'll go on a 46.0, just 0.1 in front of Allison.
Wow, he's got to be thrilled with that on that horse.
Look at this.
Oh, very clever. Really clever. That horse was totally just clever little step there to help her out, and off she goes.
And you just love that partnership because he said, she's going to help me and I'm going to do my thing, and here we go.
Yeah, that's when the experience really counts.
Out on course is Lauren Nicholson on I'll Have Another. Lauren had a cruise around on the 3-star as well, so she's another one who will benefit from having been out on course already.
Horse looks ears pricked, ready to roll. Yeah, and it's interesting because Waylon on that big striding mare did not look like he was really going fast. It's just amazing that he's come in.
That's what we were saying about Waylon.
Right?
She is kind of a sneaky quick. He didn't look like he was moving too fast, but he's got a huge stride, as you say. So, smooth as fast is what Sarah's been saying this morning, and that is
right.
very true. See Lauren coming down to the Mars Sustainability Bay. See what she does on this line. She tucked over. She went to the left a bit there.
Yeah, because I feel like in the past he's had a question there that's been a little bit more. You had to give it a little bit of respect. It was like a duck or something, I think, last year. Whereas having the brush, it's more about just getting their eye on the line. Some horses go down into the water, and then you want them to pick their eyes up and look for that element out.
And you can be very forward there, but you have to be very good with your upper body because there is quite a drop on the other side of that.
Yep. Looks like Lauren's on her way down. Oh, yeah, swung out there again for that extra stride.
And this horse is younger. This is his first sort of full year at the level.
Right.
We did a 4-star short last year. So really, again, it's all about what Lauren's plan will be for the horse and what experience she wants to give him.
She might be just sort of saying, okay, there's been a bit of trouble, so let's just take a little time. The horse going to find its lines and feel confident, and then if everything's going to plan, she can keep building.
Little sticky there.
She's not been the first one that's kind of looked down into that ditch. It's a very big triple bar.
And you kind of come out of the woods and you turn towards it.
Yeah.
Coming up to the ditch and rail.
Little sticky.
You can see him hesitate in the air there.
But Lauren did a
ride.
great job. Yeah, and there's another one that's looked back and checked the frangible. They must be rattling that. But she did great to just kind of react to how the horse was a bit sticky over the ditch. And then she kicked on for the 3, and then the 2 was right there. Great riding.
We pick back up with Arden and Sunday Times at the Lemire Water.
Awesome. What a great ride. I mean, you don't want it to be any different to that.
No.
If he keeps up this pace, I think that, and can finish off with what she started with, I think we can see a little bit of a shake up here on the leaderboard.
Back with Lauren, and I'll have another.
Awesome piloting from Lauren.
And that fence really, you know, I think riders really respecting it because it is on a slope, which you can't really see from here. And so it's sort of asking them to keep running down to the left.
Yeah, kind of. If you were to come in there a bit too fast or a little unbalanced, it definitely wants to sweep you away from the corner. Lauren just looked like she was right there ready to help keep the horse's balance all the way to the fence.
Lauren at the Mars Sustainability Bay.
And it seems as though if they kind of stall a little bit over the air over that table, you've got to be quick thinking and go, okay, that 2 is, we've seen a few 2 and a few 3.7.
Yep.
React to that in the moment is definitely cool.
Catch back up with Arden and Sunday Times. What do you think she's going to do here?
She won't go direct. She loves to go quick on an educated horse. Oh, wow.
Right.
Awesome. So good.
It was a lovely ride through there.
I think when you can trust that the horse is going to be really honest, you can take. And she actually, I think she's the first one that's really demonstrated that direct route can be quite quicker if they're pretty rideable like that. She was pretty nifty through there.
Again, that's the wonderful part about having a partner who you know inside and out. So you're over the tape. Oh, we catch up here with Buck Davidson and Errol Goby. Fence 4, Mars Sustainability Bay.
Lovely horse, Errol Goby.
He is.
Such a stunning animal. When you see him go past, you can't help but turn your head.
He's a 14-year-old Holsteiner gelding.
Man, I'm really interested to see
Arden's time
coming in.
We last saw her at fence 24. She's had a few more to go to get home. Here's Buck at 6AB.
Another one that went really direct there. It's definitely shaping up to be exciting show jumping too.
It is, and Sarah and I have been talking a lot about that over the past few days. Is that, you know, it's not just about cross country, but the show jumping is very influential here, and it will be very, very tight at the top of the leaderboard here.
Yeah, but I think particularly when the ground is a little softer, you know, you can go from hero to go around and go really fast and have a horse that's a little more tired the next day, or you know, just trying to thread that balancing act of being quick and being efficient, but also having enough force on the last day. You know,
especially over terrain like this, because a lot of these horses will not have run on a course like this before. You don't know exactly what it will have taken out.
Buck showing all his class and experience. And another one looking back, they must all be rattling that.
Must just be making a lot of noise.
I think has it come down at all yet?
Yes.
Yeah, once.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh no, sorry, not in this class. In the 3-star,
okay,
it came down. We don't have a time yet for Arden. I will keep madly refreshing.
Looks like we got a little brief moment of sunshine here. It's been kind of a crazy day of weather. I mean, literally, there's been times where it looks like it's about to, dump 2 inches of rain, and then 2 seconds later the sun's out.
We'll take it as long as it doesn't just keep dumping rain all day.
Yeah.
Coming down.
Great ride there from Buck. Looked like he got a big jump at the Oxer and just almost in midair, just swung out a little bit to make a bit more space so that he could get a good shot to the corner. That's just experience,
We see down at the start, getting ready to go into the start box is Alexander McLeod, a Newmarket Jack. So time in for Arden, she is our fastest of the day, 10:26, 10.4 times. She goes forward to 48.1. So there's literally 2 points between our first 3 right now, and then we go about 10 points after that. So the speedy rounds are definitely being rewarded today.
That's awesome. Yeah, she's going to be thrilled with that. Yeah, definitely a cross-country machine type day. Yeah.
Yes. Here comes Alexander McLeod, a Newmarket Jack.
This is a lovely old horse. I shouldn't call him old. That's kind of rude, but he's definitely
not a spring chicken.
He's not a spring chicken. He's been around, and he's just been such
I believe he's 19.
19. Yeah, a seasoned campaigner.
Yes.
A seasoned campaigner. Yeah, I think he may have won a 4 long out at Galway.
I believe he did, yes.
Yeah, so
Catch back up with Lauren. What do you think she's going to do here?
I don't know. If I had to bet money, I think she's going to go long.
Okay.
Oh,
You are correct.
all right.
I thought for a second.
Yeah, I thought for a minute there she looked like she might. Maybe she was in 2 minds too. It just from the first part of the course, looking like she's just trying to give this horse a really nice sort of educational, experience building kind of ride. So, but looking very stylish as always.
Yes. Buck here.
Having a great run here on Errol Goby.
He is. We're wondering how influential this combination would be because you really sort of jump down to the bottom of that bank and then turn around to that turning curve.
Yeah, it looks like it's just been riding really well all day. It's always a little bit of relief when that big giant drop is not on the course. There's going to be some people that are going to be happy to see that it's not on there.
Yes.
It's got such a lovely way of going, this horse. Lovely gallop. Ooh, very good. Just for a split second there, he kind of did a little bit what happened to Carl,
Yep.
where he's kind of went a bit against the bridle and put his head up and wasn't quite looking where he was going, but fortunately got his attention back.
And that could be why Buck rides him with the big flash on his
Yeah.
on his band there. Shadow rock.
Yeah, trying to get his focusing forward.
So we've got our next starter will be our last starter in the division, which will be Martin and Miss Lulu herself, I believe.
Yeah, sweet Lulu. All right, Alex McLeod. Let's see if she gets. Aside from poor Lucienne, who came unstuck here, this Coffin's actually been riding. We've seen a little bit of everything, but
Yes.
he's been riding fairly well. Nice jump. Get the 1, 1, 2. Very handy. Big effort. She actually did 3 there in the bending. He kind of looked like he kind of looked after her there and went, "Hang on, I'm not going to."
He said, "I'm going to come here and tuck this for you."
Just make a little room there. That's great.
Catch up with Buck at the Lemure Water.
Big jump over that first skinny.
He's got a big stride.
Yeah. Sure does. And also, this is another question, the Lemure Water, that really has ridden. I mean, with different options, some people have gone really direct and had a bold ride. Some swung out, made a little room. Some have done 3 in the skinnies. Some have done 4. It looks like it's been riding generally pretty well.
So we have a time for Lauren, and I'll have another. She's home in 10 minutes and 56 seconds. It adds 22.4 times. She'll go for tomorrow in a 55.3 in a provisional 4th place.
And I think it looked like Lauren was looking for a clean round and a confidence building round, which is exactly what she gave the horse. And
he'll be stronger for it.
Be a better horse for it. So.
Catch back up with Newmarket Jack.
Awesome. I mean, he just is such a handy horse, and he almost makes you can see him make little decisions on the fly on how he's going to navigate it, which is exactly what you want in a good cross country horse.
I've fallen in love with a few horses today, and this is one of my new favorites as well. I mean, just what a dude.
He looked really fun. Oh,
Buck went straight there.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, being in the tree line there, you saw the horse had a little stumble. It might be a little slick right there around that turn.
I mean, it is the wettest part of the course up there,
Right.
and so maybe is just getting that bit deep. Here comes the person who could take over the lead. He was in 2nd place overnight on 31.5. It's Boyd Martin and Miss Lulu herself. Boyd has just moved into the number 2 slot on the FEI World Rankings, so that is incredibly exciting.
It's so awesome. I mean, how inspiring it is for riders based in North America to see that you can be competitive with all the best in the world from North America, and nobody deserves it more than Boyd. And this Miss Lulu, she is such a good jumper, and I know he thinks a lot of the horse. So it'd be exciting. It's all going to come down to this.
And she's catty. I got the opportunity to see her at Devon as well, where they took home the win. And she just really, Boyd was saying how much she's come on in the last year. She actually won the 3-star here 2 years ago.
Right.
And so she clearly knows what it's about to be at Bromont.
Yeah, I think Bromont for him is an important event for all his horses, but she's really starting to come into her own. And I wouldn't call her an underdog, but she's probably a horse that maybe early on you wouldn't have necessarily thought, oh, wow, that horse. But now she looks every bit a 4 or 5 star horse.
And she's just 11, right?
Yes.
So it's amazing to see her come on. And, Boyd was telling Sarah and I the other day that, Bromont really is a place that he targets for his horses, because he agrees with Derek and so many other riders that if you have a horse that runs around Bromont, you will understand what kind of horse you're sat on, whether they can go to 5-star or move up to the next level, whether you start here at the 2-star. So
exactly, it's kind of a litmus test, and if it doesn't quite go according to plan, it gives you a lot of feedback on, maybe what your horse needs. He just looks like so fun, and she see him just give him a little pat there, and they just look like they're having a little canter around the park. It looked awesome.
He was great. You could see him between those two. He kind of wiggled his ears and said, "Oh, there it is." We have Boyd coming up to the ditch and rail here on Miss Lulu herself, and he could go into the lead with a speedy round.
Yeah. This wouldn't be the first time that Boyd's come to Bromont and be leading pretty much all the divisions.
I think he won about every division there was last year.
Yep.
He's currently first and second in the 2-star division.
Yep, that sounds about right. Very handy through that coffin there. He looks like, if I had to guess, I'm thinking, if I'm trying to telepathically connect to Boyd, I'm thinking he's probably going to take it a little bit easy here just to kind of get her through. And then if she's got plenty of gas in the tank, he's probably going to turn it up a little bit towards the end.
Kick on from there.
Yeah, sometimes with this wet ground, you don't want to kind of go out of the box going Mark 10 and use them all up before they get to the...
So Buck is home with Errol Goby 1 minute flat over the time. So he'll take forward a 24 time penalties with a score of 58.7 to go into show jumping tomorrow. We've had a couple that are right on that. Olivia was also a minute over. And our fastest rounds of the day have been about 26 to 35 seconds. So big jump over that.
Yeah, awesome. She's so clever there. Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show, even just a clean round, even if you're kind of trying to take it a little bit easy, is still going to put you in the ribbons, or at least be standing in the ribbons after the cross country. So it's going to be an exciting day tomorrow, that's for sure.
Here comes Boyd and Miss Lulu herself to the Mars Sustainability Bay. See what she does here.
Jump in. Big jump at the table. And then another one of the 2.7 strides, which is very handy there.
Here, give her a pat up the hill.
I don't know, but it kind of looks a little bit like that water is a bit deeper, maybe from that.
I think sort of if they get too far to the left there, sort of towards the center of the water, I think that maybe a bit of a...
Especially after that good dumping that we had just right before the division started. Yep. It just looks like it kind of slows their momentum.
Maybe something for the 4-star short riders to take a peek at.
Yeah. Gorgeous horse.
She's stunning. Chestnut mare. Yeah. Not everyone's cup of tea, but when you get one on side, there's nothing better.
Just looks fit and eager. But yeah, he's definitely the guy that can upset the apple cart here on the as far as the standings go.
See Errol Goby there cooling out in the vet box. I mean, look at this scenery. It is one of the most gorgeous places that you can imagine.
I mean, I sound like a broken record. I just tell everybody if they ever get the opportunity to come to Bromont to do it, because it's just such a fun event. Whoa! he sliced that. It was like
And what
30
a
degree.
game little mare to say, okay.
She didn't. She looked like that was part of the plan. And it's, even just beyond the event, just to be here, to go out to eat, to drive around. I mean, it's just such a fun event. It really is.
It's unbelievable. I mean, incredible restaurants, adorable town, cute shopping. There's just something for everyone here, and really everyone should come. And we're so happy that for the people that can't be here in person, that they get to watch this incredible course on the live stream for the first time ever. And we're so grateful to everyone that made that happen.
Absolutely. It's so great for the sport, for people to be able to tune in and watch. Oh, you got the chicken elbows out there that flapped her over it. I love that. Old school Aussie style there.
They gave her some wings.
Yeah. No, that was great. She jumped it awesome.
83 on its way. 83 on its way.
He looks like he's now kind of in a pretty good rolling rhythm here, and she does not look tired yet. So if he can maintain this, I think he's going to definitely be competitive.
Well, and he'll really understand what it takes to get a horse fit for a course like Bromont, because he does love it here and he does target his horses here sometimes twice a year.
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't remember exactly off the top of my head, but in some of those divisions, I think it was like the 7th time he'd won the 3-star here or something. So yeah, he knows it very well. He's probably ridden here in every single type of weather and knows exactly what they need to have done as far as gallops and shows before they get here. So yeah,
and I think his world number 2 status proves that he's doing something correct, and maybe we should all take a page and everyone should be heading to Bromont every chance they get.
Yeah. Oh my, I cannot believe what I just saw.
No.
Oh my goodness, that is absolutely heartbreaking.
They had an incredible round, and Alexandra just could not hold on. She was going to tip forward at that last and just came off just before the finish flag.
I mean, was she still in the air when the horse went through the finish flag? I want to.
No, unfortunately, I was hoping that he was just going to carry her right through.
It looked like, because I mean, I think if that actually happened, she probably wouldn't count. I guess, right?
It's true.
But I think she might have hit the ground right. That is absolutely
that is a
tragic.
heartbreaker. And you could tell she was trying to hold on because she knew, and I think if he could have, he would have just slotted underneath her, but he couldn't quite get there.
Jumped the whole way around, and he just looked like he jumped quite big through the through the horseshoe, and just unseated her a little bit. Oh my goodness, that's absolutely heartbreaking.
You know, this sport is tough.
Just when you think it, you've got it all.
We've had a beautiful round in the last fence, and it comes off, just pops off.
Yeah.
He jumped it big. We catch back up with Boyd here and Miss Lulu herself. So I am curious to see what Boyd is going to do here, because he thought he might take the option, but he said, "Bet you never know. I may just go straight."
Yeah, he's probably seen it. He's probably heard that it's been jumped a couple of times now. So my guess is that he's probably going to go straight. No, he's scooting around. Well, also too, maybe because there's not quite so much pressure.
Yes,
he probably feels like, okay, I can take the slightly safer
it's that
option.
safe option.
What a jumper she is! Lovely horse.
Look at her ears still pricked and running on. It's lovely to see.
And it just looks like most of Boyd's horses. They look adjustable. They're not fighting him in the bridle. It makes it look easy.
It makes a big difference, right? When you're not having to have big conversations before fences.
Oh yeah, it's the people with the strongest horses that fight it the most, that tend to have the most time, because it's really difficult to get into a smooth rhythm. So which is not always easy depending on the horse's character. But yeah, I think Boyd spends a lot of time. We live next door to him, so I see him train a lot, and he's always working on their rideability and making sure that they understand and they listen. So. Is that a little bit more rain coming in?
Oh, yes. The 4-star short is going to get maybe a bit sporty.
Oh, boy. Yeah. And then the 2-star, which is what
you
I'm
ready
in.
For that?
Yeah. We'll see. It's going to be challenging.
Well, as we wait to catch back up with Boyd, you can get more shots of this beautiful course. And again, thank you to all of our volunteers who are out there getting rained on. I hope they have their rain gear. We could not do this without you, and we're so grateful that you're here. We're so grateful to our sponsors, Marge Equestrian especially. Really, the support that they give competitions like Bromont ensure that they keep happening. And we're so grateful for your support. And I would, and as well as the Muir and everyone else that is so supports our event. And I would ask that you support the brands that support our sport, because we couldn't do it without them, and so we need to support them as well.
Yeah, 100%. I think Mars Equestrian is going to become synonymous with a lot of big international events now. Big B's, yeah. And I echo what you said. It's just so great. Without them, we couldn't come and enjoy such a beautiful place and a beautiful competition. So thank you.
So we are going to wait to get Boyd home here, and hopefully we'll get a shot of him shortly. And hopefully he will stay on through the finish flags.
A little bit of a challenging conditions right here at the tail end of the course. So.
And just for those of you watching at home, we are going to have a short break as they change over for the 4-star short, but we will be back. I think we're on about 15 or 20 minutes later than we're meant to be today. So tune back in as soon as you can, but likely about 15-20 minute break once Boyd finishes up. And we'll be back with all the action from the 4-star short here at Mars Bromont. We're going to see if we can get Boyd home as those poor people are standing in the rain sideways.
Yeah, everyone's got such a walking around talking to the volunteers. Everyone seems to have such a great, fun attitude, and I see a lot of familiar faces. That come back year after year. Yeah, it's always such a cool place to come and compete at.
Dom, I won't hold you here because I know you have stuff to do. I am just waiting to see if I can get a score or if we get to see Boyd again. Should be close to home.
No problem. Well, I will go and get my horse ready, but it was a pleasure to be in here.
I'll be cheering you on from here.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Not to get too wet.
Yes, good luck. Thank you, Dom.
All right, no problem.
So we may not get to see Boyd come home. We will just wait a second. Just to give you a refresher where our scores are right now, we've got Waylon Roberts with a speedy round in 10 minutes and 27 seconds going forward to tomorrow's show, jumping on a 46.0. He will be incredibly pleased with that mare. Allison Springer must be over the moon with No May Moon in 10 minutes and 35 seconds on a 46.1. And we have just got Boyd Martin's time in. He will slot into 4th place, 10 minutes and 45 seconds on a 49.5. Wow, what a morning we have had on the 4-star long cross country. We're excited to come back in about 20 minutes with all the action from the 4-star. I'm Annie Bishop, and I'll talk to you soon.
At Nutro, we believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
Welcome back to March International. We've just seen Jessica Phoenix leave the start box on her 4 horses. She is a busy lady. I'm Annie Bishop, and I'm joined today by Sarah Kozenblick. Sarah, here we go.
Here we go. That's an exciting 4-star long class, as expected. Derek DeGrazia's beefy cross-country course here at Bromont is causing the issues that we thought we were going to have, and we've seen some great cross-country riding, and tomorrow is going to be a really exciting day, don't you think?
It's going to be incredibly exciting, and no one made the time here in the 4-star long last year. No one made the time this morning in the 4-star long. No one made the time in the 4-star short last year. Can we see it today?
Yeah, we shall see. I'm going to stay very quiet, but we've got an experienced field here. A lot of these horses, especially on the Canadian side, this is their okay, good job there, Miss Jess. She is Miss Stickability, I will say that. She's well aware that first water can be influential. You do have to take a second unless you're feeling quite confident about your horse, and you just have to swing out a little bit, which she did, and then the horse had a tiny bit of a stumble step up and leapt off of there, and she did well to stick on that. So now she's cruising up to this big wide oxer here, and we'll come around to the table ramp thing here to the most people, I'm assuming, have been doing 5, some 6 here to the.
We've seen a few
7.
different lines down here this morning. I think it depends on the horse that you're sat on and how confident you are they're going to read that line.
Absolutely. This ground is beautiful today. I was out there this morning walking around the 4-star, and the ground is magic. We had some kind of unseasonably warm weather here at Bromont this week. But we've had a drop in temperature. It's wonderful cross-country temperature today, and we've had a bit of rain, and that's made the ground absolutely perfect. So here comes Jess now to jump this big triple bar shaping rail that sets you up so nice for the hanging rails down to the ditch. Horse had a little bit of a peek at that. There is stone dust under that. It is a tiny bit, it's not really a ditch, but it's a tiny bit of stone dust under it, which can give the horses pause.
We saw a lot of horses do the same thing in the 4-star long division right there.
Beautiful with her upper body there. I mean, that horse did a big jump over the ditch. I mean, this girl is showing all of her experience and all of her stickability here today. And I'm imagining we've seen a couple of horses go right down there in 2, and I'm sure some have done 3. I think it's a really forgiving line, but it is big.
We've seen a little bit of everything, and it really depends on how they meet the ditch as to what they're able to do in the sort of 2 fences coming after that. See them all taking a bit of a peek, though. And again, this horse for Jess, she's not, she's a 12-year-old mare, and it looks like this may be one of her first 4-star longs. So,
well, no one better to pilot her around. And Jess is, we were saying this yesterday, is a bit unique in the fact that she rides a lot of different horses. It's quite often that you find a style of horse that suits a rider, and that's what they tend to want to go with. Well, Jess, she can ride just about anything.
The terrain here really will test the horses. The optimum time today in this 4-star short is 6 minutes and 26 seconds.
And I often find, Annie, that when you're doing a 4-star short, it can be a bit harder to make the time in some respects, unless they're exhausted from doing the big long distances. In the long we have more fences, more stretches in between. Bromont is a bit different because it is such a fitness test on the side of the mountain here. So, that's why you don't see a lot of horses making the time in the longs. However, the shorts with things that tend to come up a little bit faster. It's I wouldn't say a derby course because there's plenty of galloping here at Bromont, but it does have a bit more of that feel.
You see Jess coming through the Lemure water. Again, Jess showing all of her experience. The mare looked like she maybe stumbled a bit there, and Jess just said, "Come on, girl, let's go."
Yep, and that comes up quite a bit earlier in the 4-star short than we were seeing in the 4-star long. So those horses are a bit fresher to get to this point, and they also have a different jump in. They come in at the top. They kind of cruise around past the ditch rail, and then they come around a little bit high, and they come in and turn to the left.
We will be going at longer intervals on the 4-star short today because Jess has 4 rides, so we'll be seeing horses every 5 minutes opposed to the 4 which we were seeing in the 4-star long.
Because otherwise we'd just have to slingshot her from the finish straight up to the start box. But she's fit enough to do that, so no problem. So it's actually kind of fun though, because we can see them more,
Exactly. And here's a wonderful rider to be our second out. It's Hannah Sue Holberg on capital H-I-M.
Her lovely old partner here. I'm not calling him old in the sense that he is ancient. He's certainly not. He's 17, but they know each other quite well, and they're absolutely beautiful to watch across the country.
His ears are pricked, and he says, "What are we up to today?"
Yeah. And I know Hannah was really looking forward to riding him. And I've talked about it a bit, but one of my favorite rounds to watch at Maryland last year was this combination.
Pick back up with Jess at Mars Sustainability Bay.
I wonder if this will ride a little better with it being the second water. Good girl.
The water does look like it's a bit deeper than it was yesterday.
Well, I think also if you get a little bit, some people notice it probably coming a little tiny bit, not angling that rail in, but maybe just a smidgen on the left to right coming in to try to make it a little bit easier on the inside track there. If you swing out a tiny bit, that makes that a bit tougher to turn back to the corner, and I think that's totally fine. Like that 3 is totally fine. But if you want to be going on the 2, you sort of have to come a little bit more, slightly more on the inside there. I think when you're making the turn is when they get a little straighter there, and then you end up with the 3, which is
Here
fine.
we are with Hannah. And she
Perfect.
Lovely ride through there.
When you're jumping that, you can't quite see here, but it's quite downhill, that B element, and you have to turn to go through the woods there to come around to do the ditch and rail combination. And so you don't want to get there, and that's why I'm sure a lot of riders are opting to do the 6, because you want to go down there and feel like you're doing 5 and then a quiet one, and then you can make the turn a bit easier, which ends up being faster than being slingshotted down the hill.
Catch back up with Hannah. That's one of the nicest shots we've seen over that triple bar there. Horses have just been taking a peek, but not a peek for Cheeto, as he's known at home.
As I've said a few times, it's a nice fence to have before we do these rails. It really puts the shape into the horses, and that's why it's there. Beautiful. Girl. Well, there you go.
That's how it's supposed to be ridden.
Look at that view. What a beautiful sunny day. We are getting bits and pieces in here. We had a downpour before the start of the 4-star long, but as I've been saying, that we really had great ground before that, and we were not too soft at all. So that rain has done nothing. It's only made things better. And it looks like we're clearing up for a second, dare I say.
I think it's safe. We're having very British weather here today because we've had literally everything. You feel like you need a sweater, a raincoat, and layers.
Well, I'll never forget, I think one of the first years I went over to do Burley, I was there with John Holling, and we were eagerly looking at the weather. It was at breakfast and going, and he's like, "Sarah, what the heck? What is a rainy, sunny day?" And I think that's what we're experiencing here at Bromont.
It is indeed.
You'll have one part of the course in rain and one part in sunshine. Well, here comes Hannah.
You're still pricked.
So you're seeing a nice shot here where she comes down over that massive table, turning to the brush combination there. Super, super. Right on the money. And she's coming down now to the water. So she'll be coming into the Lemire water. So you have a little bit of a pull after that. It's a different route, as I said, than the 4-star long. A little bit of a pull after the coffin, which is why she was taking her time, give him a second to catch his breath, and now she's coming down into the Lemire water. Have this little bit nice log here, and then a left side bending to some massive hedges. And historically, this is another section of the course that can sometimes be a bit wet, but it is not today. It is absolutely perfect, and she nailed that.
Easy stride, easy distance in there for that horse. So we have a time in for Jess Phoenix. She 7 minutes and 30 seconds, so 25.6 time penalties. Take her forwards tomorrow in 55.7.
Oh, she's going to be delighted with that. That horse would have learned a lot from jumping around that track. She certainly had to work, but the horse will be a better horse for it, and she's going to be so happy to be through the finish flags.
Then she's on to the next.
Great shot of that big ditch and brush there for Hannah. She comes back into the field to head to the rails on either a bending 6 or a bending 5. Depends on sort of, obviously your line and the shot you get in.
Pick back up with Hannah. And this bending line.
Nope, looks like she did 5 there. rather small fence around the tree there on the hill, and it's but you have to be respectful of those. It's really
Can't take anything for
as
granted.
we've heard before so many times. It's a good place to have a bad jump.
Here we have Lindsay Tresnell and Baton Rouge out on course. Excited to see these two. They come forward on a 31.3.
She had a super dressage test yesterday, I thought, and they know this property as well as anyone. Awesome 2 strides there, Hannah. Well done.
So you're galloping up by the VIP tent. I popped it for the break, and it is full of people having a wonderful day out. If you ever make it to Mars Bromont, join the crew there, because it is a wonderful venue to watch the competition.
Oh, and they really do a great job of the VIP. They have incredible food, and the views and everything is in the best locations. So here comes Lindsay coming out, and she knows this course well, so she's not taking any chances at 4. She didn't swing way up. She made sure she got straight, and she stayed very tall over that jump. It's quite a drop on the land.
Up with Hannah.
And in the 4-star short, you have another thing to do. Oh, I hope did that. Yes, you did. Okay, good girl. Yeah. So you have you have the same vicarage fee type thing that we had in the long, except for in the long you went around the next element there, but in the short you jumped that corner. And here comes Lindsay on the inside here. Very neat and efficient. And she's done the same thing. She swung out just a smidgen so she could have a quiet step at the last and make that turn easily down to go through the trees to the rails before the ditch and ditch combination. It's so fun that we have this many cameras on course and we can really getting a feel for Derek DeGrazia's stunning 4-star track here at Bromont.
It is a stunning track, and as we will keep talking about throughout the weekend, there's no other course like it. It is really a place to aim your horses to get a really good run and understand what type of horse you've got.
Absolutely. Helps you set your horses up for 4- and 5-star competitions all over the world. So here Lindsay comes. She's getting nice and high and balancing here before she has to jump those upright rails. Super. Well, good girl.
Lovely ride through there.
That was just magic. It's fun, to have all these top Canadian riders that are trying to have their sights set on Paris here, and Lindsay would absolutely be one of them. I think she's about to be followed by another one of my favorites, which is Carl Slezak with Hot Bobo.
Yes, Carl will be next out. Carl had an unfortunate trip on his horse in the 4-star long.
Now, did you notice that after that, lots of people were having a little in that one?
Yes, they were.
And I think, it's hard because you walk something, gosh, it's right on there, and it certainly was. It was a good combination, but, word gets back very quickly, and you can make a slight adjustment. Lindsay's making that long pull up from around the massive table from the 4-star long to do this downhill quite narrow and wide table actually to an angled hedge, which when you're up there doesn't seem really that big, but it's it's that pull all the way up there and the table is big and it's just asking you to get a little bit cocky and slip down the side of that. But Lindsay's having none of it. She did knock the flag, but the horse was inside. I'm speaking for the I shouldn't be, it might not be, but we do review those things, but the horse looked good to me.
We have a time in for Hannah Sue Holberg and capital HIM. You're home in 7 minutes and 14 seconds, so 19.2 time for a score of 47.5 to take them forward to show jumping tomorrow.
Fabulous.
Again, a reminder, the optimum time is 6 minutes and 26 seconds. We're here at the wonderful Mars Bromont with the 4-star short underway. I'm Annie Bishop, and I'm delighted that I have Sarah Kozenblick in here with me today.
I'm so glad we're up here bringing one of my favorite events in the world to you guys wherever you are. The wonders of modern technology.
It's really incredible. Pick back up with Lindsay, the ditch and wall. Lovely shot over that. And these two have such a wonderful partnership, and it's so fun to get to see them.
Absolutely. And once again, both Carl and Lindsay were members of the gold medal Pan American team.
And here comes Carl and Hot Bobo out of the start box.
Well, he'll be looking for redemption after that. He'll be quite annoyed, I'm sure.
Yes. Hot Bobo is just an 11-year-old mare, and I know that she's been very tricky to, but Carl's known that she's been very special, and so he's taken her time and really done everything he can to set themselves up for success.
It's one of my favorite pairs to watch, and so I'm really looking forward to this.
Here's Lindsay to the Mars Sustainability Bay.
Super, 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 super. She stayed a little bit more on the right-hand side, got that 6 up there exactly the way she wanted, and then she was able to sort of just get more direct to that corner. Worked out absolutely beautifully. Kind of
Carl through
similarly
the
to
water.
Hannah.
You can see just where Carl's head went there. It is a big drop on the other side of that fence.
Yeah. And like I said, it's not a tricky fence, but it's really nice to go into that, get your feet wet, and then come up and have to deal with the terrain on your way out. I just don't want to take it for granted.
Big pop over that. Makes the left-handed turn. Nicely done.
Yeah, the 7 came up really early, really mitzy on both horses there, and that's, you can't really see, but when you come up that hill and turn back to do that little vicarage V there, it is really downhill. So making that turn back there, which is why everyone's being as careful as possible as they can over that angled ditch and hedge before to make the turn, so they don't go flying past that corner.
Catch up with Carl, hopefully, as he goes into that back field, and he will do this triple bar up to the ditch and rail.
Yeah, a little look back there. It's
Almost
these pins do make a bit of noise. So if you give the jumps a bit of a rattle, some of these are unfrangible pins for our safety, which is wonderful. But they can make a bit of noise on us and sound. They're not really loud, but they make us nervous. There we go. And Carl's style, oh, beautiful.
Lovely shot.
Carl's, everyone has their own unique way of going, and also you need to adapt yourself to your horses a little bit. Like Carl actually rides a little bit more forward, I would say, than a lot of people coming down through that. I don't mean forward in pace, I mean where his body angles are, but it's quite a small horse. And it really worked out there. He was able to jump that 3 and turn in the air for the 2. And that is pretty, I think it's because he was soft and centered and knew his horse, but that was pretty class. I wouldn't be brave enough to be there. I'd have to be. I'd have to be a little bit further back, but he knows what he's doing, and it worked out great.
See Carl come back into view.
Lovely soft following elbow here. Light connection with the rein if she needs support, but he's just saying, hey, come on now, let's cruise up this hill. Then you'll say, toll for this big table. But you see him balancing back here. It's on quite a turn as well. Lovely. Yeah, and you turn back into that as well. He's making a big effort to make sure that his lovely mare sees where she's going, and that he doesn't hit a flag. He's really being very careful about that, and that was stylish.
The weather seems to be changing yet again. Pick up with Carl at the Lemure Water.
That's riding nice. So we did 4.
Yeah, I did 1.
Wow, there you go. Well,
Gives her a big pat and says thank you.
That's the thing. It's the line, not the stride. You just make sure you're in balance and the horse knows where you're going.
You go out of the start box with a plan, but what happens is not the plan sometimes. We see just up at the start box getting ready to go is Ariel Grald on Isla de Coco. And lovely shot there.
And he's being very smooth, and he's being on the inside track everywhere. He's not flying. He's just giving this horse a lovely round, but he is very smooth, so it's not going to be slow. As we say, being smooth. If you keep up one rhythm from the beginning, you're definitely quicker than your look, and smooth is the most important thing. I remember everybody has a different plan on the day of what is appropriate and for their horse on that day for what their goals are.
Ariel out of the start box. She had a couple of horses in the 3-star earlier, so she will have been out on the course and understand how the terrain is riding and what the ground's doing, so she'll have a good feel for this mare's trip around the 4-star short.
For sure, and she's no stranger to Bromont, so she's well aware of how this feels. And so he's coming the same line I was thinking there. I wonder if he'll do 5 or 6. Yeah, 6. He knew he had to get there. Yep. Well done, actually, and that's going to be fine. He hit the left flag, but he's going to be okay. And I think what he was thinking there is exactly what I think is probably one of the better ways to get through there, is just be a little bit left to right over that rail. And then you can get that 6 riding a bit forward up there. There was one of my friends that was thinking, well, my horse jump's really big, I might even get 5, but I think they land steep there. And this, if you can get on that line, it gives you a nice forward ride to get the corner done.
Ariel just taking a tug there to get to the water, saying, pay attention, we've got water and a drop.
Yeah, well, it's really steep. You do that big hanging, good job. 1, 2, 4. Yeah, I mean, that is hard.
It's fiddly
hard
in there.
Yeah, you've got to, I mean, he's really testing you, saying, okay, well, you can jump all this big forward stuff. I just made you do that big long 2 down there. Now let's see if you can come back to your show jumping canter and make a turn.
This mare's a jumper.
Yes, and a big long neck on her too, which is kind of a nice thing. I mean, you feel like they're always going to have a horse underneath you when they're yeah, that was nice. Good girl. So as you come down into that first water, also that is a massive rail right there by the VIP tent, and you go straight down the hill. So if you've got some horses that are fresh and feeling good, it can feel a little bit speedy as you're trying to make that turn into the 4.
Again, that's where Derek really plays with the terrain, not only that coming down to that first water, but again, that little Vicarage turn is that, you're on terrain the entire time. And so you're riding forward and having to take a hold at the same time.
Yeah, he's really testing rideability. That was a very good approach. Super. Look at the step on this thing, Annie.
Wow.
Walk over there and do. Yep.
My word.
Yep, very cool. That was well ridden.
This will be
knowing your horse,
Exactly, and this will be an exciting horse for Ariel. It's a 10-year-old mare, so really exciting. And I think that this is only their 3rd 4-star short. So getting some good miles under her belt, and it's a very exciting horse for her. And it's actually wonderful. She actually had the mare here in the 3-star last year.
Yeah, it does make sense. And actually, Sue is for the first time offering a 1-star class here at Petit Bromont. I'm sorry for my accent. It's next week here at Little Bromont. And they've historically had a lot of the horse trial levels and the lower levels, so everyone can experience Bromont locally and in Canada. And but they've added a 1-star, so I'm actually have some of, when you talk about bringing horses at the other levels here, people bringing their 2-star, 3-star horses. I'm actually bringing some kids to do 1-star next week.
It's incredible, and what a good experience it will be for them.
Well, yes, because you get that same feeling of doing an international competition. You're traveling, you're crossing the border, you're doing all that sort of stuff, and you're here and everyone's speaking French, and it really feels like you're doing an overseas competition, and it just brings it all up, that stress level all up one more, and it's great practice. So that was a lovely ride from Ariel there. We're about to see her come into the Lemure water. She's jumping the beautiful Bromont log here. These course builders they're artists.
So we have a time in for Carl and Hot Bobo. 7 minutes, 7 seconds is their time. So 16.4. They'll go forward to tomorrow in a 44, and I think he'll be incredibly pleased with that. They had a lovely round.
Oh, yeah. That was absolutely class the whole way from start to finish. And I think it was all exactly on plan. He probably didn't want to shuffle that last little one in there on the Lemure water, but honestly, who cares? Horse jumped great. And I have to say that I think that those brushes, there's some good jumping horses in this class. And the other thing is they're a little fresher when they get to that Lemure water. So they're not like, it wasn't looking longer in the 4-star long. The approach was different in the 4-star long. But what I think is the big difference is they had already done quite a lot of galloping and jumping. And they just weren't going as high up in the air.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you go up that much, you land a bit steep, and then you've got to put your leg on to cover the ground a bit more.
Right turn to the good shot there.
That was nice.
This horse does have a giant stride.
It does. It really suits her.
Yeah, this mare's 17.2.
Yeah, because Ariel is really tall. like
Yes.
I'm a tall person. Ariel is taller than me, and just long and lean.
Yeah,
And
here she comes to the Mars Sustainability Bay.
She's coming a little straighter, but I think that's because the horse has such a big stride, right? Like, so she's trying not to run out of room on that 6, which worked out perfectly. This is knowing your horse. If, Carl came a little more on the inside, he knew he needed to have a little bit less distance to cross in order to hit that. You want to ride that going forward in the 6, not feeling like you're reaching for it or that you stuff yourself under it. And that's when you have to try to survive the out.
And out of the start box comes Jessica Phoenix for the second time. And this time she is on Fluorescent Adolescent. And she comes forward on...
This is pretty adorable.
I adore this horse.
I mean, it just looks like if you didn't know how huge this was and how cool she was, you'd be like, here she is at her Pony Club rally.
I know.
Cute little tiny dress on her brown and white horse.
This mare had a good run at Defender Kentucky, jumped
Super
around with
round
just
was the trailblazer.
8.4 time at Kentucky, and I think Jess was over the moon with this little mare, and excited to see her here at Bromont. You can see they are getting a bit of cut in the ground there as they come down from the VIP tent down to this first water, and Jess looks like she might have her hands full.
She's right. She's going to run herself into the water and then come back at it. There we go.
Lovely shot.
Yeah, it's actually nice to see that, to be honest. You're coming down those hills. It's to me, I get a bit nervous if I don't see the ground torn up a tiny bit. That is a very, very steep hill. So you want to kind of see some of that, because that means the horses are not getting jarred to pieces as they come down there.
Big shot over that.
Yeah, she saw that.
We have to say, as much as this will take out of Jess today, riding probably won't take much out of her because she's such a superstar, but riding 4 horses every 5 minutes, her team must be in fuego today, and just really, the care and attention to detail that they will have for each of her 4 horses is unbelievable. And we could not do this, and these riders could not do this. And the horses are so well looked after by all the amazing support staff and the grooms that are in the barn early and late and everything else. So we're just so grateful to everyone that cares for these wonderful horses.
Oh, absolutely. There is no way you can do this without top grooms. I'm sure most people look at that. I'm sure most people watching this are educated in our sport, but if you're not, a groom for a rider is like having an unbelievable caddy for a top golfer. They're out there, they're helping you select things, they're reading the lines, they're saying, that if you don't have that person on your team that really knows your horses and understands absolutely every little thing about their personalities and what makes them perform in certain conditions, it's not going to work.
We have a time in for Ariel. 7 minutes and 16 seconds was her time. She'll go forward with 20 time penalties, and 51.0 will be her score going into show jumping tomorrow.
Super.
So our fastest round of the day still so far is Carl Cizek and Hot Bobo.
So do you think when they were wheeling these courses, they just had them go at 700 meters per minute? Or
Yes.
what is going
I do.
I think the terrain is definitely showing us a thing or two out here. She comes up to the big table at the top of the hill. It looks big there, but you're really not getting the full impact. That's a massive table. Super.
This little mare pricks her ears again and says, "Where next, Mom?"
Anton, 89.
Left-handed turn in the Lemire water to these brushes.
Perfect. Look at that. This is a really cool horse, Annie.
I saw it at Kentucky, and I thought it was adorable and so talented, and just no better rider to take it around than Jess Phoenix. Jess is just having to have a little bit of a conversation down here. I think this mare is quite game.
Yes, she is, and still cruising around
Yes.
because I mean we saw that in the first quarter, but that's really early on. I mean, fence 3 is at the top of that thing by the VIP, and you kind of can see a few horses rolling down that hill, but she is still going.
Again, you can see the weather seems to be changing again.
Yeah. Oh, super job there on that turning combination. As she loops back around and jumps small rails on their way up to the Mars Equestrian Water Complex, which is, in the 4-star short, we're hitting this after the Lemire Water. So I think that's a little nicer. And that's on purpose, obviously. But I think it's a little nicer to hit this second for these horses that are, in theory, maybe slightly less experienced. Not all of them in this class. Good shot. Yeah, and she knew she was going to get 3. You could see her having that plan, and this horse actually has quite a big step. She got a great ride in there, got the 6 down, and then set up going up 3 is what I'm going to do. And that's the adjustability and the experience that she's showing so clearly there.
And coming into view here is Hannah Bundy and lovely assistant.
And Hannah actually rides with Jess, so Jess is not only doing her millions of things, she's also helping her students here this weekend. Busy weekend for her. Oh gosh, okay, yeah. And so that's that thing we've been talking about with that water, and Hannah just sat still, got a bit of a gap there, which makes that quite a bit harder. But she sat still and sat well, and is totally fine cruising along to the next jump.
This is the first time I've seen fluorescent adolescent look like maybe they're taking a bit of a breath there. They just look like maybe that hill coming up out of the water is quite a bit.
Yeah, it is. It does kind of help you out. And she's got these horses beautifully fit to be here. This horse is running off a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, I could sort of see that coming. She just ran a little bit down, dragged her on down to 6A, and then sort of landed in a bit of deep and dragged her. And she didn't really present her to 6B, but that was what she felt was right in the moment there. Just taking a second to reorganize her life. And now she's coming around to pop over the 6B element before continuing on.
And this combination was in the 4-star long here last year and ended up in 6th place.
Yeah, very cool. It's a very, very good jumping horse, and cool. It's cool. It's not very big at all. It's quite a small little horse. So here we have her jumping the triple bar rails there, and then cruising up around to the very rail straight down the hill to the ditch. And big tables on the angle. First part of this 4-star short track is identical to the 4-star long. That was lovely. Good on her. That was lovely. Hop, skip, and a jump there, and off she goes.
Just getting a time in for Jess, 7 minutes flat, so 13.6 time, 51.2, and she will now be our fastest round so far today. 7 seconds faster than Carl.
Wow, good on her.
She was not hanging about.
No. Well, I don't think she was given much choice in the beginning, but she was neat and efficient. It was a beautiful round.
Catch back up with Hannah and lovely assistant. Again, if you're just joining us, welcome to Bromont. We're underway in the 4-star short here. I'm Annie Bishop, and I've got Sarah Kozenblick sat alongside me, bringing you all of the action, and we're delighted to be bringing you this action from Bromont for the first time.
Absolutely. One of the best events in the world. I think everyone agrees with that, and we're really excited to be able to show, for those of you that might have not had the opportunity to be at Bromont, or those of you cheering at home for your favorite riders or horses. We're just delighted that you'll be able to watch this magnificent cross-country day here at Mars Bromont. She knew her horse there. She had a lovely ride on the way in, a little bit positive to do the 3 here. Yeah, excellent. Because that 3, as we've been talking about, is riding a tiny bit more open in this 4-star short class. And she, she really knew what she needed to do there. It's really unfortunate she had that problem there so early on, because this horse looks like it's getting into its stride and looking fantastic. But as we saw with that heartbreaking moment earlier with Newmarket Jack, these things do happen. So it's all part of horse sports, and how lucky are we that we get to do this with these magnificent animals and these beautiful venues. So, as long as everyone is okay, it is still a wonderful day.
And just joining us on course is Michelle Coppin and Calcourt Valley. This horse is an 11-year-old Holstein gelding, and their last run was at Tryon in the 4-star short there. We're excited to see them here at Bromont.
Yeah, we've seen a few horses that have gone and done the Fort that I've shown at Tryon before coming up here, and I think what a great thing. You're getting 2 very different venues, different atmospheres, cross-country courses, the whole thing, everything couldn't be more different, and all of this just adding to the education of these horses as they getting to see this atmosphere, getting to see these different courses. I mean, it only helps to produce our horses for anything they might see going forward. And she was quite clever across there. It doesn't surprise me that she did the little, as I heard Dom saying, 2.7 strides. That was well put.
Michelle, we see Michelle leaving Mars Sustainability Bay at 4 there.
John, landing one to you. John.
She's coming forward on a 34.5. As we've been saying all weekend, this is not going to be a dressage competition.
No. I'm really interested to sit in, be a nail-biting thing tomorrow with the show jumping as well. And I know we talk about the fact that this is going to be a beautifully built show jumping course by Mark Donovan, but it's not just the course, although it certainly will be challenging. It is more what has happened today. And I think, as we kind of do a lot more in the modern sport of eventing, most of the time we show jump first. So that's a very different animal than doing a big, massive cross-country course on terrain and then having to come back out and jump well in the show jumping. It's a very, very different thing.
We catch back up with Michelle in Calcourt Valley. Here's they set up at the Triple Barn. Another one taking a look back because they've heard a little bit of a rattle.
Yeah. And I think, these are sort of terrain you'll see at things like Bramham or Burley and the old Fair Hill was definitely. And so I think it's good to get these horses to go and the riders to feel that. Super.
Great
Good
ride
on her.
through
That
there.
was awesome. Looking back. We're going to have to get silent, frangible, rattly pins because everyone's hearing it. And again, those pins are wonderful, and they've been a huge improvement for the safety of our sport. It does not, fall away from the jump. It lowers the jump in height if you hit it at the right angle too hard. So if that gets hit a little bit too hard, it then lowers the fence and helps keep the horses and riders safe, which we've actually seen it do one time today. And they are a wonderful thing. Our course builders and designers are constantly looking for ways that we can make the sport be as enjoyable for all of us going forward. And it certainly has helped here at Bromont. And the building and the design and the brush jumps and the decoration, it all goes into making these horses in the best shapes possible. And that is certainly what we're seeing. Good girl. That was really well done. She had that big table and then sat him on his bum a little bit, the big striding horse coming down that hill. Made sure she was turning back into it so she was hitting that flag. We do get penalized for hitting those flags. They can be quite costly. So you do want to think about you might have it reviewed. And if as long as the ground jury says that the horse made an effort with the shoulders and the bum through the flag, you are fine, but you just don't really want to take the chance sometimes. Very nice.
So we have a time in for Hannah Bundy and lovely assistant. They, of course, are carrying that 20 penalties early on in the course. They came home 7 minutes and 29 seconds. So they'll go forward to tomorrow with a score of 85.
Well, that was a very nice run. I feel so bad for her with that. Not as bad as I feel for Jack and Alex. I wanted to just lift her up with my mind.
I think he did too. I mean, he's such a cool horse. I'm sure he did everything he could to try to help her.
Heartbreaking, isn't it?
You see circling the start box. Oh, back with Michelle. Lovely. Back to the stitch and wall. Great shot there.
Love stitch and walls. They're such a great jump.
Coming out of the start box now is Courtney Cooper and R. River Star. He's a 10-year-old Irish sport horse, Dutch warm blood gelding.
Okay, another one of Courtney's lovely bred horses, and she had a really fantastic ride around the 3-star long this morning. I thought she looked wonderful.
Yes.
We were talking about, breeding horses. I mean, it's not an easy thing at all, and I have to say I've seen many lovely horses come through Courtney. Lovely.
This is another horse that here from Tryon. She was in the 4-star short there. They had 20 jumping penalties at Tryon, so she'll be looking to put that behind them. I'm sure there was something learned from that.
Well, and 10 is quite young to be doing a track like this, but I mean, absolutely appropriate. But you've got a lot of years to get things smoothed out. Yeah, and I think it's interesting. I think Michelle rides with Philip, and he's having pretty much all of his riders I've noticed have gone a bit left to right there to get that 6 done. So it was easy and not easier to get the 2. It's still not easy. You're not on the exact line there. It's almost it's very easy to be 36 coming out of that, and that's a lot. Derek Dream Killer. God, look at that view. Is there anything more beautiful in the world than that view?
Oh, it is absolutely stunning.
Look at that little step. Great. Yeah, this is so hard getting back to that.
Oh, no.
Now we don't know it. Oh, yeah, that is so hard. It's a big horse, and you've got to we've noticed a lot of people having to really sit them on their bumps to make that turn, and just didn't quite get it done. But that's okay. That's okay. Getting on her line. Yeah, totally fine. Yeah. And that's not a question of the horse saying no to that fence. Just didn't quite get the turn done. That's all
we see Courtney walking in the top left of our screen. So maybe unfortunately today.
I'm not sure exactly what it is. Is that at the... Oh, it's in the middle of the field. Yeah, it's in the middle of the field. Okay, well, that's fine. I mean,
she gave them a pat. They both look happy, and that's all you can ask for. We'll have a little bit of time here because I'm showing that Wood Fulton and Cash Point have withdrawn. So we just have a little break in the action here. We can take a quick look at our current scores. Again, Carl Slezak for Canada on top. Bogo is clubhouse leaders on a 44. Hot on his heels, Hannah Sue Holberg and Capital HIM on a 47.5. Ariel Grald on a 51.0. Jess Phoenix and Fluorescent Adolescent on a 51.2. Lindsay Traynell on a 51.7. They are quite stacked in there.
Yes, they are. Again, once again, you're looking. Everyone's going to want to tune in tomorrow to see the show jumping here at Mars Bromont. Okay, a nice picture there for everybody sitting there to watch this bit of the action there. And at the top of the hill, we have a great view to the VIP tent, which I've heard is absolutely packed, jam-packed, and having a wild time up there. So if you haven't been to Bromont, come this next year and buy some VIP tickets.
Exactly. Again, as a reminder, Annie Bishop and Sarah Cosumblett do all of the action here from Mars Bromont. And we are just delighted to be bringing you the live stream. Could not do this without our wonderful sponsors and team here at Bromont who worked tirelessly to bring you this competition. Our title sponsor here is Mars Equestrian. Mars Equestrian is a sponsorship division within Mars Incorporated. It's the link between the iconic brands and the equestrian community. For generations, Mars has celebrated a rich equestrian heritage, and through purposeful partnerships, Mars Equestrian is committed to the sport and building an enduring legacy. From world-class competitions across all equestrian disciplines to stewarding the power of horses on society and sustainability, Mars Equestrian is dedicated to our purpose to improve the lives of horses, pets, and the people who love them. And we are incredibly grateful to Mars Equestrian for all that they do and all the support that they give. We've got Bromont, they're supporting it, obviously Defender Kentucky, as well as badminton. And really, we are so grateful for everything that they do for our sport. And we are just on a bit of a lag here as we wait for our next horse to come forward. But again, we're excited to be bringing you all of the action from Mars Bromont.
At Nutro, we believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
Okay, hold on a second.
And just about to enter the start box, we see Melissa Botan on Obeah Dancer GS. They're headed out of the start box, and they come forward on a 34.1 from the dressage yesterday. This is a 12-year-old Trakehner mare. They were also went to the Defender Kentucky 4-star short.
Super, and this is another one of Charlotte Schickendense's line there with the GS. Most likely, I'd imagine this come through Jess's situation at some point. She rides a lot of those horses and does such a brilliant job. I just see her coming. Going down the hill past the VIP, going down that steep hill to the first water here at Mars. And she's coming down in a nice balance, swinging out a little bit to the left, playing it safe as she should. And get a nice straight approach to this. Beautiful. See how that horse kicked up over that? I mean, that is not, it's a very good jumping horse. There's quite a drop on the landing. You just can't quite see that, but you do see the people sort of pulling themselves back up on landing, and
they disappear off the other side.
They're not all, they're not all just losing their balance. There's quite a drop. Especially if you're a little tiny bit to the left side of that, there's much more of a drop actually. If you swing out a smidgen and jump it straight, or maybe slightly to the right, the landing is at least a foot less. Nice turn there inside to the ramp. Jump that big. And so she decided to swing out. She jumped that big, and that horse was just sticking off the floor a tiny bit. And I think she was smart to swing out and try to make that just a little bit simpler, but she's going to have to give it a little bit of a kick here before we do these rounds because it's jumping up high.
Need to get organized as they come in.
That's all part of it. You've got to ride what you have on the day, and certainly a good jumping horse. That was a super shot.
Sometimes it just takes those few fences to get settled into the rhythm and understand what you're up to for the day.
Absolutely. And also, horses can come out feeling a little different from each day to the next. So you have to then adjust your ride a bit. Very good. This horse has some hind end on it.
Really?
See that kicking out behind there? I mean, it's that's not the easiest thing to ride, and she did a beautiful job there and gave it again a little bit more of a bend, and putting that in there in the 3 was a smart move.
The great thing is she'll really understand that about this group because they've done quite a bit together. This is really their second season at the 4-star level. They were here last year at the 4-star short and just had some time cross country. So again, I think she really understands the mare, and she'll be ready for those little moments where maybe the hind end kicks up a bit more than you'd be used to.
Yes, I agree. I really love that we're this time. I know it's quite long to have 5 minutes between horses, but it's fun to follow the horses from start to finish around this track.
It really is.
So it's quite a pull. I mean, I know it's early on in the course, but as she comes back there around, you can't quite see it because it's in the trees there, but it's last remaining pence from the 76 games. It's in that corner past the ditch and rails. There's some steps there. Anyway, she's coming around the corner here and balancing to do this massive narrow table. And then a bend down to this ankle hedge. So I'm sure you've noticed, everyone watching at home, and Annie, I'm sure you have too, that what he's doing there is setting us up for the combination that comes up a bit later, where we have that courage B angled hedge turn, quite sharp balance turn down to another similar question. And at this level, at the 4-star short, and some, to some extent the 4-star long, the good course designers will try to set their horses up with try to explain the question one time before, just to help these horses understand what they're doing before they really ask something even harder. And that that doesn't happen at the 5-star level. It shouldn't, but it's an important thing to help produce these horses in the right way so they really understand what is coming.
It's funny, each screen that we see, each angle that we get, the sky looks completely different, and I think that is indicative of the type of weather we're having here today. I think it depends on which part of the property you're in and which type of weather you're getting. Yes.
Oh, good shot over that. That's going to make her feel good. Looking like we're in the rhythm we want now. She's going to head onto this beautiful ditch wall. Oh, Sarah, I just jinxed it. The commentator's curse.
Well, both are okay. The mare just took a peek into the ditch in front of that wall.
Yeah, what a shame. The mare looks totally fine, though.
Yep. And next out on course, I believe we have Jess Phoenix again. This time, she's coming forward on Watson GS. And this horse is currently sat in the lead on a 27.4.
Awesome. And these guys know each other very well, so this should be quite fun to watch.
Jess also went to the wrong horse. There we go. Jess did go to the American Kentucky, and she ended up just outside the top 20 on this horse. Had a bit of time. She did.
She had a lot of horses there. It shows what she thinks about Derek DeGrazia as a course designer. And I know that was also, she was feeling was going to be a great prep for her before she went overseas to badminton. And sometimes when we get to do those major competitions overseas, we can sometimes be like, oh, maybe you should be careful before we go. But historically, that's the wrong way to do it. You need to get out there and keep competing and keep going, and Jess is well aware of that.
Super shot over that.
Lovely turn on the inside here. She's so neat, isn't she?
She's so tidy. And again, we were saying this earlier, but all of her horses are different. Oh no, they've parted company.
Yeah, that's a shame. That's
see-
unexpected. That's unexpected.
He just
I
had-
think he got down there a little sooner than she thought he was going to. He kind of then really rotated his hind end up over that and just kicked her out of the saddle.
And it is
That's
going
annoying.
down a hill, so the momentum was not on her side to sort of be
How
able to
annoying
stay.
is that?
That is very frustrating for her.
I guess she can't be clear on 300 of her 300. Only 298. At least she's fine. That's
Yes,
all right.
no,
All's well that
she's-
ends well.
Yes.
I'll chuck her on the next.
Here's a quick reminder of our scores, and we have not had anyone else eke up into that first position. Carl is still holding strong on a 44.0. Again, it really is all to play for tomorrow. I mean, those top four horses have nothing between them, really.
Yes, and I will say, Carl is going to be a little bit of a menace there because that horse is a very good show jumper, and they know each other quite well. Hannah Sue is one of the best show jumpers our country has in eventing, so she's also a threat. So,
We will be excited to see everyone tomorrow. Meantime, we see Colleen Loach and Effie Goldeneye up by the start box, getting ready to be under showers orders. This is a fun event for Colleen because it is a local event for her. This is her hometown.
yes, and talk about good jumpers. This horse also jumps some Grand Prix show jumping classes as well and looks really class doing it. This is a wicked horse. And I believe it's owned by Peter Barry. And Peter has been such a supporter of eventing in North America, of Bromont in particular, as an owner, as a rider. He represented Canada with his lovely horse, and just a wonderful, wonderful person. And we're so lucky and blessed to have him here at Bromont supporting.
And Colleen is yet another one who went to Tryon on her way here to Bromont. She was in the 4-star short there and just had a bit of time and with this horse there, and actually ended up winning the 4-star short down there.
How cool is that?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's a very talented horse. It can be, sometimes can be a little bit of a heartbreaker here and there. We'll have just a little glance off on the cross country, but it's a super jumper. She rides very well, and let's just keep our fingers crossed here for the hometown stuff because it'll be fun to watch that go around. And and also Dylan Barry Peters' son is one of the builders as well, so he's a very good course builder.
It's amazing. And it takes an army of people to make these things happen. The course builders, the volunteers, the timers, everyone doing all of the things. People at the rope crossings. I mean, it is a total army of people that make these things happen. And we couldn't do them without you. So thank you to our volunteers. Thank you to the organizing committee that works so tirelessly year long.
The people that are all roped in by Sue Hawkins.
Yes.
A force of nature.
She is a force of nature, and we are grateful to have that force of
Notice
nature on
I'm
our
coming
side.
back to Little Bromont because I was told to. But no, because I want to. It's amazing. So yes, very, very much so. I think it's still a sport that does rely heavily on volunteers out of necessity. It costs a lot of money to put these competitions on. And it is just very fun. It's fun at Kentucky too, and I was talking to Sarah Wilderson, who is Arden's mum, and she's an outrider at Kentucky, and how fun it is to have, how much knowledge these outriders have, how much they enjoy it. And very often you'll have the spectators not really knowing what's going on and not wanting to bother and just saying, oh, what is this and what's the rule? And it's just a great way to engage with the public and people wanting a nice day out in the country. So yes, we have, it's very important, I think, no matter what you're doing in the sport as a rider, you really do need to find a way to give back to help to support our sport going forward, because it does need that.
There's no doubt about it. And again, and thank you to all of our sponsors here this weekend. We could not do this without you either. It really does. There's so many facets to this, to putting on a competition of this caliber. We couldn't do without you. Mars Equestrian, obviously, Lemure. The list goes on and on and on. And if you're at home watching and you want to take a closer look at some of these fences that the horses are jumping, you can download the Cross Country Course app and take a up close and personal look at each of the fences and understand where the course is and how it goes around this big piece of property. Because again, we are incredibly lucky here at Bromont to have so much property to work with and really be able to use the terrain to the advantage and not have it be so back and forth. It's really a special piece of property. And you know, talking to every rider, and we keep saying it, but this is one of the premier competitions that we have in North America. And you will hear Boyd and Dom and everyone say it, that it rivals some of the best competitions overseas as well. So if you've not been to Bromont yet, put it on your calendar, make a plan for your horse to get here, because it is an incredible venue, and we're incredibly excited to be bringing you all of this incredible footage from Mars Bromont.
Yes. I'm just delighted that we have these 6 cameras on course, and RNS is doing a great job here for us up here.
Cleaning your dog's teeth.
Gravity Defier for life. IMS for life.
Well, it's the weekend where Montrealers usually just stay in town, you know, or they leave town and rent it.
About to get underway. Here comes Colleen Loach and FD Goldeneye over the first here, the 4-star short at Bromont.
This horse is lovely, gallop light across the ground. I mean, it's just a beautiful horse to watch.
He's a 12-year-old Hanoverian Holsteiner gelding.
Got springs, doesn't he?
He does.
So she's coming around here to the fence 3, which is a very, very large upright rail on the edge. It feels like you're about to go down a big ski slope, actually. So you get straight to that. You drop down over that by the VIP tent. You can see her coming to it right now. And coming straight down that hill to the first water. See all the people out there watching. Isn't that fun?
You have a bird's eye view.
Wow. Yep. That was impeccably ridden. Absolutely right on the money. Right out of rhythm, straight. The horse knew where he was going. Her body position was perfect. Very good.
Come down here to this table to skinny.
Well done.
It's a different line than we've seen all day. She went a bit more left than anyone else has.
Yeah. And I think, obviously she does know this horse, and I think she wanted to come back across it just a tiny, tiny bit.
Again, she'll be coming up to this triple bar that will set them up well for the ditch and rail at the top of the hill.
Super. So swing yourself out. The horse sees where he's going. He's got his ears pricked. Beautiful. And that's really the sort of horse you want to be jumping that rail. Wow.
That's one of the best we've seen all day.
Wow, it's
Them
some
speeding
jumping
away
horse.
there.
Yeah, that's some jumping horse. I know she'll be happy to get that. Like all of us are happy to get that ditch and rail combination behind you. And now she's going to be cruising up to that lovely, cruising up the hill to the big narrow table and then down on the turning combination. Look at her. She's angling across that, straight up the hill like that because she knows the scope that this horse has. So that's
And she'll know what she can ask to do and what line won't work
absolutely. I
for
mean,
him.
that was like jumping over a 2-foot log. So this is a really cool horse, and she knows him very well. So you do this long pull up here to the top, going around the large table in the 4-star long. Oh, she's going inside. Look at that.
Yeah.
Saving a couple extra seconds. Well done. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that was a very smart ride. The couple of times that she's had little bits and pieces that not quite work out, I think she just was taking her time there, that she was going to make sure she had that turn. The horse knew where he was going, and I think she did that. It's a really educated ride from her. Here she comes up to the Lemire water. Big log in here, big beautiful log, Bromont log here. And then a left-hand turn to a rather open 3 to these big hedges. And she actually looks like she might be planning on going slower than 3. Yeah. So, and that's what she wanted to do. And, you know, a lot of times with these really careful horses, sometimes it can be a little, if you know you have the scope, can be a little bit smarter to be like, okay, I don't want to run the risk of being just a bit gappy at a massive narrow hedge. And because she knows how nimble this horse is and how much scope he has, she could play around with that. With a horse with less scope, that wouldn't work out. But a horse with less scope would eat the distance a bit more too. So it's a trade-off. It's knowing your horse. That was a great ride, and that was her plan. I think it's quite clear that she is cruising around this course with the point of having a nice clear round here, a nice steady clear round here.
It feels like that's what most of the riders we've seen. No one feels like they're leaving.
Yeah, no one's in a hurry. No one. I don't blame them. Well done there. Lovely.
Next out of the start box, I believe, is going to be Lucia Strini on Excel Cool Quality.
Lucia had a great ride on her first horse out today. So again, just gives you that little bit of information on how everything's, how the ground feels.
And I don't want to jinx the rest of this division or the 2-star riders. I'm really hoping this rain holds off.
We've been quite lucky, to be fair. Beautiful, Colleen. Okay, fingers crossed. Yes, well done. Okay, there you
Lovely
go.
shot
There
there.
you go. Well done.
It's wonderful to see so many people out enjoying this wonderful day. And I will say, even though we're in between cloudy and sunny, the temperature is a perfect temperature for the horses. So we're excited. We're happy about that.
The ground is perfect. The temperature is perfect. And honestly, as long as it doesn't turn into a deluge, a bit of cloud cover is easier for riders and horses to see where they're going. When there's bright sunshine, it can cause a bit of trouble. Not trouble, but another challenge to the conditions, because you do have to deal with shadow. But these course builders and designers know very well where they're supposed to be putting these fences for the time of day they're running their courses. So they would have thought of that too. But it is a little easier and nicer when it's not quite so bright. She's going around that, which I totally agree with. It's a greener. This horse is greener, yeah. And so going around that was a smart move for her.
She did a wonderful job holding into that skinny belly. Just to open up her hands a bit to give the funnel for the horse to go through.
Absolutely. But you've seen most of the riders have nipped on the inside, and sometimes if you then get not quite the jump you wanted at that quite easy, I say easy, but easy to the level table in, it can really mess you up a bit for the chevron out.
bring you a time for Colleen as soon as we have it. Still our fastest of the day is Jessica Phoenix and Fluorescent Adolescent. She
Good
really
girl.
made that happen.
Oh, good on you, Lucia. Good on you, Lucia. That was super. That was super. I know if you're just joining us, you might not have known that we've had about 90% of the field turn back around thinking they might have rolled that pin off the thing. But the reason we turned to have a look around had nothing to do with the tables. It was the frangible pin at the end that she might have heard rattle, and she was looking behind to see if that had come down, but it has not. We get 15 penalties for those lowering, so they can be costly. Or 11, I'm sorry.
I was going to say.
I'm sorry, I was thinking flag, 11.
I was sitting here wondering if I was going crazy, but yes, 11.
Like, sorry, do you remember sport at all? Sorry, 11. I was thinking flag for some reason. So here she comes pulling up the long hill here.
Horse's ears are still pricked, which is always lovely to see.
Yes, and they can get a little bit tired. This would be the first point where they get a little bit tired in this course. I know it's a short, but there's still some big jumps to do here, and that's still a big hill.
Oh, that's too bad. We lost a bell boot.
Yeah, and that turn is hard. We've seen a lot of people kind of swing out there. I think she got a little bit trying to think about the turn over the small narrow table there, and maybe I think, but hindsight's 2020. I ride really brilliantly from here. Good job jumping over that. The horse didn't quite get her eye on it. But now what I'm kind of curious about, though, having done that, how the next combination that is, Derek's put that there to help them for the next combination at the Vicarage B.
What's
turning
gonna
down.
happen there?
If this horse will now be even better, and she'll be better because of that. So I'm curious to see that. As she comes into the Lemire water, the right-hand side of this log is where most riders are going. It's a little bit nicer shaping turn to get to this open 3. I think she might end up doing 4, though. No, yeah. That's just what ended up. Yeah. I don't think that was plan A, but you've got to be able to adjust your plans. You can't be, married to something come hell or high water, because that is the thing about cross-country riding. We go up and down these terrains, and you never quite know how your horse is going to come up those little banks, and you have to be ready to adjust.
I think leaving the start box is going to be Jenny Brannigan and Pascal.
Go, Jenny.
This is Jenny. Jenny had horses in the division earlier, so she's another one who will have some information on how the courses ride, or how the terrain is feeling and how the footing is holding up.
Yes, and Jenny is no stranger to Bromont. Her wonderful owners, Tim and Nina Gardner, are here. And she is riding a horse that was produced by someone within her own program, her wonderful Alexa Lapp, a talented rider and groom and horseman in general, as we all need to. We can't just be riding horses. We have to know how to do all the horsemanship stuff behind the scenes. So Alexa brought this horse up to the 3-star level, and now Jenny has the ride. And
this is the horse's first 4-star.
That's pretty cool. Well, no one better to take her around than Jenny Brannigan. Fabulous.
I think she rode that just as she walked it the other day.
Yeah. Yeah.
You see them crossing there. Catch back up here.
I don't know. I think we oh, wait, no. Let's watch this. Good girl. Because, she ended up getting 7 in there, and that made that just a little bit of a jump a bit big coming out there. But she sat still. She knew her horse. She knows the horse has scope. And she then just quietly fit in that 3, and now she's galloping up that hill. Fantastic. No, I was just going to say, as Jenny's about to jump these rails to shape in before she comes up to the ditch and rail complex, that I think it's really beautiful and so important that we credit the people that bring these horses up through the levels, and Jenny definitely does that. The horse is owned by the Alexa Lab Syndicate, which I think is wonderful. Girl, now come on, let's see what happens here, because this is the same question. Good girl. So there you go, right? You learned from that? Yeah, she's giving her a big pat, all excited because she's well aware that was the same question.
That's wonderful.
Jenny's got her high there and saying, sit on your bum. You got to pick your legs up. Well done. Beautiful.
Wonderful.
I know Jenny thinks quite highly of this horse.
She definitely does. I know that was excited for this to be its first 4-star. I know she's a huge fan of Bromont. We have a time in for Colleen Loach and Ethical Night, 7 minutes, 27 seconds, 24.4 to add for a score of 53.4 going into show jumping tomorrow.
I think she's going to be very happy with that.
No doubt. And again, as you said, each rider will have a plan.
Yeah, and everybody should be very frightened of that horse in the show jumping. Very frightened. Jenny's having a cruise up this nice long pole here.
It's lovely.
Ears pricked.
I know. It's he looks very happy.
Yeah. You'll be looking to give this horse a confidence-building educational round for his first 4-star
He's
short.
just a 9-year-old.
Yeah. And as we were talking, as we were talking about before, just the age on a horse, it's so individual. It's like people, some people take a little bit longer to grow. I mean, I was quite short, if you can believe it, Annie, until I was 50. I think, every horse, is different. They grow at different rates and they develop at different speeds. And you have to do what is right for the horse. And that just takes the feel of time and experience. Good girl.
Lovely.
Lovely. What a big step that horse has. And
yes.
Jenny rides in such a nice balance, and it gives the horse all the opportunity to see that fence. And she has her leg on. She's a teeny tiny thing. I mean, you could put her in her pocket, but she's very strong. She's got a strong core, strong legs, tall body, and the horse really benefited from all of that.
Lovely shot there. So you're really riding to the ditch and wall. Little stutter step there, but well on their way.
I think it's the first time, they come up that pole, and it's the first time they've actually had their puff a little bit. And then when they jump that and you come around the corner there, it's easier to do that ditch and brush coming up the hill, actually, than it is having to turn to it. And it's a beautiful fence, but it's just sort of a lovely fence. It's not something we normally stress about. And I think it's just catching these 4-star short horses out a tiny, tiny bit.
Yeah. Here we are with Hannah Sue Holberg on her second ride of the day, which was Carsonstown. She had a lovely spin on Capital HIM earlier in the division, and we're excited to see her back. Here's Jenny at Mars Sustainability Bay.
Line that we've seen a lot of people doing slightly left to right through there to get to that 6th where she got it, and then it worked out beautifully. That's one of the better rides I've seen through that.
It's wonderful.
I mean, she got that too. She was right where she wanted to be underneath the B element or C element of that.
Comes Hannah.
So 2 best friends going back to back through the order that they walked first on the live stream. That's pretty fun. We couldn't have choreographed that better. Beautiful. And it's lovely because you can see as she comes up the hill there, that's quite a pull from that water past the VIP tent to this. And you saw her go up and then ride the horse forward to connect him to her hand and then come into her fence. Yeah, that's a girl. Very nice. Because, it's quite tricky, and the more experienced riders know that. But when you come up that bit of a pull, the step gets a bit longer and slower than you think it does. And you need to, one of a better term, as Jimmy used to say, want to kiss her toe in the guts up at the top there before you jump that to make sure the bum's underneath you, and she did that beautifully. Super shot there for Hannah as she comes around. Now the ditch combination at Kentucky was where she had a little pop off of the side. It wasn't a dramatic thing. They were just had a little bit of a pop off, so we'll see. I'm sure she's thinking about it a little bit.
Yes.
Beautiful. Good girl. Well, there you go.
One of the best we've seen all day.
There you go.
That's how it's done.
We can put that behind us now.
Yes. It's really incredible how well the terrain and the turf is really holding up here. You see a few places where there's a bunch of cut in the ground, but it looks like it is absolutely perfect for these
No,
horses.
it honestly is perfect planning all the way around. I've been out there a bit. It is magic ground to ride on today. Absolutely magic. Like I've mentioned a few times, the only spots that do get historically a bit wet are still not that bad, and that would be the bit she just galloped away from there and coming down the hill. But that doesn't matter. Like, that's actually better if you have a little bit of that. Again, riding in a nice rhythm, coming inside there, getting herself balanced for this turning combination here. Taking it seriously. This horse is an excellent jumper. It does have a massive step. She does have to be a little bit more show jumpy canter sometimes on these turns than some of the other horses.
Anton, 99 coming your way, 99.
I just cannot get over how gorgeous this venue is.
I know. Super shot in there. Keeping that contained. Beautiful. So you can see how big that horse's step is, because I know this horse, but if it was any other horse and I didn't know it, I would say she was trying to do 4 steps there. She absolutely, if she was like, nope, I'm going to sit you on your bum and I'm going to because I know how big your step is. And that 3, it just walked down that 3.
She was also saying that this horse really seems to cover the ground so easily in the water, more easily than some other horses she's sat on. He doesn't seem to notice it,
which is strange. It is strange, but again, it's it's knowing your horse, and that's the fun of this.
Next out of the box is Jessica Phoenix again on Freedom GS. Jessie obviously no worse for wear after she parted company with Watson GS earlier.
Well, yes, and we were supposed to have a short break, but Jess is like, let's just go. I'm ready.
Yeah.
So that sounds like her every day of the week and twice on Sunday. Or we should say 6 times on Sunday.
Yes. We're still just waiting on a time for Lucia Strini and Excel Cool Quality.
Lucia is going to be so happy with that. I mean, what an education for that horse.
Yes. Let's see what Hannah and Carsonstown do here at the Mars Sustainability Bay.
Beautiful. Yeah, she told me she was going to do that. Yeah, didn't quite work, unfortunately. She just knows he has such a big step, and so I think she was trying to do that 5 and on the inside there. Didn't quite get there where we wanted to, unfortunately. But Carsonstown is galloping up the hill now, and hopefully we will get to catch up with Jess coming along there. She should be heading down into the first water and then cruising on to the big open air Oxer down to the Chevron.
There we go.
So we can see her here, and she's going to be quite determined to make sure that she doesn't pop out of the tack over this B element here.
Very careful there.
She's like, I'm not going to have that happen again.
So we see Hannah up and walking away. So frustrating for her, but
you know what though? That horse was going really super, and as long as she's walking away totally fine, and it just probably should have been 6 there, but you just don't know, right? You've got to go with what your information is on your horse.
It's a very wide box, and I think maybe that just sort of came up a bit wider than
Yeah. I mean, I thought the horse looked absolutely fantastic. I thought she was riding brilliantly.
Yeah.
And I also thought that her round earlier in the day was absolutely picture perfect. So, but I'm bummed because I thought that horse was looking really, really good. So sorry for you, Hannah, but I'm glad to see you walking away, and let's go get it with
Cheeto tomorrow.
Yeah. Super ride there, Jess.
Jess, again, tough as nails, just making it happen.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to meet her in a dark alleyway.
No, you definitely would not. She'd give you a big smile and then...
She would. They call her the smiling assassin. And I tell you, we've got a few tough characters in this sport that they come across, and she is a lovely girl. I'm just teasing, but they come across as smiley and happy. But you know what? They're who you'd want in your back, wanting your back on if you're going to do the Hunger Games or something like that. Unfortunately, it looks like that horse just banked that table there at 9, which is a bit of a bummer. That is a penalty when they do that, but that's the safety. Again, that's the safety thing in our
11
sport.
penalties.
Yeah, 11, not 15, Sarah. No, but that is the safety thing there in our sport there, and we're very lucky to have these frangible tables. I'm sure Canada has also some programs here that help support it. The USCA Foundation does do it in the United States to help have these frangible tables. And if something happens like what just happened, and the horse just did a hop, skip, and a jump, when they bank onto the table or they hit the table, it lowers, which obviously, as you can see, Jess is springing along and continuing her course. And that is the whole point.
It is the point. With that 11 penalties, you've messed me up now, Sarah. With those 11 penalties, though, it means that no one will overtake Carl as the overnight leader. So Carl Slezak will be our leader on Hot Bobo on a 44.0. Just 3.5 penalty points behind him will be Hannah Sue Holberg on Capital HIM on a 47.5. Errol Grald, Ila de Coco on a 51.0. So it's a very tight
It's an
course
interesting
here.
group there. I mean, I will say that those Canadian horses there, the Carls, Lindsay's,
Colleen's right behind there.
I mean, I know them very well in show jumping, and I would say that, yes, of course, you can have poles down, but those are some good show jumpers, and that's how they won the gold medal at the Pan American Games. Those are some very good show jumpers, and but as I've said before, you've heard me say before, I think that Hannah is one of the best eventing show jumping riders, definitely in the United States and potentially around the world. She's
There's
very
no
good.
doubt.
Yeah. So it'll be exciting.
And show jumping will be very exciting because in the past few years, the number of double clears has been what really decides the day.
Absolutely. And
lovely
great
shot
ride there.
Jess.
Gosh. Jess giving this horse a beautiful ride around here. And I feel like every single shot that we're seeing here with the mountains, the hills, and the course is just breathtaking. It feels like we put up a green screen and just put all this lovely
incredible
stuff behind it, but this is real life. And Jess has done this actually a couple of times where she's been a bit straighter on that approach in. She likes that better.
It's worked well for her.
It's worked well. And I also want everyone to take note. Oh, look at her flying up that hill. I also want everyone to take note that, she's gone on a little bit different go through that than on each of her horses. She had a plan for each of her horses. I think that's one of the coolest thing about the sport. And she knew she was going to do the 6 there to the 2. She's had certain plans to do 3 on some of the others. And who cares? It worked as exactly what those horses needed.
You can see by her body position how downhill you start to go when you turn back to this vicarage fee.
And Jess always has her foot, she always has her leg underneath.
That's actually the best we've seen through there. That was the smoothest in that turn.
I did that in 6 instead of 7, which I think worked out a little bit better. But again, knowing your horse.
This horse is just an 11-year-old mare, and Trakehner Oldenburg, and just looks class. So Jess will be our last in the 4-star short. We are on a bit of a delay today. So in theory, we will have a 30-minute break, but I would keep checking back, and we will be bringing you all of the coverage from the 2-star division, the 2-star long, which in theory will start in about 30 minutes after we break from the 4-star short. But we can catch up on all the action here. Here's our current leaderboard. We don't have a time in yet for Lucia Strini. Might be a little bit of a technical issue, but Thank you for joining us here. We will not see Jess come home on this last fence, but we will be checking back with her scores and we'll bring you an update when we return. Again, thank you for joining us. You can see her in the vet box though, and the horse looks pleased and happy, so that is good news. We will be back shortly with coverage from the 2-star long from Mars Bromont.
I know we only just met, but I can't imagine my life without you.
Si vous cherchez des événements hippiques à regarder, je suggérerais fortement Bromont. Il y a des beaux chevaux, des belles vues, beaucoup de belles expériences avec des restos à Bromont. Si vous allez faire du promenade, beaucoup de choses à faire, vous le regretterez pas.
Mars, Bromont, CCI International. We are in for an incredible weekend. I'm joined by Derek DeGrazia, the amazing course designer here. Derek, what do you have in store for everyone this weekend?
Well, Bromont is, by nature, has its own characteristic. Obviously, we love for people to come to Canada to enjoy this event, and has great scenery, has great terrain, and every year we try to change it up a bit, and you'll see the combinations will all be different, be a little bit different in some of the routes, but I think overall, I think a good weekend, especially going from all the way from the 2-star level all the way to the 4-star level. So you're going to see young horses, young riders. You're going to see some great up-and-coming horses coming into the 4-star level. So it should be quite exciting.
The course looks incredible as always. You have some very tricky placement of jumps, really working with the undulations. What are you hoping to test out there?
Well, I think the great thing about Bromont, as I said, is the fact that it has great terrain, and so we'd like to be able to use that to give the riders different looks, which in turn helps in their riding, their training, and it just makes the courses different from what they may see somewhere else.
And it feels like Bromont's an incredible place to come. As you said, it's testing and will give them a different sense. How do you feel it sets them up for things that maybe they have planned later in the year?
This is, I think, one of the events. There are a few others in the calendar in North America that do the same, that really let you know whether or not you have a horse that potentially would be able to go on and be a 5-star horse or a championship horse.
Well, we're so lucky to be here, and we're so grateful to our sponsors and everyone else. I know that a lot of people hopefully are going to be watching on the live stream this weekend. We're so grateful that the team has brought the live stream here. And Derek, I can't wait to see how the weekend goes. I do have one question for you. There's some rumors or some chatter that you generally put a very difficult combination around fence 4 on the 4-star. You've done it at Kentucky, and I think you've done it here as well. What do you say about that?
Well, probably not fence 4 here. Actually, I've been quite generous to them at fence 4 here, more so than in previous years. And so actually the first what I call the first combination is probably at fence 6 here. So the course really, I think, lets them get going early in the course here, which I think is good because there is a lot of terrain and it takes a little bit for the horses to get into a good rhythm here. And so I'm hoping that they will find it that way, and usually by the time they get to fence 6, they should be going and jumping, and hopefully will give them a good ride around the rest of the way.
Any advice for the riders as they're walking and thinking about things? Any last-minute advice for them?
No, I always think that, you know, Bromont, again, just because of the nature of the terrain, that they really need to walk their track to know exactly where they're going to be going, because there are lots of humps and bumps out there, and they want to make sure that they are sort of in the optimal position to be able to jump the jumps.
It's great. Well, thank you for being here, and we look forward to an exciting weekend ahead. So we've heard from course designer Derek DeGrazia, and now we're going to catch up with some of the riders and have them walk us through some of the trickier combinations on the course, and we can't wait to hear what they say.
So we come down the hill after jumping number 3 to the first water jump. The horses are pretty forward at this point and usually kind of honestly running down the hill a bit. Whoa. And then they get down here and kind of are shocked by all of this stuff at the bottom. So
surprise.
Yeah, surprise, jumps, water. So I try to kind of somehow regain control if possible without, you know, getting too messy. And then the roping here is interesting this year. He's kind of made it tricky without really, you know, being obvious about it, which is very Derek. This rope is kind of in your way, so you kind of have to dodge it to get around this mound if you're planning on doing that, which I am going to plan on doing that. So it's kind of swerving, and then they see the water and usually kind of a little bit, yeah. So you got to keep those legs forward.
Yeah, boy.
Kick them.
Or girl.
I'm riding boys. What about you?
They, them, theirs.
And then
whatever they are.
Jenny will talk about this part because I don't have bare legs. I'm jumping on your back.
Okay.
No.
No, okay. Refusal.
So I'm planning on being like here-ish.
Yep. Yep. And you just keep your eyes up here. whatever step you think they're going to leave on, you want to like just stay tall and squeeze and compress because they're not going to want to leave long at this jump. And also, it is a little bit downhill on the backside, so a little more reason to just be here, squeezing and holding, and really hold the line. And then try not to be thinking that you're going to go for a big one. They're going to be a little bit on their feet anyways from the undulation, and it's important to keep your posture tall here because it is a bit of a drop on the backside. And for me also, like, you're going to be going off to the left after, so I plan to be right through this line here and just hold them straight. Easy game.
Yeah, I think
always.
This kind of jump looks really simple, but it actually, for me, it makes me pretty uncomfortable because the horses are kind of trying to figure out where they're going, and it doesn't always feel the best, but it does kind of give them confidence if you just stay with them and be a part of it and get on to the other side.
Up, boy.
Go, boy.
Go, girl.
Here we are coming to fence 8, the ditch rail combination. It's still early in the course. We've got a 10-minute course, and this comes at about the it comes at about the 2-minute mark. 2 minutes was just before fence 7, so the horses are still quite fresh, maybe a little bit pulling through the bridle, a little bit eager. But here we have a very tall rail, tall imposing rail, down to a big ditch, and then it's going to be an angle of houses after this. Now, the question is, are the horses brave to jump this rail nice and soft? You want to jump it slow and soft so that they're not going to drop a leg and knock this rail down. That'll cost us 11 penalties. But not so soft that she's going to stop. So we're in here now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's about 18 feet. So it's a short one. We want to leg them across this ditch. We're going to land about here. And now I'm all focused on fence C, this first angled cabin. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2 strides. 1, 2, 3. It's a tight 3. It's a really tight 3. So this is why it's important to be slow and collected at the ditch and rail. They got to just pop over that ditch, hold them for a stride, and then try to create a building 3 that's going to get us into this angled houses. And then now we got a big 2 strides to get out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 2 strides out, and then we gallop on to a big ditch wall next. But I'm looking forward to this combination. I think it suits my horse well. It'll be a little redemption after Kentucky, where I had some trouble in the coffin. So I'm looking forward to it on Saturday.
This would be about midway for the 4-star long. I'm doing the 4-star short, but they're the same question. For me, you're coming down this hill. You've had a pretty big question back there and then a small fence to let up. They've already been through the water, but still, even though this jump doesn't look like a huge drop in, they still jump in quite big. I plan to be coming through right about here. And we'll be jumping this B it's a bend to the right and then bend back to the left to the corner. So I'm going to plan to try to kind of keep it as straight as possible. Because I want to be hitting the B, just thinking a touch back right to left, which makes this a bit of a tricky approach. So for me, I'll walk a stride, but I use my eyes in the air and have a plan, but know that that plan will change. So for me, yesterday when I walked this, I thought it would be a bit of a quiet 6, but I don't think that it will end up being a quiet 6 because of the undulation, the water, and then they usually land a little bit dead on these, meaning they hit the ground kind of heavy and stop a bit. So I'll plan to be doing, this is going to go well for my dressage. Not walking astride here clearly, but we're planning to be meeting this, getting there not too deep that they jump up and land dead and heavy, because it is a bit of a wide box and it could be a bit of a deep distance if you have a horse that's a big stepper. Refusal, 20 points for her. So I'm planning to be right through here, and then also like this too, I think you really have to get at it, especially with the corner being open to the right. I want to be getting up to that corner and not be having to kick so much. So my plan would be to jump in, see where I'm at, but my A plan is to get 6 strides, be moving up here so I get a good positive jump, a little bit right of center here, my eyes on the left, and then just keeping my body tall and saying up, up, boy. And then you really want to get at this. I think there'll be problems here. I think with the angle of the corner and the distance coming in and out of the water, it also, you could definitely see people like maybe ending up adding in 3 here, but my plan is definitely to attack that A and keep my body tall and hold as straight line as possible here to this. So for me, jumping in there, you get that done, but really you want to be hitting this exactly kind of where Hannah's standing so that you really straighten up this line as best you can. Keep your body back and keep kicking.
Yeah, I think the hard parts about this water is, I don't know if you can tell so much on video, but these, you know, seemingly small little mounds, Derek's so clever with where he puts the jumps, and this is a really wide skinny. So it's a big effort, and coming out of the water, like they have to have power to be able to, you know, jump this well and be able to kind of keep their eye on the next part. So
Nila,
you have to be, you know, you're gonna see all different numbers, I think, here tomorrow, but positive riding will be very beneficial here.
So we're here at 16 ABC. The C element is something that we've seen quite a bit of this year. I feel like the course designers seem to talk and they all have the same bogey fence. It's a shoulder brush on a pretty hard angle out. It all walks a very forward line. Obviously there's the option of staying a little bit wide and adding strides in and being a bit in the conservative side. But the direct line is very forward thinking. So we're at 2/3 of the way around the course here. Horses should be a bit more on an open step. We're heading directly back towards the barn. They're gonna be thinking forward and being open. So I think that, you know, the open striding is going to be fine. Also, you have, you're kind of jumping the line back towards the warm-up. So hopefully that doesn't distract them too much. If anything, it only helps them focus on getting towards where they want to go. So I'll come around the other side here and we'll walk the distance. So thinking kind of, again, on that forward step, on the middle of the jump here, the ground is going to drops away a little bit. It's going to take you, and we'll walk it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4. So it's nice. It's a 5 strides. Again, a bit on the forward side, puts you a little on the left-hand side of the jump, to give you a little bend that we can jump back at the shoulder brush. Again, it's a pretty hard angle out. The shoulder brush pushes you away towards the run out, but hopefully, again, on this slightly bend back at it, it should be a little bit easier to show them exactly where they're going. Yeah, so again, this is a little bit even more forward than the 5 coming in. Still think it's totally doable. Again, the more bend you put in, the more you have to be thinking, let the hill take them, be closing your leg riding up to it to make sure that you don't stand off it too far, that you show them the run out. So hopefully, fingers crossed, it all goes as planned.
Okay, so here we are in the main arena at Bromont. This is fence 18AB. This will be a definitely influential fence on the 4-star long at Bromont. You have a nice skinny brush oxer coming in to a direct 4 or a bending in 5 stride, depending on your horse's stride and depending on how they're feeling this late in the course. You'll see the riders do both options. So again, they've galloped into the arena. They've done fence 17, which is a nice oxer to just get the horses going. You can come in off of your parallel line, make your decision whether you're going in the 4 or 5 prior to getting here. Have a nice balanced canter, pop in over the first oxer. And again, the direct line would take you in 4 strides straight out to the skinny. There's your first stride, second, third,
4th, and there you are right at the base of this beautiful corner, jumping straight out of the main arena at Bromont. And the other option we have for this fence is to come in on a slight angle, so you could perhaps keep your canter a little bit more. And it would just create a little bit more of a bending line that you could ride a beautiful 5-stride out to this corner, which perhaps would help you with the time as you're landing and turning left to gallop out of the ring anyways. So you'll see riders doing both 4 and 5 strides here, and it'll be a very fun and influential fence to watch.
All right, I'm here on the approach to the Lemire Water, which is 20 with elements A, B, and C. Now we're getting it well into the second half of the course here and coming off of a long gallop. So as you come through the tree line, I would recommend just testing the brakes and seeing how well your horse is going to stay with you. And then getting them back on their hind legs a little bit and on a little bit of a shorter step, so you can then ride forward into the water. Approaching the A element, I would say perpendicular, very straight. Try and get a nice deep one into the log here. And then you have to know your horse, knowing if they're going to land a little bit more shallow or a little bit further from the log. My horse will tend to land a little bit shallow. 1 stride, 2, 3, 4, and 5 right up to the base of the triple brush, which is where you want to be. This is quite a large effort, scopy effort for the horse, and also technical being so narrow. Of course, you have to keep in mind an option of staying a little bit wide in 6 possibly if you don't get the best jump in over the log. And in the air over the B element here, you want to have your eyes on C right away so the horse knows where they're going. And really just don't take your eyes off that C element and hold them between your leg and hand for 1, 2, and then hopefully 3 strides out, and just hold them there on that train track and then gallop on.
All right, guys, so we're at fence 23AB. We're getting towards the nitty-gritty of the course, the end of the course. I feel like this is the last really tough combination, and the riders will be very relieved to get over this. Something to remember is the horse are getting pretty tired and knackered by here. We're probably at, if I was guessing, like sort of 8 minutes, 8.5 minutes. By saying that, the horses might freshen up a bit because they're coming down the hill for the last 2 jumps. 23A is this ditch hedge. It's a sort of relatively easy jump, except that the horse, you don't have much adjustability at this time of the course, and it's sort of tempting you to run out left. There's only about a window of this much to jump. So this jump alone is pretty freaking tough, but what makes it even tougher is that it's got 4 strides to this left-handed corner. So obviously step 1 is to get over this, and then Derek DeGrazio has given it a sort of going 4 strides to this corner, and he's been a bit tough on us because there's not much of a window to jump through this corner. And with this line here, everything's just encouraging you to run out left. So just to revisit it, it'd be galloping down the hill, balancing them up. You don't have much adjustability. Trying to catch the ditch brush a little bit open so that you could just hold your line in 4 strides and get over this wicked corner. This is on frangible pins, so if you have a bad jump here and you crash into it, the jump will fall down, which can really save a bad accident. You'll notice here that there's some black tape on the red flag and the white flag. There is an alternative for this. It's a black flag option, which isn't long. So you'd still have to jump the first ditch hedge, then you'd sort of race around this corner, and down the back there's another left corner that's a little bit more inviting. It's a longer way, but it's, I don't know, I'm sort of half tempted to do it on my mare if she's feeling a bit knackered. I think that probably take 5 seconds extra, and it's, I don't know, you'd just be kicking yourself if you have a run out here, but I always say that and then end up going the direct route. But I think this could be a heartbreaking jump just because where it is at the end of the course, and the horses be tired and the riders be looking at their watch, and it could be a very influential fence.
believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
Welcome back to Mars Bromont. We are starting off the 2-star long, and Buck Davidson is out of the start box on True Belief. I'm Annie Bishop, and I'm delighted to be joined by the leader of the 4-star long, Waylon Roberts. Waylon, thanks for being here.
Thanks. Pleasure, Annie.
You had quite a spin on your mare earlier, and you must be so pleased with her.
Yeah, no, she was fantastic. It's her first time at the level for a 4-star long, and Bromont is known for being, a tough endurance test, and so I wasn't sure what I had leaving the box, but she came home strong, and I'm really looking forward to tomorrow.
You were the second fastest time of the day, only pipped by Arden Wilderson on Sunday times by 1 second. So I'd say you should be quite pleased with your mare. She looked fabulous.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, I'm over the moon, and then I was pleased with my 3-star horse. Actually, he was a little green coming into that coffin, but I can't say I didn't totally expect that.
He looked super everywhere else, and after you got through there, it looked like he really learned a lot as he went around, which is exciting.
Ooh.
We just saw Buck take a tumble there. The horse is up, and Buck will hopefully be up in just a second. I see him sitting up. Those airbags go off, and you can really get your breath there.
Mm-hmm. It's always it's an adrenaline sport, and I have to say I'm still coming down off of my adrenaline, so I'm sorry about that.
No worries. It's always tough, and so not the end to Buck's day that he would have wanted, but hopefully he will be back up and able to jump his horses. He's been around the course a couple times today already on his other horses. You can see them just walking Buck's horse around. Buck is in the top right corner there walking away. Again, when the airbag goes off, sometimes it really does take your breath away and takes a moment to catch your breath as you stand up, but Buck is there and fine, and he'll be back another time.
Oh, of course. No, Buck's one of the best, and these are younger horses in the 2-star, especially probably what Buck's got. They'd be a little more.
Yeah, it's a 9-year-old thoroughbred that he was on True Belief.
But no, he's no worse for wear there.
I would say this horse hasn't actually had a run for a bit that we can see. His last time out was in Ocala, although we may be missing some runs here. So our next out of the box will actually be Heather Bush. We can see her just walking around there on Bond 007, which I think is a fantastic name.
No, I know Heather really well. She's we're both based in Aiken, South Carolina, and her and her husband Chris have a beautiful place down there. And this is, I believe, her first 2-star long. So
you are correct.
This is a big event for her, and she's. I'm pretty familiar with this horse. He's a super jumping horse, and she loves him to bits. So looking forward to seeing her get a good round here.
You know, and her last prep run was at Fair Hill International in the open preliminary there, and they had a good spin around and ended up in 6th place. And Fair Hill would be a good place to prep to come to Bromont.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, you've got nice rolling Maryland hills, and it's, you know, pretty similar terrain, arguably. So, no, this will be. She's driven a long way to get here, so she's going to be determined to have a good round today.
She has, and he's an 8-year-old Dutch warm blood gelding. We'll be ready for her to get underway in just a moment, and she'll be coming forward on a score of 31.6. She sits in 8th place after the dressage. And, you know, it's interesting. So last year in the 2-star, only 3 made the time, but 2 of those 3 were Boyd.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm wondering what we'll see inside the time today. We have not had anyone inside the time in any division all day long.
It wouldn't surprise me if we don't see anybody go in time this weekend. I think that walking around it earlier in the week, there was definitely some places where you thought, okay, well, if the weather holds and the ground's fast, well, yeah, it's doable. But, you know, after we had a little bit of rain over the last couple of days and even today during the day, and I think that was just one rung too high. So I think it's smart to look after your horses and kind of, you know, you want to have the clock on your wrist and pay attention, but you're not riding the clock. So
the other thing too, Sarah and I have talked a lot about is you know, it's one thing to go galloping around today and have a great round, but you have to have enough in the petrol for tomorrow.
Oh, of
because
course.
You have to go jump a whole other set, a different type of course tomorrow. So you have to look after your horse enough tomorrow to make sure that they're ready and fresh.
Yep. Yeah, no, we're going to be in the barns tonight, jogging them up and seeing that they're all safe and happy. And then we got a early morning jog tomorrow for the ground jury. And then, yes, a whole nother round of jumping in the main stadium there. But really, once they get through that cross country test, these horses are at a certain fitness level that show jumping isn't going to take anything else out of them. So they'll wake up fresh and ready to go. And they're all looking forward to a nice little break after this too.
You know, one thing I talked to Derek about earlier in the week is one of the things that's so incredible about Bromont is that it'll really give you a sense of the type of horse you're sat on. And if you've got a 5-star potential horse, or if they're ready to go run around a different type of course. And I do think that's one of the things that makes Bromont so special and why so many people should be coming here. I would say you're feeling pretty confident after the round you had today.
Yeah, no, I both of my horses, any of the horses I've ever brought to Bromont, they come away better horses. And so both of the ones today, I'm really positive for the future. I'm going to come back in August for the short formats, because I think that there's just a few questions that are asked at Bromont that you don't get anywhere else other than when you hit the highest level. So they have a similar coffin to a Kentucky, and the terrain is similar to what we'd find at Fair Hill and Maryland 5-star now. And so I think it's important that the horses are running on things that, if your goal is to go 5-star, this is a place that you need to put on the calendar.
It's very true. And Derek feels very strongly about that. I think there's a few places like this, Bromont, Morven Park, some others that
yes.
If you really are looking to step up a level, go to 5-star, you really do need to run at one of these venues to understand what you're sat on. It'll also help you understand what you're sat on for the 3rd day as well for show jumping, because this is a big test for them. The terrain really can make a difference on how they feel that 3rd day.
Yeah, and the terrain here is it's not as steep as a Kentucky. It's not, but no, it's you're dealing with some change of ground, and you know, on a day like today when you get a little bit of rain, you're getting the experience of the footing's not deep. The footing's actually perfect, but you know, it gets a little choppy in some places. So I mean, it's something that we don't often deal with in North America, where we're fairly used to dry, hard conditions.
Sort of faster ground, if you will.
Yes, yeah.
Again, we're incredibly grateful to our sponsors, Mars Equestrian, of course, title sponsor here at Bromont. and Lemure. We have a number of other sponsors, and we could not put on these incredible competitions without you. The hundreds of volunteers that are out there making this happen, the officials, the organizing committee. I mean, it really takes so many people to put these things on, and we are so grateful. We're obviously grateful to all the competitors. And here comes Heather out of the start box on Bond 007.
She took on that first fence great, like nice forward rhythm out of the box and just kept going. So this is how you want to get going.
And how important is it with these younger horses to really set the tone early on?
Yeah, you know, you're going to be setting off at a pace that they're comfortable at and sort of at and what you're used to as a rider. And yeah, you're looking to get the first few jumps out of the way and get rid of those butterflies as you settle into the course.
I used to be told before going cross country, it's okay to have butterflies, but you have to make them fly in formation.
Absolutely.
You can just see in this shot there, the undulation in the ground is it is something. And Derek is such a master at placing fences in spots where it looks like it's fairly straightforward, but maybe the approach is a bit different than you would expect.
Yeah, and when you come here for a few years like I have, like the track, the path in which the course takes remains very similar year to year, but he finds new pieces of ground to ride on. And
Heather
there she is. Yeah. He's a real catty horse, this guy.
Nice turn back there to the
Yeah, she's done a super job there. You can really see that she stuck to the plan.
And that's important. Every rider will have a plan for their horse. You know, it may be different from horse to horse, but every rider will know how their horse will read something or how they will take on a certain angle of a jump, and so they will ride to that plan. But part of being a great cross-country rider is also knowing when the plan needs to change.
Mm-hmm. No, typically the winner of an event is the person that knows their horse the best.
Yeah. And can adjust to things when they don't go quite to plan.
Yep. And this is a tough coffin for a 2-star, but again, it's important for, you know, we're at an international level here. These are questions that the horses and riders need to see. Wow, just picture perfect.
That was
the
gorgeous.
first horse we've seen through there, and she did it foot perfect.
And the horse's ears are pricked, and he looks happy as a clam. Get an 8-year-old in their first 2-star.
Yeah, so I think Heather may have left perhaps a week early and spent a little bit of time in Pennsylvania. I know I was seeing videos on Facebook where she was training for a week leading up to this, and that's a really good way, you know, if you're coming from the south, to break up the trip on your way up, get some training.
And here comes Boyd Martin on Colbane, who is in second place at the beginning of this. He's second behind his stablemate, Radish, Fetisha Rouge. I believe this horse's barn name is maybe George, but I could be wrong.
So I'm not familiar with this horse of Boyd's, but I'm sure it's one of his up-and-comers that he's got some future promise for.
It is. It's an 8-year-old Swedish warm-blood gelding. And it looks like Boyd got the horse in 2023 and has sort of done some trainings in a 1-star. This looks like it'll be their second 2-star, but this will be their first 2-star long.
I know Boyd went over to Gothenburg around that time to do the indoor eventing that they have there. So it wouldn't surprise me if he had done some extracurriculars and found a horse.
Did a little shopping.
Yeah.
Not a bad way to tie in a trip.
No. walk in the park.
Yeah. The lovely thing too about a Derrick course is you can see the same questions are asked on the 2-star, the 3-star, and the 4-star, and they're just a little bit gentler as they go, right? They're appropriate for the level, but he really is setting horses up for them to step up.
Yeah, no, it is. It's nice to be going around a preliminary and then seeing the magnified version of a similar question at 4-star. Especially for the young riders that might be walking around and riding around this course, like they're getting a taste for what it's going to be like, and at least they get to see, oh, that's where I'm going to be next year. No, again,
that horse is
really
lovely.
Nice.
It's interesting. This horse's last run was also at Fairhill, so good preparation there.
He saw a great shot there.
He did.
Oh.
He kicked on.
After that table, there's quite an imposing chicaner that jumps into the woods, and for these young horses, it's you got to commit. There's a lot to look at there. So you could see Boyd setting up for that.
I think we saw Boyd committing. Here comes Heather into the Mars Sustainability Bay.
Beautiful.
Lovely.
Yeah, she's having a great ride around here. She must be a minute and a half from home,
yes.
So she's getting there.
Again, it doesn't seem like we're going to see anyone inside the time today. Although maybe we'll be proved wrong.
Buddy looks like he's humming there.
Boyd does not hang about.
He's looking for redemption after Barney Rubble there.
I know.
He was on the time too. He was going to make it.
He was. We didn't get to see his 20. So
oh, Heather.
Oh, no. We jinxed her, saying what a good round she was having.
Oh, super.
There we go.
This is the thing about young horses and this level of competition. Like the distance in a long that's a part of the sport. And so, he might be feeling a little different than what she's felt before. And that the distance that she was seeing just wasn't available to her at the time. So she did a good job getting it done, and she's on her way home. She'll be pleased.
Hard not to be. He looked super everywhere. And so, again, like you said, it's part of it. And it's a fact-finding mission most of the time.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Through the finish flags there. It looks also like her martingale may have broken. I saw some tack flapping about possibly. Come back to Boyd.
There's a lot of ground to deal with there. It's and actually decent sized jumps too. You come across what was the old steeplechase track, and there's quite a berm coming up to that B. So an imposing question at this level.
Here we see for the first time Megan Loughnane and Linton, and she is part of our under 25 group here.
Great.
And she is currently sitting in second place in the under 25 class on a 30.6. The Bromont Rising program is really incredible, and it's great to see these young riders here and getting a chance to ride around Bromont. And it sounds like they've had an amazing week with Peter Gray and Bettina Hoy.
Yeah, no, Bettina and Peter are just super mentors in the sport. Some of the most experienced that you could have the benefit to learn from. So it is a great opportunity for these young riders.
And here we have Gabby Dickerson and Sagart Earl. I probably have said that incorrectly, but I apologize. We saw Gabby a few times earlier today, and she's had some super rounds, and it's great to see her back out here. And she will have a better sense of how the terrain is riding with the rain we've had and what's going on out there.
Yeah, it looks like it's this afternoon. It looks like it's starting to dry up a little bit. So, but the turf here is well established. It can take a lot of rain, and it's well maintained throughout the year. So there's, you can pretty much count on coming to a good cross country every time.
So just for reference on time, Heather Bush came in at 8:01. The optimum time is 7 minutes and 3 seconds. She did have a 20 in there, but just to give us a sense of time, because she didn't look like she was hanging about, but she didn't look like she had her foot down.
Yeah, I think he's a young horse, and being first time at this level of competition, I think she gave him a smart ride. Well done.
She got it done.
She did get it done. Well done.
Oh, Boyd. 2 seconds inside the time.
Oh, good for him.
7:01. He will stay on his score of 21.7.
Fantastic.
He proved us wrong.
I don't mind getting proven wrong by Boyd.
Nope. Sorry. Catching back up with Gabby. She's coming up to the ditch and rail.
So he looked pretty strong there at that combination before this. That might have been, why she was having trouble getting that turn done. So this will be, hopefully she's got him settled and on the bridle. Well done. Yeah.
Nice shot through there. So this is another 8-year-old.
A lot of young horses.
Yep.
It's good though. I mean, this is what we need. We need young riders on young horses coming up.
We do. So Gabby actually went and did the 2-star short at Virginia just about a month ago, or a few weeks ago, and had a good spin around there and ended up in 8th place, which she'll be, I'm sure, very happy with. Back with Megan Loughnane.
And Virginia's would be a great prep for an event like this. They've got good rolling hills, same sort of style, and that's a very good way to prep for an event like Bromont.
Here we have Speed Queen herself, Arden Wildison, on Dance Monkey 7.
She's a busy girl.
She is a busy
I'm
girl.
very impressed. Arden I've been watching Arden for a couple of years now, and she is on a tear, literally.
This is her 4th horse here this weekend, and she was the fastest in the 4 long. She is leading the 3-star.
I mean, she's somebody to watch. I tell you what, that's a determined rider right
and
there.
She's riding beautifully,
and she rides so well.
And the horses jump great for her, and she's produced them beautifully.
And she's got Heidi White, who's a former American Olympian, as her coach these days, and I think she's really put a good team together. Just watching Arden come up, it's been very impressive.
It's exciting. And Megan here just sort of helping this horse home. I feel like she's ridden this very maturely. At then it looks like maybe he's a tick tired, but she's just helped him home and sort of gotten him there and put her leg on and said, we're almost there. Let's go. Oh, big jump into the Lemire water.
Yeah. Good. Looking a little green, but he answered every question she asked of him.
He did, and you could just see her open her hands a little bit there to give him a funnel to go through. Arden, speedy rider.
Beautiful. Yeah. Efficient, just exactly what you want to be getting done.
And gives the horses a lot of confidence to figure it out, too, for themselves. She's there to support. But
Arden does a lot of hunting, so she's got that sort of back seat, give them the rein kind of ride, and they love it on cross country.
They do love it. I actually wish that more event riders went fox hunting. If you like adrenaline, there's nothing quite like going out fox hunting. It's pretty fantastic, and as you see with Arden Seed and what you're talking about there, you learn that pretty quick because you don't have any other choice.
I had the pleasure of being able to do the opening meet of the beaver hunt in England a few years ago, and that was
Eye-opening.
quite the experience.
Look at
just
that.
right on. What's she looking back for? There's nothing wrong with that.
We will say basically almost every rider in the 4-star and most in
Yeah.
the 3-star, we had a lot of people turning around to see if that clip
Yeah,
makes a noise.
You hear that clank, like you can hit them. Honestly, it's when you don't hear the clank that you've probably knocked it down.
Yeah. So this horse of Arden's is a 9-year-old Holsteiner gelding, and this I think is their first 2-star long. She's done a couple 2-star shorts. Back with Gabby.
Right on.
Nice ride there. And again, this is the point in the course where they may be feeling a little bit tired because maybe this is their first long.
Yep.
Next on course, we have Sandra Chance, a Canadian, on Spend a Penny.
But I've done a little bit of cross country running in my day, and always that last bit of the race, you're tired, but you're determined.
Yeah.
And that's what these horses and riders are feeling. They're like, okay, we've done a lot, but just a little bit more, and this is what we've been training for. So you dig a little deeper, and the horses learn to do that too.
Good shot there. So Megan will come home in 7 minutes and 33 seconds, adding 12 cross-country penalties, and she will go forward to tomorrow on a 42.6.
Nice.
Look at Arden. Oh, Sandra, Spend a Penny. Oh, where are we on? There we go. Moving very quickly now. We're on 3-minute intervals.
It's ticking over now.
Five, John, 5.
I mean, I don't know if we're good, but I'm gonna say Arden's gonna be making the time on this one.
I'll take the wager.
She's been efficient. She hasn't taken a pull.
She hasn't, and that's really what makes you efficient, right? Is smooth as fast.
Absolutely. And 4, I mean, that walks the 5. Well, it walks the 4, but you just assume that because of the ground, the horses are going to be taking it in 5 strides. So, I mean, that's kind of a... Oh, here we go.
Oh, gonna go
Right.
gonna put a little turn into that. Maybe just didn't get quite enough control. Here we go.
But a smart ride, she's still clear, right? Like, this is that's part of good cross country riding, is reacting to the situation that's happening in the moment, and she did a fantastic job of making sure that she's carrying on without 20 penalties.
We're gonna bring you a time here for
Arden's already through the water. Oh.
she's making that turn up into the woods and committed.
It's a good question for these young horses and young riders to be like, look, you keep moving.
Back with Arden.
Super. There she goes. Yep.
Good ride there. Makes the turn.
Thanks, Annie. I got to go, Coach.
Waylon, thank you for joining me. We'll be cheering on tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
In the hot seat next to me, I have Lainey Ashford. Lainey, thanks for joining me.
Of course, thank you for having me.
You had a super round earlier. You must be so pleased.
I did. I'm very pleased for a very slow round, but it was a very good round. My horse came away. It was her first 3-star long. She came away with a lot of confidence. So that's all I could ask for. I thought it was a pretty tough track, and it's a tough track for everybody out there.
I was going to say no one was speedy, so I would not feel bad if you feel like you were too slow, but it looked gorgeous, and it looked like she really grew as she went across the course.
Yeah, and hands down to the people here running this event, the footing was fantastic. We couldn't have asked for better. Even with the downpours throughout the 4-star and what it looks like to be in the 2-star, the footing's really holding well. So, and that's why I came here, was to have some of the best footing and the hardest courses.
And it's hard to beat this terrain and a Derek DeGrazia course. It really will set your horse up for whatever you have planned next, but I think you will have a different horse after having been here.
Oh, totally. Different horse and different riders.
Well, we're so lucky to have this incredible venue. We're catching back up with Spend a Penny here towards the end of the course.
All right. That's what I love. This looks like this is probably a thoroughbred horse, and you saw that horse kind of do a little shuffle in front of 17, and that's where I'm finding a little difficulty with my mare being a warm blood and me being a thoroughbred rider. I really appreciate the thoroughbreds for that and those quick steps in front of the cross country, and that's what makes them so competitive in this phase.
You must have loved the beginning of the 4-star long. I think our first 4 or 5 horses out on course were all thoroughbreds.
Yes.
And it was a joy to watch them. I mean, it was an incredible class overall, but you've got to love a thoroughbred.
Gotta love the thoroughbreds. This is their phase, man.
That was very tidy through there.
Super tidy. Yeah, she didn't leave a stone unturned. Really good, efficient turns. Looks like she's pretty quick across the country.
Yeah, so far our quickest round is Boyd, who is 2 seconds inside the time.
Nice.
It's funny, Waylon and I were betting whether or not Arden would make the time on that horse because she was boogieing, but she came home in 7:24, so just 21 seconds over the time. But again, that's the horse's first 2-star long, so she's got to be really pleased with that, and she rode beautifully.
Arden's really come along in her riding, and she's got her tails on fire in all of her horses, but it looks fantastic.
She's ridden beautifully all day. Here's a man who is no stranger to a Bromont course. It's the first time we'll have seen Philip all day, and it is Philip Dutton on Cassiopeia Preziosa.
I had the fortune of riding with Phil down in Wellington this year, and he's just such a magician in both his coaching and, of course, in his riding. And the horses, watching him ride while I was riding alongside of him, watching his horse sort of grow in the training session was pretty fun to watch. And
it's incredible, and I'm sure he is a proud father this evening because Olivia had a super round on Sea of Clouds earlier, so I'm sure he's had a fun day, even though he maybe had his heart in his stomach, his heart in his mouth a little bit earlier today, but she rode beautifully.
Yes, absolutely. And how cool is that to have produced the horse and then have your kid go on and produce the horse and actually have incredible results with the horse?
So special. And again, another wonderful thoroughbred.
Yeah, absolutely. And that one came, I think, from Graham Motion.
It did, yes.
Yep. So a really well-bred thoroughbred.
Yes.
It's a nice shot in here for Phil. This is a good question for the 2-star horses, I think. With an angle, it's got a little terrain in that coffin, and the horse answered that just brilliantly.
And Philip is not hanging about. And this is a 7-year-old mare.
Okay.
And Philip has not had her that long, and his last run on her was at Fair Hill, which would be a good course to set you up here. Gives you some terrain.
I believe that was another Derek course, and I definitely pinpointed to do that one with my mare, and I was pleased I did because I felt it was very difficult. You had some terrain, and I think a lot of us are looking for our fall, 3 days, which will also have terrain, and for in my case, going back to Fair Hill, and so that was great for the horse's preparation.
Here comes Ashley Minion on Top Flight. This looks like a game horse.
It looks like a super game horse.
Yes.
I love the flag tails.
Yes. This is a thoroughbred, 2016 model thoroughbred. And she is a Canadian rider, and so I'm sure she's happy to be at her hometown event.
Yep, absolutely. Phil's horse looks like it has plenty of running coming through here. Looks to be is this like the midway of the course, it looks.
Yes.
And like I said, the footing has held up great. We've been lucky because it was meant to be pouring down rain all day. And then we had a couple, I felt so bad for the 4-star riders. It was pouring like a monsoon.
Drenched as they started, I know.
But the footing held, and this is my first time here, and I've heard that it can be either perfect or it can be pretty heavy in the footing.
It was a bit firm, I feel like, when we got here earlier in the week.
Yeah, it was.
So the rain that we got, I think, is perfect for the horses and will be a great, it makes the footing happy for them.
For sure. Yep.
Big jump in there.
Big jump in, landed a little bit discombobulated, but Philip just sits so square.
Never a question.
Never a question. I mean, he never tips forward. He's one that we all try to emulate over the cross. Very difficult too, but so great in his body position. And if the horse is off balance, he always puts them back into balance. And that's just a top rider for you.
We're going to take that turn.
Yeah, this horse is a little unorthodox in his jump, a little bit high. I had one that jumped like that, named Anthony Patch. And so the rider really trusts the horse, and they just went through that quite nicely.
Horse said, okay, what's next? So we're turning.
Exactly.
Okay, let's go.
Another good thoroughbred.
Yes. Great shot of our wonderful spectators out here. The Mars Bromont International.
And how lucky are we? I was just talking with Rebecca Howard outside to have this live stream. Because even if you're like, I know I've walked around a little bit of the course to watch, and when I couldn't see some of the jumps because it's such a spread out course, I could just tune into the live stream so I wouldn't miss a beat. And so, yeah, we're very lucky for that. And I want to thank RNS for their coverage. And thank you guys.
We are incredibly lucky. And, you know, Sarah Cosmbleck and Sue Ogden and a number of others really fought to make this happen and sort of decided we must have it. And I do think it's an incredible addition. And I hope that people watching get a sense of what an incredible venue this is. And I hope that people really flock here because there is not another venue like it in North America.
It's proper class. I mean, you feel like you're at a true international, especially even with, you know, ordering dinners at night and everybody speaks French. It's a great feel. One thing to point about Philip's ride, ground's getting a little bit mucky before that fence 17, but what makes Philip such a great cross-country rider and kind of gives us all a masterclass is his efficiency after the jumps. I know sometimes I'll spend a few minutes kind of gawking about. Phil spends 0 seconds gawking about after his jumps, and that makes up a lot of time.
It does. We're joined by Mike Pendleton and Rahel Comet, and this horse is a 6-year-old Irish sport horse.
Wow. Yeah, 6-year-old's a young age for 2-star horses. I know mine was a 6-year-old. And so it's nice to see the horses being brought along and trained to that point to where they can come and contest a course like this.
And again, this is a course where, you know, Mike is maybe bringing the horse here with thoughts of some, you know, a fall goal.
Absolutely.
And this is the perfect place to do that.
This horse still has plenty of running.
Coming.
Yes.
Anton.
Looking good.
So again, we've got, we didn't see it, but Sandra Shantz and Spend a Penny had 11 penalties somewhere. I can, fence 6, which we did not see.
And that would have been the coffin, I think.
Yes.
For them, yes. Nice jump into the water. The one thing when you're watching these gut riders and some of the top riders, you know, you want to see the rider sort of give the horse their head and neck to use over the jumps. I think some of the more inexperienced riders might ride a little off the hand, and as they get up the levels, you know, they'll want to learn to slip the reins and use their body as the balance and not the hands. And you can tell in the last horse's case, that horse jumps a little bit like that. And that'll be something that she'll strive to sort of work on, getting him a little bit rounder over his jumps as he increases in his levels and his work. A couple things too you'll see on these horses. This one doesn't have one, but I think Phillips did. You'll see the strips on their nose, and those are flare strips. Shout out to Jim Chiappetta. You can make them. Let's see if Mikey's horse has one. I think Mikey's horse does have one. It's just great. It's like a breathe right strip for humans. Opens the airways. And Jim's done a great job with the company and coming up with different kinds of colors. I wear the American flag. You know, sponsors logos, and you can kind of. It's a multifaceted tool for sponsors and for the horses.
Wonderful.
And this is Ashley, I think, on the top flight horse.
Yes.
Yeah,
again,
nice
not
job.
surprised that this thoroughbred is still full of running.
Full of running. Still has his flag tail from the beginning to the end.
Adam, 8 to you.
And it's kind of fun to watch these horses on cross country because, one thing that these guys want to take into account is the following day, what your horse is going to be like on Sunday, right? And you want to have enough horse to jump on Sunday. And that's what makes eventing horses so incredible, because they've got to go around and jump a flatter jump, a longer parabola shape over these jumps. And then tomorrow we have to, oh, just kidding. I know you got to jump around and don't touch these jumps.
Exactly. So I think we actually just put up the flag for Eileen, but she's actually withdrawn. So I believe that we're back with Lucia streaming on Dasset Evermore. And Lucia has been a busy lady today.
She has been such a busy lady. I know her parents, Linda and Bob, are probably nervous, and they're cheering her on. And they live pretty close to me, so I'm always there schooling at her course.
Wonderful.
So, and she's got a beautiful string of horses. Lucia does. All right, Ashley, you're almost home, girl.
So close. So we have a
Very
time
good.
in for Philip. So he came home in 7 minutes and 18 seconds. So just 15 seconds over the time. He'll add 6 time penalties to a score for a 33.7 going into tomorrow's show jumping.
I'm sure he'll be pleased with that result.
Oh, yes. Looks like a very exciting mare for the future.
Would have loved to have seen Boyd's round. He must have been cooking.
He was cooking, but one of the best things about Boyd, right, is he was cooking, but he didn't look like he was in a hurry.
He never does.
Just very smooth.
Yes, he is such a smooth rider, and it's Phil and Buck and Boyd are so efficient in their timing with the horses, and it never makes it look like they're going fast and going slow. It's always the same sort of pace. And
exactly.
We can all strive to look like that.
Yes. Back with Mike Pendleton, I believe.
And this is a 6-year-old, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, Mike's done a very good job for himself. I know he went for some time to study with Mickey Young over in Germany. And now he's got his own business going with quite a few horses. He's a great rider.
He's based down in Virginia now.
Yes.
He was in Pennsylvania for so long.
Yes.
And now he's based in, I believe, the Plains or Middleburg, Virginia, which is where I'm based as well.
Oh, cool. Get a little short
There's
step in
Lucia.
there. Yeah, good, Lucia. The horse showing a little greenness there, and Lucia really holding it straight because it wanted to fall out to the right.
She made that happen.
She made it happen. Yep. And then the horse doesn't look no worse the wear.
So Ashley and Top Flight are home in 7 minutes and 45 seconds. So 16.8 time to add for a score of 50.7 that they'll take forward to tomorrow.
Fantastic result. Another OTTB home.
Yes.
And I'm surprised actually how well that ground is holding up between the coffin and the next jump, because when I walked it earlier in the week, it felt a little soggy, and the horses look to be just traveling beautifully across that ground.
That is definitely the part of the course that will always stay just a bit.
Yes.
And I think it's how the water comes off the mountain there.
Makes sense.
Here we have Benita Strini.
Ah, so sisters.
On Sheer Sheen Ice.
I really like this horse. I actually am loving all their horses right now. I know Marley rides one of theirs. And they've got a beautiful string of horses, and it's really fun how supportive. I was just out watching Lucia in the 4-star, and Benita's out there right behind her on the bike, cheering her on. And it's lovely to have such a beautiful family.
It's so good.
Together.
So this is a 10-year-old Irish sport horse thoroughbred gelding.
Coming.
And their last run was in the open preliminary at Virginia. And Sharon rode the horse for a bit this summer. I mean, this winter. So it's wonderful to see it back with Benita.
With Benita. They do a good job of choosing horses because Benita's a very small girl in stature. And so she always has cute little nippy horses that suit her stature. Oh, nice ride in. Oh, that horse just didn't even take a glance.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, fantastic. All right.
I feel like this horse has grown up as he's gone around the course already.
And I think this is a level that you really see it happening, right? Because you do see a lot of 6-year-olds and 7-year-olds kind of contesting this ground, who've never run this long or done a course this hard. And most of them look like they're picking up and saying, okay, I'm putting my big girl or boy pants on. Nice ride, Benita.
So, Lainey, this horse has run around, a 4-star, a 3-star, and other stuff like that. How hard is it to ride a horse that has been at an upper level and you're sort of stepping it down to the 2-star? I guess it depends on the horse.
I think it depends on the horse, but I do think it's. I used to ride a horse called Mazzetto that had done 5 stars with Janelle Price, and of course, when I started him, I went at prelim, and I would always be most nervous about just the single ditches in the ground, because none of them at prelim would be big enough for him to jump so he would step in them. So I think it's dependent upon the horse, but also, you know, Benita's going to have to want to slow this guy down. And there's something to be said about riding someone else's horse, or someone that produced that horse. And then the horse has got to learn different buttons that are your buttons. And there's some riders that are fantastic riders that are catch riders. I'm not one of them. And Benita looks like she's really going great guns with this horse. And I think she's had the reins quite a bit now to have had a great relationship.
For sure. So Mike Pendleton was like a comet around there. He came home in 7 minutes and 8 seconds, so just 5 seconds over the time. So he clearly had a wonderful round on Rahel Comet.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it'll be exciting for that 6-year-old. Here we have Kimberly, and I did this name yesterday, and I will do it again shortly.
Balinagore rock quality.
There we go. Thank you.
I had to sound that one out.
I appreciate it.
I love the natural gallop on this horse. Beautiful hind end. What kind of horse is this horse?
This is, it's an Irish sport horse mare.
Okay. I should have known from the name it would be Irish.
16-year-old mare.
Lucia looks to be at the end of her course.
Yes.
This little mare, ears pricked.
Really happy and really grew up around the course,
Absolutely.
which you love to see.
And good riding by Benita. Or Lucia, sorry, Lucia. But also good riding by Benita, too. I'm sure they get that a lot.
I'm sure that they do.
Yeah, and she's home.
Wonderful.
Brilliant.
We'll get a time for her in just a moment. Here we go. Sheer Sheen Ice going down towards the Lemire water.
Yeah, this horse is just saying, Mom, I got this.
Yeah, like
Let me
just
do
point
it.
me, let's go.
And Benita's staying really nice and quiet and staying out of the way of the horse and not pulling back or letting go, just supportive. It's really nice to see. It's a nice picture. I think that's such a difficult question for a 2-star, and the horses are handling it so well.
It is a difficult question. I think that jump in is maybe a bit more difficult than some of the others.
I know walking around my course, I was like, this is a 3.5 star for sure. But you feel such a sense of accomplishment when you finish. I loved how that horse just nipped over that ramp jump. It's a good Irish mare for you there.
We're going to get a score here in just a second, Lucia. So 7 minutes, 19 seconds. So she was fairly quick. So 6.4 times. She'll go forward to tomorrow in a 38.6. She will be incredibly happy with that round. She'll have a very different horse at the end of today.
She will sleep well tonight
yes,
after all
she's
her
been
rides.
a very busy girl today. And she rode beautifully on all of them.
She really
should
did.
feel very, very happy.
Yeah, she did a great job.
Back with Benita and Sheer She Nice.
Yeah, just
Look
like
at this
clockwork
horse,
for this
yeah.
horse. Yeah. And it's okay with the little crossfire, though she'll fix it as she jumps that next one and carry on. Yeah, very
Lovely
nice.
there.
Yeah, nice job by Kimberly. And Balinagore.
Balinagore. There we go. We just had to say it with some
to give a little Irish.
little sauce to it.
And it looks like it's been threatening to rain on and off today. And
We have been so lucky.
we've been very lucky, and I think the horses are appreciative because the weather stayed quite cool.
I mean, 62, I
Yes.
think, has been the
Perfect
it's
cross-country
perfect weather.
Yeah. Oh, good job.
Like a walk in the park.
Like
for
a walk
those
in the
two.
park. Yeah, it really does. The whole courses look like that for them.
Here we have Emily Van Germen and Winter Carnival. Van Gemeren. I'm sorry, I messed up your name, but I've got it now.
Okay, she's got it now.
Apologies.
Looks like she's wasting no time. We've got Kimberly here setting up for what looks to be is she coming to the water? No.
No.
Oh, nice jump there.
It is in that back field.
Yes, that's right. It's so picturesque as you're galloping through, because you kind of traverse the little river that goes, or it's a creek, and it's so beautiful. You hear the water. You shouldn't be hanging around. I was going that slow that I heard the water running. But the change of scenery is just beautiful.
Oh, she saw a distance
She saw
there.
a long one. Go for it, girl.
She got her elbows out.
Got her elbows going.
Boyd did the same thing earlier on Miss Lulu. He got his elbows out and helped her.
Sometimes you got to start flapping. It helps you fly.
You have to grow wings.
You grow wings. That's exactly right. I really like this horse's uphill tendency. So even when the ad right there, it still keeps a beautiful shape. This will probably be a very good show jumping horse. Really
It's much
nice.
easier to go forward when they're like that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that is what makes a lot of fast horses fast and slow horses slower.
Yeah.
I truly feel at these speeds horses can run the speed, but it's the setup. So if they go in that uphill tendency, then it makes your job so much easier.
The more setup you have to do, the slower you'll be.
Yep. Guilty as charged. And so far, the course has been riding, for how difficult a 2-star course it is. It's been riding fantastically. Horses look to be coming home with plenty of run.
Yes. Maybe lost a little puff, but look happy.
Absolutely, yeah.
Which is what you want. They will have come on from it. Here's Winter Carnival. They're on a 37.5.
Such a nice shape this horse keeps.
She
Good
just
riding.
keep riding forward
Yeah.
there. That was a lovely ride.
Yeah, it was a lovely ride. Horse knew exact. She took a little bow into the approach to the final element, and the horse saw exactly where it was meant to go.
And as you're walking, of course, you're thinking about how your horse may jump something, and you make your plan according to that.
Absolutely. Every horse, some horses have right drift, some horses have left drift, some horses have ditch problems, some horses don't lock on. And especially at this level, they're not always looking for their jumps. So that was a nice, efficient turn by Kim. They're not always looking for the flags. You expect for them to be doing that at 3-star and 4-star and above. So you might want to give them a little bit longer approach so that they see the jump. And that's why we walk the courses 3 times. This is also quite a jump in for the 2-star. But like I said, everybody's done a really good job, I think, getting the horses fit, preparing them well. Yeah, nice ride here. Good. Stays behind the horse. Super body control with her upper body there, because she looks to be tall in her waist.
Mm-hmm. You saw the horse just do a little shuffle up on top of the mound, and she just sat tight and let that happen.
Absolutely.
And didn't get in a hurry.
And that can be really hard, because it makes you a little insecure when your horse shuffles, that you want to try to help the horse over, and then you're just only throwing them out of balance.
You can't always fix it, right?
You can't always fix it. You gotta let the horse do the work.
It's that 5th leg training that Jimmy
Yes.
Wofford always talks about. You have
Amen
to
to
teach
that.
them to have it, and you have to just trust that it's there.
Yes. Oh, beautiful jump. I really like this mare. Yeah, she still has kept her shape through the whole course.
And
One thing that's cool, Jimmy Wofford taught. I grew up riding with Jimmy. When I would walk my course in an angled line, all right, little trot step. He would always tell me to line up whatever. Wow, sit off there. That was good. He would always say to line up the inside flags before you make your approach to an angled line, and that was really helpful. So little tidbits that Jimmy used to teach me always come into when I'm walking my course, no matter how long it's been.
I think everyone takes a little bit of Jimmy Wofford
Yes,
knowledge
they
with
do.
them as they walk around a course or think about a problem with the horse. I think that there's so much that Jimmy taught us over the years, and
Absolutely.
I know that he has missed, but again, everyone thinks about him every day as they're walking a course or
Yes,
doing
we
something
do.
else.
Beautiful. Yeah, and even though she stood off a little bit that last jump coming out of the water, she rode forward. She gave the horse confidence. I think a lot of times the reaction time can be a little bit slow, and that's what gets horses a little bit unconfident. And her reaction with Winter Carnival on the following to, come on, kick on, you got this, it just paid it forward.
Here we're catching up with Emily Bradford and LJS Lana Traveler.
I like this horse. Oh, lovely jump. Really uses his back. Super lofty in his jump. And look how she's riding away here. Super. She's not wasting any time.
She's learning to move away quickly.
Yeah,
at
she
an
is
early
moving away
time.
quickly.
So this is an 8-year-old Dutch warm blood mare. So not this. This is Winter Carnival, but LJS Lana Traveler is an 8-year-old Dutch warm blood mare. And Emily's last run with this horse was at Plantation Field, which again has some terrain
Yes,
as
it
well
does.
and lovely courses.
Lovely courses. Let's see, Winter Carnival. This is
Yeah,
Winter
Winter
Carnival.
Carnival.
Yep. Nice jump in. A little peaky, but she sits behind her. Nice jump out. I love this horse's uphill tendency when it gallops. It's always up
You
the
can
shoulders.
see where the
Yeah.
stride is. You can just keep kicking to it.
Absolutely, and it doesn't have to touch the reins at all. That's a fun cross country ride. What a gallop on this horse!
Yeah, ears pricked.
Yeah,
game little mare.
And what a good jump! I like to see forward, confident riding like that. Looks like she's sort of building. I always was told you want to start off, like you're behind the time, but you want to think of having a horse that you can build upon as you go throughout the course. So you want to be able to end a little faster than what you started, as opposed to, petering out in the middle of the course. And it looks to be what she's doing.
Especially at this level. So Benita Srini on Shearsheen Ice, home in 7 minutes and 25 seconds. So 8.8 times. She'll move forward to tomorrow on a 39.7.
And now Bob and Linda can relax.
Exactly. We are getting through this sort of main two-star division. And of course, we have our under 25 class here as well, which is incredibly exciting to see so many of these under 25 riders here.
And what an opportunity for them. I think this class, the under 25s, are working with Bettina Hoy.
Yeah.
Who is a master at anything that she does. But, how cool is that to have that opportunity to work with somebody of her, status and knowledge?
The Bromont Rising is a really incredible program, and those kids came up a bit earlier in the week, and they spent time with not only Bettina but also Peter Gray.
Oh wow, that's
and
great!
They got to spend some time and do a lecture from Derek and other things like that. So really, what an opportunity to learn from the best and just have a different kind of relationship with them. I mean, how lucky.
100%. And I know Bettina's super behind it. I chatted with her at the coffee shop locally here, and she really enjoyed it. And just like I said, from both Peter and she to learn, and then to learn from Derek, like you got the best of the best here.
Unbelievable. Look at this game.
This one's going
mare.
for time, and
Yeah.
I'm really exciting about it's an exciting in a good way.
Yes,
course
in a
to
good
watch.
way.
I'm enjoying this horse. I would like to ride this horse.
So Winter Carnival home in 7 minutes and 17 seconds. And you could really see, so 14 seconds over the time, but you could really see, as you said earlier, Lainey, she never had to pick up the reins. She just could keep kicking to each of those fences.
Yeah. This is an exciting round. This is a good friend of mine. This is Natalia Neneman. Looks like from her. I know we haven't put the thing up, but
Yes.
this horse, she is in a full partnership with the great legendary Bruce Davidson.
Chesterland's Brown Sugar.
Yes. Her husband Tommy mistaken it for Chocolate Thunder, so that's been she's gonna be mad at me for saying that, but now I went by and said good luck Chocolate Thunder.
That's amazing.
But yeah, so this horse was bred it's out of a very famous dam that Bruce loved called Jam.
Yes.
I think it's Irish.
It is a thoroughbred Irish sport horse.
And I know Natalia is really excited to be in partnership with Bruce, who really believes in the horse.
So here's Jade Anderson and Fernhill Oreo.
Also a stablemate of ours.
Excellent.
Jade got this horse a long time ago. They've had a great run together. They know each other inside and out. And I just love that his name is Oreo.
I do too.
I actually think they call him a different barn name because she's like, I couldn't name my horse Oreo, but
couldn't talk about cookies all day.
Yes.
Good
Nice,
shot there.
Yeah, very good shot there. Natalia is another one that she has a lot of bay mares, and she does a really good job because Natalia is also a very small girl, and she picks the horses that are just her size, and she really rides the heck out of them. I have so much respect for her. She's a really great friend of mine.
That's amazing. We were talking about as Jess Phoenix was going around earlier, and she's had a lot of horses here today.
Oh my
and
gosh,
every
yes.
single one of them look different.
Yes.
And there are certain riders who will pick any different kind of horse, and then there
Sure.
are riders who sort of have a type that they prefer. And to each their own. It
Yes.
really doesn't make a difference. It's whatever you're comfortable with.
I don't even know if Natalia has a type. I think that's just what
What she
attracts
ends up
her.
with.
Yes, or what she attracts. Oh, that was a nice shot in for Jade.
Maybe those horses have a type. And it's
Yes,
Natalia.
I think the horses have a type. Oh yeah, she's going great guns, and this one looks to be quite fast. And she brought this horse. She targeted this event for this horse, because she's driving this long drive up. She is based out of Florida, And I know she spent some time at Chesterland,
Yep.
but it's a long hike. And she's got her son here. It's a total family affair. It's adorable. Who's building, I think he called it beaver dams or beaver huts or something.
Oh my goodness, I love it.
Yeah, it was awesome. But yeah, she made the long trip because she really believes in this little horse.
It really is a family affair. I was speaking to one of the volunteers yesterday, and I think that her husband, her in-laws, her sister-in-laws,
Yep.
they're all here.
Yep.
And it really makes for such a fun weekend. And Waylon was saying, he runs into a lot of the same volunteers year in and year out. It just makes it really special.
Yeah, that does special. Jade had a beautiful, beautiful ride through there. The horse and her just great partners together. And she's always there. Like I said, we're stablemates, and we were at Tryon as well, and can really tell how much she loves this horse. Nice shot there.
Good
Natalia.
shot.
Yeah, and this little mare looks like she's actually gaining energy as she goes throughout the course.
Wow. So Emily Bradford and LJS Lana Traveler, we knew they were not hanging about, but they certainly traveled. They came home in 6 minutes and 52 seconds.
Ah, fantastic.
So they will not add anything to their dressage score, and they will go for it tomorrow at a 26.6. They will be so pleased with that.
Yeah, she should be pleased. It was a beautiful round. Natalia's also going great guns.
She is.
And maybe because it looks like it's going to be sunny, it's a little windy. Maybe the ground is firming up a little bit more. People are putting the pedal to the metal.
And Natalia's on a 35.8, so if she can be inside the time, it will certainly help her move up the leaderboard.
19, Anton, 19.
Because if people are having time, they're certainly about 15 to 20 seconds over.
Yeah. Yeah, really. Like I said, I feel like this horse is gaining energy, gaining a ton of confidence as we go around the course. I can see why Nat wanted to drive up here for this 2-star horse. It's a special little horse and definitely one for the future. I know Bruce will be thrilled.
Hopefully he's watching.
Yes.
If you're just joining us, we are in the middle of the 2-star long division here at Mars Bromont. I'm Annie Bishop, and I am delighted that I have Lainey Ashker here with me today. It has been a big afternoon, a big day here at Mars Bromont, and we're finishing it off with a delightful class in the 2-star long.
And really a great day of sport here. These were some of the most challenging tracks for the level I've seen. Everybody's really brought, come to Canada with hopefully their right papers for the horses, but the horses have all been very fit. And really everybody looks like they're at the level they ought to be.
It's wonderful to see, and I know that it will make the organizers happy. I know Derek will be happy when today is done, but it seems like he has done a masterful job as always.
And it always plays, when you're a course designer, I would imagine, I've never been a course designer, but you want to build the course, you envision it, how it's going to ride. And then, if weather comes into play or footing comes into play, that always that's no one's fault. Right. And I think in this case, everything has been on the eventing God's side.
Yes. Here we catch up with Dom Schramm, who was with me earlier today.
That was a nice shot, Dom.
This skip right over.
And Dom did a really nice job because that horse, I think it's City Girl.
Yes.
Really sort of inverted, and he stayed quiet, right? Kept the hands low, because the worst thing you can do when your horse goes inverted like that is to put your hands up, and that's the one thing that we all want to do, right?
Seems the natural thing.
Yeah, it's the natural thing to do, is to add chaos to chaos. And he did a beautiful job just keeping that mare relaxed. Say, no, here you're going. And she had a beautiful jump through there. Jade looks like she's on her last water with Fernhill Oreo. Nice little skip over there.
And we have a time in for Natalia. She came home in 7 minutes and 43 seconds, so a bit slower than maybe we thought, but 16 time pedals. She'll be on a 51.8, but she should be delighted with that round. The horse looked super everywhere we saw them.
Looked totally super everywhere. I think Bruce and she will be stoked, and she will not be fired from the ride. So. Good job, Nat.
Let me see. Catch up with Dom and City Girl. And City Girl is a 10-year-old thoroughbred Hanoverian mare. And Dom's last run was also at Fairhill. I'm seeing a trend here.
Yep, everybody's targeted these tough events, Derek tracks. Dom's been funny because Rory has been helping him keep this mare clean, and you should see what they have on it at night to keep her clean. And every morning he comes in and says, "All right, it's time for the big reveal to see if we've got any stains on her." And it just cracks me up every morning.
It's so funny. I did see the Burks aren't here this weekend, but I did see Tim, and they posted something the other day. It said, Instagram versus reality. And it's again, white horse who looks beautiful, and then in the morning just covered in mud and poop and everything.
Yes,
so
of course.
The big reveal.
The big reveal.
That.
I cracked up when I heard that. Yeah, nice. He gave her lots of time. She had a little balloon jump in, but he stayed beautiful in his upper body and guided her out nicely.
And you could tell that was really his plan, because he jumped more to the right than anyone else we've seen. And
Yep.
so he wanted a little bit more room on the duck element there.
Yep, absolutely. And gave the horse time.
Which at this level, that's all you really can do is
Absolutely.
give them time to understand what's happening,
Yes.
which is also what he did coming out of the coffin.
Yep, precisely. It's a great little jumping horse. It's
It
got
is.
a motor as a hind end. It's kind of fun.
And I think this is a fairly new ride for Dom.
Yeah.
But no one better to take over the reins.
Absolutely. Yeah, Dom's a fantastic cross country rider. I used to love watching him on his 5-star horse.
Yes.
And I feel sometimes like he doesn't have the amount of horses that the other guys do, but he's just an equally as incredible rider.
Yeah.
And I really enjoy his commentary. He's very educated.
I had a great time with
Yes.
him in here earlier today.
Yeah, I was listening on, and he has a lot of great feedback and a great eye. This is a special horse here, Sweet One. My mom sources most of my thoroughbreds off the track, and 2 are here competing this weekend in the 2-star. Sweet One is one of them, and the other one is Born Ready. His previous track name is Luther's in Town. And I'm proud of my mom for finding these horses, literally scratch off the track. I produced this one through Training Level before we sold it. And it's just really fun to keep seeing these horses come around to all these shows. And this little mare is tiny. She's about 15.3, but gutsy and an incredible horse.
Well, I am sure that Laura is really happy that you're the one that produced it, because she's probably got some very nice buttons installed.
Yeah.
Here is probably a fan favorite of many people, Joni Morris on Pioneer Archibald. It's great to see Joni out here with this lovely horse.
Absolutely.
Archie, as he's known to his friends. I think he's a big fan of Donut, so hopefully he's been getting a lot of Tim Hortons while he's been here.
Yes, absolutely. And Sweet One, her barn name is Flo. So Flo. She's got the world's smallest forelock. And actually, when I had her, she had no tail because a tick bit it off. So it got infected. And I told Laura, I'm very happy to see her tail.
No, she looks beautiful.
And you can tell from some of these horses, their way of galloping. Some of the thoroughbreds find it a little easier to gallop a little lower. Dom's horse, or even the carnival horse, gallop a bit, up. And it really doesn't matter so long as the horse comes back to the rider and the rider teaches the horse that in front of the jumps, they have to start to lift their shoulders and withers. And that's what's so cool about this sport is there's so many different types of horses. I mean, we saw Allie riding a Connemara.
Yes.
We see every different warm blood under the sun, different types of thoroughbreds. Natalia's on an Irish thoroughbred. So really kind of special to see their way of travel and how the riders deal with it and teach the horses to lift up in front of the jumps. Flo got a little sticky out of the duck out, which gave her a little bit of a deep distance for the C, but Laura guided her through it nicely, and she's a bold little cross-country mare.
There's Joni making the turn on Archie. She got it done.
Got it done.
Mark's coming.
God, what beautiful weather. You guys, it was supposed to be raining all day. I was so upset that
I packed rain pants.
Yes.
I packed a raincoat. I was ready for the 3 inches of rain, but we are so grateful it has not done that.
Yeah, I mean, wow. And I've been lucky. This is my first trip to Bromont, and it's been relatively absolutely stunning weather. So
I mean, tomorrow we might get bucketed with rain, but I'd rather tomorrow than today.
Precisely. I can handle a 1-minute show jumping around miserable, but it's not as fun.
Here comes Joni up to the ditch and rail.
Yeah, that's a nice ride, Joni. It's really, I know Joni spent a long time, grooming and then coordinating, and now she's in the tack, and she's done such a phenomenal job. She's brought a few horses now up to this level,
Yes.
and piloted them really nicely, where we wouldn't have seen her in that, job.
But everyone would know her. And so again,
Everyone
she's
would
a
know her.
fan favorite for sure.
Yeah.
And I just adore her, and I know that she really adores this horse and really rates him. And it's actually a horse that she got from the Hollings.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah. Comes Aaron Farrell.
And how are you going to say that name? Atavios?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Like that.
Just like that.
Just like that, Lainey.
Now, are we moving to the under 25s now?
Yes, we are. And actually, I know that Lainey has to go check on her lovely horse. Lainey, I can't thank you enough for being here with me this afternoon. I wish you the best of luck tomorrow. We'll be cheering you on.
Thank you so much.
I hope you come back to Bromont next year, too.
I hope so as well. Thanks for having me, guys.
We'll see you soon.
Cheers.
Anton, 22.
All right, I am Annie Bishop, and I am joined by my original partner in crime, Sarah Cosmblick. Sarah, I'm happy to have you back.
Happy to be back. It was fun listening to Waylon and Lainey. I thought they were giving some great commentary and insights.
Great ride for Joni through here. She sat still and really kicked the horse forward and made that happen.
Gosh, that's a hard combination, isn't it? I mean, it's absolutely, Bromont is known for its tough and beautifully built cross-country courses, and it was very forgiving on the way in, and she just sat tight, as you said, and made that happen.
It's wonderful to see Joni here. This is the horse's first 2-star long. Their last run was at Tryon in the 2-star short.
Well, talk about a girl who can do a lot of things.
I know.
Yeah.
I think we all want to be like Joni.
Yeah, I mean, we've been mentioning how important horse management is and horsemanship, and Joni certainly is the embodiment of that.
There's no doubt. We just have a few horses
Well, that was
left.
a lovely ride through there. This is one of the under 25s, yeah?
Yes.
And her number is 25.
25. This is Aaron Farrell and Atavios, which I think Lainey said much better than I did.
Well, she got a bit of a flair for that stuff,
She
doesn't
does,
she?
indeed.
Yeah.
Comes Joni.
I've seen this horse a little bit, and I think it's just gone from strength to strength. It's looking really great here.
See the wonderful volunteers out there on course.
Here she comes into the Mars water here. Quite a big jump in. Little trot step there, quite clever, and Joni just sat still. Rode quite nicely up that hill to that. And I like this a little bit better. He's had a couple times we've had more of a chevron-y type thing on that mount. It didn't ride as good as that, and that rode really beautifully. And she kept her line nicely there to that, angled hedge. They've put the hedge where they have it curved a little bit to sort of encourage that run out there to the left, but Joni kept on the line beautifully.
Horse has been jumping that very well. Some are putting in maybe a little shuffle step, maybe finding that fifth leg that Jimmy Wofford was always, talking about.
The little pony trot slide is a good thing. And, Joni, that was a really good approach to that. Some horses are, I think we've taken those oxers on the hill a tiny bit for granted. One or two people have had their hearts broken there today. And I think just taking an extra second after that big pull up from the Mars water where they need to take a breath is a very smart thing to do. Beautiful.
She is almost home.
Well, she's going to be delighted with that, isn't she?
And it looks like she's got plenty of horse left. We've seen the horses coming home very well, but this is one of the freshest we've seen.
Well, isn't that super? Oh, she'll be so excited. Well done, Joni.
I think he's earned his donut for today.
Yeah. Oh, well done there. That's another tough enough question there, isn't that? Coming down that hill and making that
Yes.
right-handed turn. I have I walked around the 4-star, both 4-star short and long, and the 3-star long, and I looked at a few of the combinations in the 2-star, but I didn't walk the whole thing. So, but this looks. I usually find that I love to come here before I'm about to move my horses up. They might have done one intermediate before coming here, but I tend to like to move my horses up. I know they're ready for the intermediate and start to be at the 3-star level if they jump this track.
This is Rory and DHI Rocketman.
Coming around here to the ditch and rail. And, this has been riding well all day. It really has. It's quite difficult. Well, every ditch and rail combination here today is quite difficult for the level, but it's all riding beautifully. I mean,
It's
just
all seems
beautifully.
very fair for the level.
Very fair. No,
Good,
yes.
good
but-
questions.
Yeah,
but-
I just mean it would be the hardest you would see at
Yes,
the level,
yes,
I guess
yes.
is what I mean. How sometimes we'll be looking in our omnibus listings and it'll say this is moderate or this is this. And, I would say that would be as hard of a 2-star question as you would see. And that
No
horses are
doubt.
all skipping through that beautifully.
But in typical, Derek fashion, they're understanding it very well.
Yes. It's such a balance because as a course designer, you want to ask the questions, but you want to do it in a fair way. And you want to make sure that you're not being, not making a dressage competition because that's absolutely not what we want.
Here's Kelly Belanger from Canada on Murphy's Got Charm.
Cute. I love her little loopy rein coming into that. Murphy likes to have his head and neck and have her a little. It's quite cute. A little bit deep there, but I think it's just a single fence there. So better doing that than to bend over early for something that's not there. Now she's coming downhill now to the Lemire water.
So we have a time for Joni Morris on Pioneer Archibald. She's home in 7 minutes and 45 seconds. So she will go into tomorrow in a 49.9, picking up 16.8 time penalties. She should be so pleased with that. It looked
For
lovely.
sure. That looked like her plan, and I thought that horse looked very well within himself, and now she can bring him forward to have a crack at this Mark Donovan's show jumping course. I was just down there having a look at him laying it out. Nice ride in. We've been talking about it all day, but that was really beautiful. The upper body control and allowing the horse to have their head and neck going down into the water is so important. It can be quite nerve-wracking to be able to allow that to happen, but, one of two things will happen. You'll either get pulled forward sometimes, or the horse will actually pulled forward because they pull you out of the tack, or you'll have a silly stop or an awkward jump. Oh no. Oh, we did it. Yes.
Done.
All right. Got pulled down the hill a little bit, which I think
big pats.
was the plan. I think, sometimes if you're a little concerned about one side or the other, and I think wanted to close that left door. But
Big pets.
yeah, all's well that ends well. And I see they've taken the flags off of the 4-star thing saying, don't jump this.
This is not your jump. So currently leading the 2-star under 25 division is Aaron on Atavios. Again, I'm said it third different way. On a 37.4, they were inside the time on 6 minutes and 58 seconds. That was an outstanding round.
Oh, good on her. That'll be a very, very competitive score tomorrow. So
no doubt. See if Rocketman rockets into the water.
Yeah, nice shot into the water. I really like this girl's upper body control, and I get because that horse has a big step there too. She's been quite patient.
Here we have Julia Finello on Effie,
The
Prince of
Darkness. I feel that Clayton might have named that one.
Yes, I think that is a very good call.
Knowing what he likes, Always likes to be up there doing karaoke whenever he can. He's quite a good singer. So that sounds like a Clayton name to me. Ooh, good girl. All right.
Super ride.
Yes, really good. Yeah. And this horse's ears are pricked and looks, again, really well on himself. These horses are coming home very, very well. It's a lovely thing to see.
So we're well into the under 25 division now. We have 2 left from the regular 2-star division, and that is Boyd Martin and Mike Pendleton, but they both have multiple rides, which is why they're coming in a little bit in the middle of the under 25s.
Sure, they're just not wanting to be in the under 25s.
I think they would both sneak in if they could.
I think Mikey's probably a little closer to that than Boyd. But
no doubt.
Gosh, look at that view up there, Annie. You see the sun on the mountains, and it's just, you couldn't have asked for a better day, really. I mean, I know we certainly had our bits of rain here and there, but when you were looking at the forecast earlier in the week, you would have been delighted.
No kidding. When we woke up this morning, we thought we were in for a very different weather day.
Yeah. I think there's some little logo or something on the bonnet of this horse, and it just looks like it has the same little pom-pom on its head, which is quite cute.
Matching.
I'm sorry, it's pretty cute. Oh, beautiful. Look at that. Wow, another good rider there. And gives her horse a little pat on the way. I mean, excellent
horse's
body control.
ears pricked and just said, okay, here we go.
Wow, impressive. It's nice to see that, I mean, even from 10, 15 years ago, the standard has really gone up, hasn't it? Like, people are riding so much better.
Riding beautifully. We've seen some wonderful rides today. It's really exciting for the future of our sport.
Yeah, and that's what programs like Bromont Rising are trying to do, right? They were just trying to get these kids early enough and give them a pathway and give them the education and the opportunity and the mentorship to become the riders, the best riders they can be, and it's clearly paying off.
Here comes Nicole Reynolds, and Don't Ask. Nicole rides for Canada.
She's coming up that long pole there after the ditch combination to jump this table at the top before heading down to the Lemire water, giving a tiny bit of a reminder there, but did it very well. Did it in timing at the exact moment and kept her upper body tall. That was well done.
Anton 28.
Just saying, hey, come on. I know you're a bit tired after coming up that hill, but we have to stay in front of me, please. And she did that very well.
See the volunteers there, the tamping down the footing behind each of the benches, making sure that the footing's as good as it can be for each of the horses as they come through.
Yeah. Aren't we lucky? I mean, this is a very big job. Super ride to that big oxer at the top of the hill, making the turn down to the corner.
Which hopefully we will see in just a second.
Yeah, and here we are at the Lemire water.
Oh, good job.
So again, just showing a tiny bit of an experience there, but she did show the experience of, my goodness, I know he's going to have a bit of a look at the water. So rode that, dealt with that at the top of the hill and there. And then with the jump, he got over that one, he was like, nope, I think 4 is better. So
I think this is Murphy's Got Charm on the way home. Again, back with Nicole Reynolds and Don't Ask for Canada.
This one's quite keen. You know, she really took an extra second there to set up for that that rail there before the ditch. And I thought, well, maybe you've done a little bit too much, but she knew exactly what she was doing. That one's quite keen, and she got boxy canter there and in balance, and that worked out beautifully.
This is a 15-year-old Hanoverian mare.
Well, she certainly looks like a cross-country machine.
And I think Don't Ask is the perfect name for a chestnut mare.
Here's this cute little brown one. I absolutely think this one's a super jumper. And I'm sure it's nice for, you know, you could tell she was a little bit thinking she might be sticky at the water. So it's kind of nice that you've done that Lemure water first, I think. Ooh.
That is our overnight leader, Boyd Martin, on Fetiche de Rouge, but clearly something is very spooky.
Well, the extra funny bit is I've seen him have this. He's actually had that happen to him one time before in the 3-star.
That was very funny. So this is a fairly new ride for Boyd, Fetiche de Rouge, also known as Radish. The horse was produced by Aoife Clark, and actually Laura Collette had the ride last year as Aoife was coming back from an injury. And then Boyd was lucky enough to pick up the ride. So we're excited to have Radish here.
Well, sit up, Boyd.
I'm dying to know what he saw.
That is pretty funny. That's all right. He's still there.
But our overnight leaders, so hopefully they can. It's on a 20.8. He could go ahead of himself. He's made the time on his first horse.
Well, that was beautifully done. Wow. That was absolutely lovely. And again, look at the ears pricked. Like, these guys know each other very well. Horse looks fantastic.
This horse is only a 10-year-old, and I feel like they're going to have a really exciting
future
future ahead.
I mean, she's a beautiful rider.
10-year-old Holsteiner gelding. Boyd.
Boyd being a little careful. I'm going to sit up a little here.
So this horse has been up to the 3-star level in the UK. So
yeah, but it's as you know, I mean, it's somebody else's horse, and
yes,
it does
exactly.
take a second. It's like a marriage or a relationship. It does take a moment. You can't just match people up on paper and think that it's going to work out. And Boyd is a beautiful rider, and obviously it's a talented horse, but it does take a second, which is why he's very smartly put this horse in the 2-star division, and he's going to get a lot of information about this horse after this weekend.
if you're just joining us here at Mars Bromont, we are in the 2-star long division. Our current leader is Boyd Martin on Fetiche de Rouge.
Oh, there he goes, looking very class all the way through there. Let's hope there's not a little bag to the side of the roping there.
Radish was just feeling a little spicy.
I think that's perfect, honestly. Lovely ride through there as he cruises up to this beautiful table here, and he's going past in the woods to the right, which we never got a chance to go take a video, is the last fence remaining from the 76 Olympic Games.
So Prince of Darkness and Julia are home in 7 minutes and 51 seconds. So 19.2 time, and they will go forward tomorrow on a 56.1.
This is a really keen and cool horse. I mean, we're just being, she knows she's on a mission there. Absolutely dragging her down to stuff. Looks really full of run for this last pull up past the VIP tent.
Back with Boyd.
This horse is absolutely beautiful. I was watching it flat a little bit the other day, and just a gorgeous horse.
Ears pricked and ready to go.
And it was interesting, obviously I didn't ride the course today. I was listening to Waylon a little bit, and he was just saying that he felt the ground was a bit, which he would never say, that the ground was a bit holding. And I, just walking on the top of it, you don't know. And I walked this morning, I thought it felt great. And he said he thought it was a little more holding. And so that's to me why, obviously, we haven't had loads of horses inside the time and people riding quite smartly. Perfect. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Sort of a hot skip and a jump into the water there, and then lovely on the way out.
Right on out. This is Ivy Cullen Dean.
Oh, I spoke with her briefly after her dressage test. This is a 7-year-old, and he's so cute. He's a really, really cool, talented horse. And she said she'd been dreaming for years and years and years to come to Bromont, and she's so excited to be here, and that she's really, really gotten so much out of working with Bettina and with Peter and all the stuff here with Bromont Rising. And it was really fun chatting with her.
It's amazing. Her last run was at Chat Hills in a modified there, back with Boyd.
That was smart. I mean, that is a good idea, especially with these younger horses, that you don't always keep making things harder and harder. Giving a dropping down a level before you come back up is before a major competition just gives confidence to the horses.
And then she did the 2-star long at Ocala as well, so
Beautiful.
great move there.
Beautiful. And she just sat chilly there because those rails are quite, it's quite a drop down to that ditch. And it's a careful horse and a young horse, and did one stride, then a little shuffle, which is no big deal, and then decided to just sit up tall and let him do 5 in there, but she did very well. And I think that was a smart ride as well from Claire, because coming around there and making that turn, yes, and straightening up, because he's just having a little bit of a peek, and he's making sure that she's getting the horse straight into everything. I think we might have been on, I think that was Claire
rather than Ivy.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. Oh, Boyd's going to be delighted with that.
Just gotten a note in from Jen and John Halling that John is still president of the Archie fan club and approves of all donuts, especially pink icing for Joni's horse Archie.
Yeah.
Anton, 31.
Well, I know he's been doing some work at home, and he said he had the live stream on so we could listen to everything all day. Said he wishes he was up here. It's his favorite event. So thank you for those comments. And we're so happy to be able to share an event that we all love so much with everyone around the world today. And here we have Da Vinci Code, Kylie Lyman's old Da Vinci Code. What a cool horse. And Annabelle Sprague, we also chatted with her. And she is part of Bromont Rising and lives just a few hours away in Vermont.
So apologies. That was Claire Strayhole on Seabanks They Go that we saw earlier. Apologies for the mix-up there. A couple of gray horses out there.
Yeah. And Claire's doing a good job because, like I said, I mean, I think that she's sort of realizing her horse needs a little bit of an extra moment looking at some of these things, and just cruising along and still jumping very well. And she's giving an educated ride, like just wants to have like just that one more little step and have a peek, and that's fine. And she then was very confident on the way out of those cabins. And like we've been saying all day, that the goal here is to, when we're coming through the finish lines, we're coming with a horse that is more confident, happy, and better educated than when we left the start box. And that certainly seems to be happening here.
We've seen it over and over again, especially in this 2-star class. You just see horses growing in confidence and coming home just incredibly well. But again, the riders are riding very smartly to help.
Yeah, they really are. And when you think about this, I mean, we're in the under 25. So not only are they riding smartly, these are young riders, right? And they're really showing their class and doing a super job out here. I mean, out of the under 25 class, Boyd was the one that almost fell off. We can make fun of him because he's so good. And look at how well that horse went through there, right? Jumped in so confidently. And even there, because that works out. That's kind of a funny little thing. They're all sort of getting there on a tiny bit of a half step, and that horse was confident through there. Kylie does a great job with young horses producing them, has done it for a very long time, is also obviously a top groom. And now she is part of Will Coleman's team, keeping things ticking over there at home. I don't know anybody better. And so it's wonderful for Annabelle to be able to ride this this gorgeous old campaigner.
We are getting down to the end of this division. We've had an incredible day here at Mars Bromont.
Really have. That horse is such a good jumper, and this obviously looks like a really good partnership. It's fun to watch. Yes, we've had such a good day. We've really lucked out in so many ways. When it started to just bucket down before the 4-star long, I think all of us were like, oh, God. Probably dropped 20 degrees, and it was like raining sideways.
Sure did. We just saw Jenna there and Born Ready. We'll catch back up with them in a second. Back with Da Vinci Code here.
Annabelle coming up that long pole. I'm sure most of you know, but if you don't, it's sometimes just fun to mention these things. So the little white strip you see on the horse's nose is actually a flare. It's a nasal strip. It's called a flare strip, and it's if you're in human terms, it's what we'd chuck on the husbands that snore too badly, and we want to open up their nasal passages. But for the horses, it just helps them. That does the exact same thing, right? So it just helps them breathing around this cross country course, and I use them a lot as well, and you'll see them on a lot of horses here. And I'm not plugging, I'm not sponsored by them. I'm just saying it's not a bad idea, but just in case you're wondering what that was.
Those little things can make a big difference in how horses and how comfortable they feel as they're going up and down the stream.
Absolutely.
Look at that.
Oh, wasn't she smart there?
Mm-hmm.
Annabelle, great ride. Because I think she got a little bit, which has been happening here for one or two riders, a little bit closer, I think, to that B element than she was expecting. And she just made an adjustment and sat up and balanced. And that was 100% the right thing to do.
It's interesting. Dom rode very far to the right at the drop into the water, and the rest of the line came up a bit easier than what we've been seeing.
Okay, Dom. It's probably just luck.
Something like that. Born Ready. Born Ready is a 15-year-old thoroughbred.
Wow, that was fantastic through there. Big Pat. That's a great name. Good gallop on this horse. I think she might be a bit faster than, we'll see. A bit faster than some of the others. Yeah, that's just cruising up that hill.
We're still waiting on a time for Boyd Martin from Fetiche de Rouge. We'll see if he's held on to his lead on this horse.
How much of a gap does he have? How much of a lead does he have?
Over himself?
Mm-hmm.
He is on a 21.7, currently on Colbane, and he's a 20.8, so nothing. He's a few seconds.
Oh, no, then I think he's, but I don't know. We'll see.
I think the spook maybe have been
let's see when
seconds.
Mach 55 in the back. We didn't see it, which, I mean, I guess could be the case. Here we have Jenna coming around the back here. A little bit deeper there than maybe she wanted, but that's right. We're cruising on down the hill now to the Lemire water.
Anton, 33.
Oh, another clever ride she gave, and she just closed that right-hand door a little bit and just said, hey, there's a corner there. I'm coming down the hill. Pay attention to me. Oh, she's going to be delighted with that. That horse is such a good jumper, too. I mean, she's going to be happy to be sitting on him tomorrow in the show jumping. She's on the right-hand side, so we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. A little hop, skip, and a jump. Pretty good.
Yep.
Yeah, looks a little better. You're right. Oh, there's Michelle. Hi. Getting some photos there for us. Oh, lovely shot to that. This horse looks great.
You can see I mean, this horse has been around for a bit, so you can tell the difference in just the confidence.
Yeah. Whenever possible, I think it's always nice. I know it's not always possible, but whenever possible, I think it's always nice to have experienced horses. And I have some really old horses in my barn, but I always say, old horses are the best thing you can do to teach a rider.
There's no doubt. So Da Vinci Code home in 7 minutes and 47 seconds. So they'll end the day on a 48.6.
Excellent. And that Flamingo Ping there is living up to his
its
name. That was a cool through that coffin. Super little jumper. Looks like we have Mamma Mia. We're almost to the point where we might start to sing Mamma Mia.
That's why I just stopped myself, because we can feel it. No, actually, I believe that this is Ivy Cullen
Oh, is
Dean.
it? Oh, it is. Here's
Yes.
my yeah. I was excited to say the name. No, but this is my little horse that I quite loved, and this is the 7-year-old.
Yes. She may have had an issue in the warm-up and is going a bit out of order.
Yeah, quite possibly lost a shoe or something like that. Everybody's usually pretty flexible in those situations, and oh no, sit up.
Hold on.
Oh no, that horse was going so well. What a heartbreaking moment. Oh, just stumbled on landing one on his knees, and that was a lot to try to stay on, and she almost did it.
And going down the hill, so just the gravity was not.
I mean, I would have fallen off on the first little bit of that. Oh, that's so annoying. Oh, poor kid. Well, she's okay, and the horse is okay, so. Oh, and I love that, watching that horse. So here's Born Ready coming to the last. Perfect. And we are home. Gosh, that's almost as bad as watching what happened to me earlier.
Alexander, I know.
God.
If you're just joining us, we're here in the 2-star division under 25s at Mars Bromont. It's been an action-packed day, and we're getting down to the last few horses in this division. We've seen some excellent cross-country today.
Wow, good ride, Ivy. Wasn't that nice? Beautiful balance down that ramp. Set herself up nicely for the turn. That's one of the best I've seen through there today.
Definitely.
Mark, I think it's 30.
We've got the diehards out there to the bitter end, so sitting there by the Mars equestrian signs. They are. We have some very loyal fans in eventing. We've also got some dogs lurking to wait for the last horse to go through so we can go into the water jump too.
And in case anyone's just tuning in or tuned in a few minutes ago and saw Boyd, or if you're about to see Mike Pendleton, no, they did not get in a time machine and become 25. They are just going out of order because they've had a few horses in this division and wanted to give themselves time to warm up. So don't worry, they've not found some fountain of youth that we don't know about.
All right, so do I get who is this Mike? It looks like him, doesn't it? I know it's supposed to be. I wanted to say Mamma Mia, but this.
Yes.
No,
Mamma Mia. There
it
you
is
go.
Mamma Mia. Okay, good. We've been waiting to say it, Kirsten. I was going to say she's quite little as well, and so is Mike. So it looked a little similar expression and everything going down the hill, but she is a lot prettier than Mike.
Well, I know that Boyd has finished, but we don't have a time for him, so I'm dying to know if he's ahead of himself or if that spook cost him some time.
I think he's not, but we'll see. We're not gonna. And there, I think it was a beautiful round, though, so I will say that. And here is Ivy. Speaking of beautiful round, look at that. You could tell that was going to be fantastic through that turn. She just was on one lovely rhythm, soft elbows, right out of stride. This horse looks fit, dragging her down that hill to the Lemire water.
Which is what you love to see for a 7-year-old at this
Oh
level.
my goodness, how cool is that? I'm actually kind of proud that I've learned how to say it, and if I get a text telling me I'm saying it wrong, I'll be upset. I feel like I'm saying it properly now. So lucky to have Lemire as part of so many events and so many riders. We're just so thankful. Super. Now, she knew that was going to be tight and planned for it. Well done. Well done. Because she balanced in over that, and then she actually trusted her horse, and she allowed and closed her leg. And it's a little bit off of that chevron brush, but she knew that was going to be okay, and she was absolutely right.
It's a stunning ride.
She stayed out of the way and softened her arm, and there you go.
So currently, we only have one inside the time in the under 25s, and that was Aaron and Otto. I cannot speak any longer today. I apologize. She's on a 37.4. She came home 5 seconds inside the time.
Wow,
the
good for
time
her.
to beat for Ivy and Kirsten and Megan Loughnane is going to be that time of 6:58. And any of these guys could go in front on their
Well, I
current
think
dressage
Ivy
course.
is going to be, I don't know how fast she's going to be, but she's not hanging about. She's smooth, and the horse has got a big step. She's definitely giving the time she needs to for this young horse, but she's not super slow, in my opinion. We'll see how it goes.
Boyd was 1 second over the time.
Oh, so that spook. Okay.
So that spook got him. He's on a 21.2 ahead of himself. He's 0.5 ahead of himself on his other horse.
Well, I was totally wrong, and that just shows you what a step, and what we've been talking about all day, that other than the wheelie that he did over there, that being smooth is fast, and that horse has obviously got a lovely gallop.
And then we see Mike Pendleton there on Autorado. And they come forward on a 26.0. So if he is speedy, he will slot in to third place.
Which he very well could be. He
Yes.
is a quick rider. And a protege of Boyd's, actually. Talking about learning from wonderful old horses, Steady Eddie was obviously Boyd's horse, and Mike got to do his first 4 stars and a 5-star on that lovely horse.
And Lainey was saying Mike also spent some time over in Germany with Mickey Young.
Well, that's average, isn't it?
Yes. Boyd, Mickey, very average people to learn from.
And very different. So
Yes.
good on him, because you're getting a wide range of education there. And, Boyd is, this is super right there again, Ivy. Wow. Good for you. Boyd is such a student of the sport. He really is. I mean, he's constantly watching and talking and asking questions and learning. And so he gets better all the time. Beautiful, beautiful Ivy. She's going to be delighted with this.
Sorry, give her a pat down the neck.
Yeah, I know.
That was an incredible round.
That was, I think, one of my favorites to have watched today.
I agree. And what an exciting horse for the future. I mean, that is just, the future is bright.
And and I was saying that she's really had a long time dream to come to Bromont. So how about it being that magical of a round as well?
Goosebumps. I love that. Our last horse of the day. Mike Pendleton is out there.
Is it really? Go faster.
Get home.
We're just teasing.
Get home.
Here he comes up the side here. And Mike is a wonderful person, a wonderful rider to watch cross country. So, it's nice to start our day with good riders and to finish our day with good riders. But I have to say that I have seen some fantastic riding today. It's been really fun.
And it's fun. This horse's owner, Kara, is here. We saw her the other day, so it's fun. She made the trip up, and Kara's ridden at the level and above this level, and she said, it's great to be an owner.
Yeah,
because you still have the butterflies,
yeah.
but you don't feel like you're going to throw up.
Kara's a wonderful horsewoman, and really, really loves her horses, and has a great eye for a horse.
I was going to say,
and
she sources
beautiful
some
on the
gorgeous
flat,
horses,
and
yeah.
I mean, she really knows her stuff. And riders are a dime a dozen, but you need to have these different things that will help support those support those riders. And putting the right horse with the right rider is a real art form.
Comes Mamma Mia.
Well, that was super.
That.
We were liking Mamma Mia.
Kara, we're happy you're here, and hope you're having a lovely time, and super to see you as an owner. It's a nice shot there.
Yeah, yeah. Wow, finishing with a beautiful sunny day here. Great. Wow.
Takes a peek at her watch. See if we can get a time in for Ivy. Oh, I'm surprised. They have Ivy's time at 8 minutes, so 22.8 to add on a 55.8.
Well, I mean, that was obviously the plan for
Yeah.
her. I mean, I certainly thought that was a beautiful round. I didn't think it was that slow, but it's also a young horse, and it's a good jumper. So when you're spending a bit more time in the air, that can happen. And I think she was out there to give her horse a good experience, and she certainly did that today. It was it was really, really beautiful.
No doubt.
And as we've been talking about all day, everybody has different goals. Oh, look, there, the dogs in front of the Mars sign. So, yeah, that's beautiful. It's everybody's having different goals of what they're doing with their horses based on their own experience, based on the rider's experience, based on how this falls in their competition calendar. All of these things, they might have had a loss of confidence somewhere. I mean, all of these things are deeply personal. So we don't always put our foot down. It is a planned thing.
Mamma Mia is home in 7 minutes and 29 seconds, so 10.4 to add. She'll be on a 44.4. So your leader going into tomorrow in the under 25s is Aaron Farrell, followed by Rory Frangos, Megan Loughnane, Kirsten Miller, Claire Strayhole, Nicole Reynolds, Annabelle Sprague, Jenna Levesque, Ivy Cullen-Dean, Julia again. I mean, really, what a wonderful class these guys have shown today. It's been a wonderful division.
Absolutely. And I'd like to point out that Aaron Farrell moved up from 11th place to go into the lead. So that's a very Bromont thing to have happen. And that's pretty cool. She's going to be very excited. She might not sleep much tonight.
It's not a dressage competition, as we've been saying.
And I was just back in the barns checking on a few things, and the horses are looking really good. So that is great. Everyone's there making sure their horses are all right, and icing and grazing and walking and massaging and all the things to make sure our horses are good for the final horse inspection. Super. Well, he's going to be happy with that. So we'll just anxiously awaiting what his time is, because he could slot into third place behind Boyd.
If you've hung with us all day, we appreciate it. We hope that you've enjoyed the coverage from Mars Bromont. Nice shot there.
Yeah, and feel free to leave any comments or anything about it. We'd love to. We're really excited to be here, and feedback is much appreciated.
Yes, and again, thank you to the whole team. Thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to everyone that's here on the ground, our grooms, volunteers, everyone that makes this happen. We've had a wonderful day. The action is not over. We will be here tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock for the jog. Then we'll bring you all of the show jumping action starting at 10 a.m. You can look online for the final scores for the day, as well as the start list for tomorrow. Thank you for joining us. We hope you've had a great time, and we will talk to you tomorrow.
just met, but I can't imagine my life without you.
Si vous cherchez des événements hippiques à regarder, je suggérerais fortement Bromont. Il y a des beaux chevaux, des belles vues, beaucoup de belles expériences avec des restos à Bromont. Si vous allez faire du promenade, beaucoup de choses à faire, vous le regretterez pas.